81 loyalist skulls in the pile. 81 loyalist skulls. Crush one to dust and drink it with blood. 80 loyalist skulls in the pile. Now, the timeline has progressed to 1995, February 22nd, 16 hours, 45 minutes, and 46 seconds. And now we head off over to here. Hello there, greetings and welcome. I am Cariontra, and today we're gonna be doing a little thing called Strawberry Vinegar. Let's put on the music as well, so we can have something constantly in the background. Very cutesy, very neat. It has sound effects of crunching. And there we go, we have the two protagonists. The pastry chef girl and the gluttonous demon, I'm guessing. I don't know. But we'll get to them in moments. Things, what has happened since before? The other things? I don't know, nothing. Nothing really has happened. I messed around with my audio yet again, because I can't stop myself from doing that. I don't know. I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm doing there. That's fine. It's not fine, but it is what it is. Anyway, moving on from that. Anything relevant here? Not really. So let's just go into things that are relevant and important for me to do. And the first thing order of business is, as always, as we see at the top, we need to reset our minds away from everything that is the reality. We don't need it. It's useless. It's meaningless. It just distracts. It makes things bad. So, we once again, as always, need to elicit the assistance, the court-appointed assistance from theonion.com, as it shall explain to us that they have a witness. They have interviewed somebody, and saw the executioner thinks he pulled something in shoulder during last 10 decapitations. Published on January 7th, 2016. Indeed, it's important to know, it's important to take care of yourself. Al-Muzahim... Oh, goddammit, these kind of words, fuck me. Al-Muzahimiyah. Al-Muzahimiyah. Okay, I guess that's as close as I'm gonna get. Saudi Arabia. Complaining that he must have tweaked it pretty good, Saudi executioner Khalid Al-Faraj told reporters Thursday that he thinks he pulled something in his shoulder during yesterday's last 10 decapitations. Around the 7th or 8th beheading, I came around kinda awkwardly on my wind-up and heard this loud pop. And I knew immediately that something wasn't right, said Al-Faraj, adding that he attempted to ignore the dull pain spreading through his upper right arm and power through the rest of the executions, but he barely had enough strength left to make a clean slice on the final prisoner. When I got home, I took a few eleve and put some icy hot on it, but this morning when I woke up I couldn't even lift my arm, and the pain had spread down to my elbow. I just hope the swelling goes down soon, because I've got a pretty big slate on Monday. Al-Faraj told reporters that, on the orders of his orthopedist, he would have to miss out on this weekend's public stoning of a woman accused of adultery. Well, it's important to take care of your health. Physical and not. We don't want to sprain any muscles and stuff like that. It's very, very bad. It's very bad to overexert yourself like that. Now. We have been distracted. Things don't make any sense, but good. That's supposed to be. That's where we are. So, now that that is out of the way, we can dive in to this little visual novel, Strawberry Vinegar. Based on the visuals alone and the very brief Steam summary on the stock page that I recall, this is a story about a pastry girl and a gluttonous demon who invades her and asks for pastries or something like that. And then cutesy romantic hijinks ensue, I guess. I hope it's just cutesy and romantic and whatnot, and it's not suddenly like there's eldritch horrible abominations at the end. I don't want that. I don't need that. I've had enough of that. You know? I just want something nice and cute. Is that too much to ask? No, it's not. It's not. But I won't find out until I actually go in there. So, let us switch on over to the thing There we go, full screen mode. And then, let's just begin the new game. Crunch. I like that crunch. Feed me, or I'll reap your soul. Okay. That's bad. After hearing those ridiculous words, my whole life was turned upside down. Alright. Day 1. Monday. Mondays. Great, that's a great way to start Monday. Hey there, Ri. How are you feeling on this beautiful sunny day? I feel fine, thank you. I stifle a yawn with one hand as I slip into my seat at the kitchen table. I'm a responsible girl, so I always wake up early in the morning. But that doesn't mean I like doing it. In fact, I hate it. Oh, you'll appreciate doing things, getting up early in the morning and doing stuff to get it out of the way. Honestly, it's a lot better. I find it a lot better. You wake up, you deal with all the bullshit you don't want to deal with, and then you go about the rest of the day doing things you like. That's the best way to do things. Indeed. A family of pink-haired people. The sunlight hurts my eyes. I'm forced to turn my head away from the open window and towards the wooden tabletop. Decorated with simple drawings. I always thought this wooden table clashed with the meticulously white, incredibly Western decor of our kitchen, but I've gotten used to it over the years. The human mind gets used to everything. Literally anything. I think this table used to belong to Grandma Nozomi, so Dad would never throw it away. I mean, it's a family heirloom, plus a good table is a good table. Why would you throw it away? It functions. It's a precious keepsake of his mother. Not that she's dead or anything. She's just been refurbishing her house and she got rid of some of her old furniture. Totally reasonable. Hey, it's free furniture basically from your relatives. Go for it. It's good. I bet other people would find my kitchen weird. Not just my kitchen, but my whole house, which is distinctly non-Japanese. But that doesn't bother me. Nor should it. What others think about your living space doesn't really matter, you live there. It's not like I ever invite anybody over. Aw, well that's a little sad, I guess. A social outcast, or just not really interested in other people, that's fine. But we're getting information about her circumstance and stuff like that. Mom sits at the table, one leg crossed over the other, reading the newspaper. Dad is busy serving breakfast, white rice, pickled cucumbers, and miso soup. Dad's a pretty good cook, so he makes most of the meals at home. That's reasonable. He has a whole drawer full of aprons to pick and choose from, and his greatest pleasure in life seems to be selecting which one to wear each morning. Okay, it's the little things. Mom, by contrast, doesn't like cooking that much. Her fingernails are long and carefully filed, and she hates it when they splinter or get dirty. Okay. Mom is a popular actress, and she cares a lot about her appearance. You might have heard of her. Her name is Shirakawa Yukine. Sure. Mom and Dad are pretty dissimilar, but they get along well enough. I don't think I've ever heard them argue before. I'm sure they've done that, but they've resolved it. That's a sign of a healthy relationship, that you can get into bits of arguments here and there and resolve them, and not have the same ones over and over again. Because you learn, your people, and stuff like that. And then, I'm glad to know you're feeling alright, Ri, and you'll feel even better after you try this. It's a lot of stuff. White rice with things, miso soup, and pickled cucumbers, okay. Breakfast looks good, just like always. The fluffy white rice is perfectly cooked. The pickled cucumbers have been cut into precise, coin-sized shapes, and they've been glazed with vinegar so they seem to shimmer. The miso soup is light brown, neither too thick nor too thin, and it's been bulked up with white cubes of silken tofu and diced spring onions. Okay, it does look pretty good. And there's always this little parfait on the side of the screen, like strawberry and whipped cream. God, I kind of want that. I kind of want that. I have a sweet tooth. God damn it, this was a bad idea, wasn't it? I'm gonna be salivating. A bit more than normal. Jesus. The onions float lazily on the surface of the soup, while the heavier tofu stinks to the bottom, absorbing the flavor of fish stock and soybeans. Alright. I pick up my chopsticks and bow my head. Thank you for the food. There's no need to thank me, Ri. I'd do anything for you. Because he's a good dad. I don't doubt it. Dad likes cooking for me. He doesn't have anyone else to pamper, since Mom's always dieting. Oh, well, fair enough. I'm glad Dad likes looking after me, but the look of expectation on his face as I bring my chopsticks to my mouth is kind of disconcerting. Okay. He's so obsessed with watching me eat that he hasn't touched his own food at all. Okay, everyone has their little pleasures in life. If I told him I didn't like his food, I think he'd cry. Aww. Aww, he's got a big heart. Aww, that's adorable. That's a lot of responsibility to place on the shoulders of an elementary schooler, don't you think? Fair enough. Fair enough. Fortunately, the food tastes just as good as it looks. The pickled cucumbers crunch satisfyingly when I bite into them, and their coolness contrasts nicely with the warm miso soup. Indeed. And then, so, what do you think? Do you like it? It's good. Thank goodness. I wasn't too sure about the pickled cucumbers. I usually let them sit in the fridge a little longer. I thought the vinegar might be too overpowering. No, it's nice. It goes well with that ice. It creates a good contrast, I suppose. That's exactly what I was going for. Thank you, Ree. Dad reaches across the table to ruffle the top of my head. He's a little over-enthusiastic with his show of affection, actually, and he almost knocks over Mom's cup of green tea. Ah, careful, dear. I'm sorry, Yuki. It's alright, just try to be a bit more attentive next time. Ah, he's an adorable little klutz of a dad. And if you're really interested, Dad's name is Sakuraba Kazuki. Unlike Mom, you've probably never heard of him. There's a reason why Mom and Dad don't have the same family name, but it's not that important. I know it's unusual, but don't worry about it. I don't think my parents ever do. Okay, so it's not. You should try to remember that some of us have filming to do later today. I don't want to turn up with tea all over my new dress. It cost quite a bit, you know? Sato, that grumpy old nag, would have my head if I dared arrive looking less than perfect. I'm sorry. I know how hard you've been working. I don't want to make things more difficult for you. So, did you read anything interesting in the paper? Nothing terribly exciting. Things have been so dull lately. Isn't that a good thing? I prefer it when things are calm and quiet. Well, you may have a point. I was hoping for more bloody murders, though. Okay? The drum. Let's not talk about murder at the breakfast table. Especially around Ri, you'll upset her. I think Ri's old enough to understand the finite nature of human life by now. We all must shuffle off this mortal coil eventually. Okay, she's a bit philosophizing. Maybe so, but do we need to be reminded of that right now? Perhaps not, you're right, sorry. I've been working on this hospital drama for too long. There are only so many dying teenage girls one can handle in a day. That's a statement. Okay, moving on. And speaking of work, I ought to get going. I don't want to be late. Mom takes one last sip of her tea, then sets the cup down on the table with a small thud. The life of an actress must be pretty hectic. She's always in a hurry and she hardly ever seems to have any free time. I wonder if Dad misses her. Interesting, yeah. It's a dynamic. You can work it. If he does, he doesn't say it. He's always been unfailingly supportive of Mom and her endeavors. Yeah, because he loves her. Have a good day, Yuki. Take care of yourself. I will, dear. Mom blows a kiss at Dad, then pauses by my chair for a few moments. Henry, I did read something in the paper I thought you might like to hear. What? It said this week you should be particularly eventful for you Virgos. Apparently, you will encounter new friends, have many new experiences, and face a series of great challenges. Doesn't that sound exciting? And she's read the script. I guess she's literally read the script as well. I guess. Well, I suppose it would be good news if horoscopes were any accurate measure of the world around us. They're always so vague and unfixed. I mean, that's why people flock to them. Because they need something. Because it's a fill-in-the-blanks thing. Those horoscopes. They're just vague enough with just a little bit enough of information that you supplement the vagueness with your own personal things, and it's like, it makes sense. It's perfect. Only superstitious fools set much store in them. But you read them in the newspaper every week. That's because they're romantic. I don't believe in them, but it's nice to imagine that the stars really can determine our fates. I don't get it. It's fine, you don't need to. I was just being silly. Well, that's good, being silly's good. Mom winks. I bet all the boys in my class would love it if she winked like that at them. I think they all have crushes on her. Even some of my teachers have crushes on her. I just thought I should warn you. If horoscopes are at all accurate, you might be in for quite an interesting week. Oh, I bet we are. Mom exits the kitchen with a small laugh. She waves at us over her shoulder, but she doesn't turn around. She's far too cool for that. Yeah, cool mom. I know Dad certainly thinks so. Even after all these years, Yuki's still so mysterious. She's so cool. He's got a crush on her forever. See, told you so. Unlike Mom, Dad's really predictable. I can always preempt what he's going to say. I bet we'll understand that very well as well. I rise from my seat and walk over to the fridge. I feel like having a glass of milk, though it doesn't go well with miso soup. Sure, I wouldn't know. I don't know what miso soup is. I should look it up. I should try making that. Keep hearing that, reading all these manga and stuff like that. Should appropriate the culture. See if it fits me or not. Milk is nice and refreshing, and it helps keep the bones strong. Yeah, big bones. But the milk that should be there is not. It's vanished. We can't have drunk it that quickly, though. There was a full carton of it yesterday. Was this the work of a thief, a poltergeist, or else a demon? Aha, kathunk. Dad, were you giving our milk away to the neighborhood cats again? Or that? So you cut me out, huh? Good job, man. Good job. Totally predictable, like I said. I'm sorry, I'll buy you some milk from the store later, if you want any. It's fine, don't worry about it. I'll get some myself on the way back from school. But since I'm the one who gave all the milk away, I should be the one to buy more, shouldn't I? Don't worry about it. I meant to buy some things from the convenience store anyway. This'll give me an excuse to finally do it. I see, how clever. Not really. Anyway, I'm heading out now. I don't know what voice to give them. It's terrible, my decision making. Or lack thereof? I'm not sure. Do I make decisions ever? I guess I do. But do I really? Do we ever make any decisions at all, though, in this life of ours? When our personalities and our understanding of the world is formed by what we experience around it, and that experiences are created by others around us, not by ourselves. And in turn, we react to those experiences and unintentionally influence others to make decisions. But are they decisions? Who knows? This has been Bob talking nonsense, going into very esoteric territory. I guess. What the fuck am I doing? I don't know. Look, this is what this is for. This is what happens here. Sometimes go into weird moods. Moving away from that, like putting it aside. This Monday morning really is the same as the last Monday morning, and the one before that, and the one before that. That's life for you. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened, and it'll probably stay that way. No, it won't. We wouldn't be here if it was true. Horoscopes? Well, a load of nonsense. But then, eventually. School! School is dull, just as always. I try to focus, but it's a sunny day, and characters in my textbook start blurring together. I rub my eyes with the back of my arm, but it makes no difference. What's wrong with me today? It's a Monday. It's a Monday, nobody can get a hang of Mondays. Window seats like mine are regarded with great jealousy by my fellow classmates, but I hate sitting here. I do not like the sun getting in my eyes, no, it's very, very annoying. The seats are good if you want to waste your education staring into the sky, trying to look mysterious, but they're not so good if you actually want to take notes. When lunchtime rolls around, I end up sitting alone, as per usual. Aww. The room fills with chatter, but I don't say a word. My lips remain clamped together. I only open them so I can eat my lunch. It's not like I'm lonely or anything, though, so please don't misunderstand. I'm not being bullied either. I could go and talk to people if I wanted to. I just don't. I like being on my own. Same here. I may be alone, but I am never lonely. That has never crossed my mind, really. I mean, I've thought about it, contemplated whether I am lonely or not. Have I always come to the conclusion that no, I'm not. I don't think I can be. With the way my mind works, and it's... Sometimes I go into the we aspect of myself. And that's not true, not accurate, but it feels that way sometimes. I don't know, it's weird. I don't try to make sense of my brain. It's a fool's errand. My mother's pretty famous, so I get asked questions about her a lot. It's always, your mother's so pretty, Ri, or could your mother introduce me to Yamada, Ri, or just how rich is your mother anyway, Ri? It's never, how are you today, Ri? Or, could you help me with my homework, Ri? Or, did you catch that TV show that was on yesterday evening, Ri? Nobody asks me about me. That's probably because they're not interested in me. I learned that a long time ago. Right. Okay, that explains that. That explains the, I guess, social distance. I guess. That's a shame. That's kind of unfortunate. That's not the healthiest upbringing with your fellow peers. My horoscope this morning might have said something about making new friends, but I don't want any friends, new or old. In all honesty, I can't stand other people. I mean, other people are fine. It's just a matter of all sorts of things. I'm not sure anymore. I think they should be finished by now. Finished by what? I put my pen down and get to my feet, stretching. The bones in my arms click alarmingly. I wonder if I should take this as a sign. Maybe I should drink more milk. Well, that's not my fault. I try to drink my milk, but somebody keeps getting in the way. Does Dad care about the homeless cats that stalk our streets more than he cares about me, his only daughter? I wouldn't put it past him. Well, no, come on now. He absolutely cares about you more than anything and anyone else. Okay, maybe except your mother. He might care about her a bit more. Maybe, because he's known her for longer. But, parental love is a weird thing. Anyway, don't think that. It's wrong. He goes berserk over anything small, cute, and fluffy. Which describes you as well, Ri? Well, I bought some milk on the way home from school, so I guess I can have a glass of it now. That wasn't the only thing I bought either. I also picked up some butter, cocoa powder, and eggs. Oh, perfect. We just need some flour and we can make a cake. We can make a cake, a delicious cake. Most people don't know this. I don't have anybody to tell. But I really like baking. It's a hobby I picked up from Dad, since he's always in the kitchen. Baking is good. Bake stuff. It's also super easy. Just put the ingredients she listed together in the bowl, mix them up, and then just pour them in the thing. And then put them in the thing, and bake them for an amount of things, and then you get a thing. It's edible, mostly, unless you burn it. Then it's not. If it's undercooked, that's fine. You can still eat the raw dough anyway. It's not the greatest idea, honestly. It's not the greatest idea, but it's edible. It's fine. It's doable. I've done it. I've survived. I'm healthy enough. Moving on. I didn't go to kindergarten when I was a kid. I stayed at home with Dad, and he looked after me. I was too small to ever see over the tops of the kitchen counters back then, so Dad got me a stool to stand on. I don't need that stool anymore, but I think we still have it lying around the house somewhere. Like, stools are useful. You need to get... It's very helpful for getting on the top shelves of these things. Of the shelves, I guess. Dad isn't the most reliable of people, but he was a good teacher. Some might question the safety of giving a 4-year-old girl a sharp knife, or letting her stir soup over the oven, but Dad kept a careful eye on me, and I never cut or burnt myself. Good. That's good. That's very good. Paying attention like that. Also, it is important to let kids experiment with semi-dangerous things in a controlled environment. Let them get hurt. They'll learn. Kids are sturdy. They're made of magic. For like the first, 20 years of their life or so. They're made of magic. They can survive most things that would hospitalize an adult. It's fine. It's fine. Let them make the mistakes. That's how they learn. That's the best way to learn, in fact. Okay, maybe not the best way. Everyone has different ways to learn, but it's fine. It's fine. He taught me a lot of useful things, like how to peel potatoes, how to cut onions without crying. I mean, that one is easy, just don't have your face over the onions as you cut them. That's super easy. But it's an important lesson to know, yes. If you want to avoid crying, then just have your face be at a diagonal instead of just a vertical line below them. It's such a basic thing. And how to tell when chicken is cooked all the way through. It needs to be almost white, I believe. And how to peel potatoes. I mean, there's potato peelers. Simple enough as well. Very simple. Baking was always my favorite, though. I liked sprinkling flour over the counters and rolling out dough with a wooden pin. I especially liked cutting out shapes in the dough with all the different cookie cutters Dad had stashed away in the kitchen cupboards. It used to feel rewarding when the cookies or pies or pastries Dad and I made came out of the oven, piping hot, ready to be eaten. God damn, I'm gonna be Once this is done, I'm gonna go and bake something myself, because that sounds delicious. Got some chocolates left. Got some hazelnuts, I believe they're called in English. I'm not sure. Got some bananas that I can use in the dough alongside the eggs. Oh shit, I've ran out of sugar though. Fuck. I guess I'll make some salty pastries instead. Do I have any? Anyway, that's not a relevant discussion here. I still enjoy baking now. That's what I was doing earlier, before I made a start on my homework. I saw these cute cookies on a TV show that looked like little chessboards, set with alternating black and white squares. As soon as I saw them, I knew I had to try making them. Baking that as one thing sounds difficult. Probably easier to just bake two different squares and then cut them up and like stitch them together with like something sticky and make that. That sounds delicious. That sounds actually delicious. Yes. I'm gonna be very distracted during this whenever they bring up baking stuff. God damn it. The sweet smell of warm dough that drifts from downstairs is delicious. It's almost like it's calling out to me. I hum to myself in higher spirits than usual as I head downstairs. I wonder what I should eat my cookies with. I mean, milk is good. Oh, these kinds good. Yeah, these good. Milk is always a good choice. Warm cookies, fresh out of the oven, so hot they scald the fingertips, are even more delicious when paired with cool, refreshing milk. Yes, ice cream is another good option. Vanilla ice cream is the best, because you can modify it to be any kind of other ice cream. Even though technically vanilla is its own flavor, but it's not. Like, come on now. Yes, it is, but it's not. We all know that vanilla is not an actual flavor. Even though it is, but it's fucking not. You know it's not. Let's not pretend that it is. Let's not pretend that it is. Even though it is, but it's not. But maybe I could try coffee instead. Coffee? Ew. I don't drink coffee. I don't like that coffee. I don't need the caffeine. I really don't think kids should drink any caffeine. Kids have a limitless energy generation capability. So they definitely don't need anything to stimulate that further. That's... no. Hell no. I've never drank coffee more than like... I only had like one... I don't think I've ever had a full cup of coffee ever. No. Anyway. The bitterness of coffee beans mixed with the sweetness of the cookies would create a great contrast. Then again, hot chocolate might be nice too. Yes, hot chocolate's the best as well. There are so many options, it's hard to pick just one. Well, that's the brilliant part. You can have... Okay, some of those are kind of... can't be mixed together. Because they can't... But when I open the kitchen door... Hello? Hello? Hello, suddenly a goat demon. I see something, or someone rather, who definitely shouldn't be there. But she is. Hello there, adorable little thing, munching on some cookies, sheepishly. It's a girl. She looks about my age, maybe slightly younger. Her hair is short and blonde, curling around her face like a halo. I don't think I've ever seen somebody with such pretty hair before. Her hair isn't the only unusual thing about her, though. Far from it. Is it just my imagination, or does she have curly horns protruding from the top of her head? And just there, peeking out from the bottom of her shirt, is that tail? Human food really is delicious. I look at the oven. The door is wide open and the tray of cookies that should be baking inside it is not. Somebody must have stolen my cookies. Gee, could it be the one who's eating them right now in front of your face? With my incredible deductive skills, it doesn't take me very long to work out who the culprit is. Aha. Hey, who are you, and what do you think you're doing in my house? Ah, the girl blinks. Her eyes are bright red, like precious jewels. Her eyelashes, however, are so pale they're almost white. If those eyelashes weren't there to offset her burning irises, I might be frozen to the spot or turned to stone. The girl crunches the last cookie, my cookie, between her teeth and swallows. Then she gets to her feet and stabs an accusatory finger in my direction. Okay. What are you doing here? Why is she talking like I'm the one who broke into her house? Does she have any decency? Well, she is a demon. Judging by her ridiculous outfit, maybe not. Fair enough. What do you mean? What am I doing here? What are you doing here? I came here on an important mission to eat some cookies. I mean, eating cookies is very important. Yes, that is correct. She has not told a lie as far as I'm concerned. To eat the cookies I just made? No, that was just collateral. Yes. What are you talking about? I'm saying you're very, very lucky. Ahem. My name is Licia Diavis, and I am a demon from the deepest, darkest depths of hell. I was sent here to reap your soul, she says as she gives it like a little cat grin. It sounds so confident. Adorable. That's adorable. That he's just pouting. Ah, this is cute. Silence descends. I stare at her. She stares back. Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? Of all the ridiculous things, I certainly didn't expect that. My soul? That's right. However, since I'm a nice demon, I'll give you another chance to redeem yourself. What has she even done? She's like an elementary school kid, so she's like, what, 10 years old or something? I'll stay with you for a week. If you can make me something nice to eat every single day, then I'll let you live. Feed me or I'll reap your soul. How does that sound? Sure. Is she seriously asking me that? She's asking me what I think. Moocher. Oh no, there's choice. Oh fuck, I have to make choices. I unquestioningly accept everything. Oh, alright, you're a demon, I get it. That makes complete sense. I know, right? It's all very simple. Don't give me that, of course I don't believe you, you idiot. Okay. Ow. Bonk on there. I'm loving this already. Excellent. What was that for? You didn't need to flick me. I'm perfectly within my rights to flick you. You just broke into my house, and now you're telling me you're a demon. What did you think I was going to do? If anything, I'm being too lenient with her. I should probably call the police. I should have known this would be difficult. You humans are all blockheads. You're unable to see the truth even when it's staring right at you. That's what Mom and Dad say, anyway. What truth is she talking about? I see no truth, other than the fact this girl is breaking the law. If you don't make me lots of delicious food, I really will reap your soul. I'm not kidding around, I'm being serious. Sure you are. Is my soul so cheap it's only worth a few cookies? Granted, they were pretty nice cookies, at least I assume they were, since I never actually got to eat them or any of them. But still. I'd like to think that a genuine human soul carries a higher price than that on the black market. Otherwise, I might start questioning the worth of my own life. Oh no, of course not. Human souls are precious things. That's why I'm asking you to let me stay here. If you don't want me to steal your soul, then you should try to make me lots of delicious food to balance out the books. That's nonsensical though. You say that, but I think you're just being greedy. Maybe. We can't get what we want. Can't get what we want in life unless we ask for it. That's what Lucrezia tells me, and she's super smart. She's made a killing on the stock market. Okay. Excellent. I don't know who this Lucrezia person is, but don't ask. I have other things on my mind. Yes. Let's get around to... I mean, come on, we don't have a story for refuse. Agree to Licia's demands. Fuck it, why not? It's a fun thing to do. Go, go, go. I look Licia up and down, frowning. What can I say to her? I don't know if this is a prank or not, but she seems awfully committed. Moreover, she does have those horns and that tail. There's a chance they could be fake, but... Yank on the tail. Come on, yank on the tail. Come on, come on, come on. Ah! A sudden shiver shakes down my spine. There's something strange about this girl's tail. Stranger than the fact that she has a tail to begin with, I mean. It isn't sitting there, static, like a piece of plastic or a cheap prop in a school play. It's moving. The tail that peeks out from the back of our shirt is, unmistakably, pulsating. Like something alive. Something warm and fleshy with bones and muscles. Come on, yoink at the tail. Come on, come on, come on. As much as I want to, I can't believe that this is just a prank. Come on, yoink at the tail. Confirm it. This girl really is a demon. A real demon. Alright, Licia, I suppose I'll listen to what you have to say, for now. Yay! Does that mean you're going to make me lots of delicious food? Are you going to make me delicious food right now? No, there's still one hurdle you must overcome if you want to be welcomed into my family. A hurdle? That's right. It could be the biggest challenge you've ever had to face in your demonic little life. This Lycia girl might have met any manner of horrible ghouls and goblins and fallen angels in her lifetime, but I doubt she's ever had to face a being quite as cynical, quite as sarcastic, and quite as terrifying as a 10-year-old girl. Modern girl, eh? As my mother. Fucking jump scares all of a sudden. Oh, and they get to meet her. Oh, okay. Okay, sure. Oh my gosh, she's so cute. She looks like a regular Shirley Temple. It's a reference to a thing I don't know what that is. Okay, you know what? These streams are also a learning experience. Who is Shirley Temple? Let's look that up. Shirley Temple. Let's see. That is... well, she's old now. But in the younger days, she's... I get similarity. American actress, singer, dancer, diplomat, blah, 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 blah. And child actress from 1934. Okay, sure. I guess. Yeah, that works. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Alright, that's a very old reference. Then again, maybe not. Right, not terrifying at all. Why would she be terrifying to this girl? Her eyes are so big and her hair is so soft. She's just like a doll. And what did you say your name was, dear? Lycia? That's right, my name's Lycia Dia Evelis. Dia Evelis. Diablis. Diablo. What a pretty name. It must be foreign. Where do you come from, dear? From the pits of hell. I come from hell, of course. Hell? Is that in Norway? I mean, there probably is a few places called hell around the world. I think so. I've never been very good with geography. She looks Slavic, though, doesn't she? I guess pale skin, like, pale blonde hair, as opposed to, I mean, not this super, like, sunshine yellow hair the mom has. I must say, I'm impressed. Your Japanese is perfect. Thank you, I've been studying. And why did you want to come to Japan? Because I want to eat lots of, Reap soul. You girls in your imagination. I was always playing fantasy games when I was little too, pretending I could use magic and whatnot. I don't remember reaping any souls though. Just men's hearts, right, Yuki? You know it. God damn it. So, Lissy, are you going to be staying here long? Is this part of some cultural exchange program? Oh, who the fuck? Aren't you listening? There's no cultural exchange program. She really is a demon. I mean, she has a tail and everything, and the horns and stuff. Don't be silly. She might be from Norway, but that doesn't mean she's a demon. Okay. That's right, calling this young girl a demon just because her culture is a bit different from our own is too cruel. We didn't raise you to be so unaccepting. Things have turned around for you. But she has horns and tail. How do you explain that? This must be a fashion trend. I've seen Stranger Things in magazines. Okay, sure. I guess we do have to just explain away the hurdles of adults in the room. And just, they're dumb. They're being a bit dumb. And we can get to the cuteness and stuff like that. And other hijinks. Personally, I think those horns are really cute. They go nicely with your outfit, Lycia. Thank you very much. And she's polite too. What a perfect little lady. A perfect lady? Yeah, right. If she really was perfect, she wouldn't have threatened to steal my soul. Reap your soul. It's a difference. I think. Maybe. I don't know. But I think I'm fighting a losing battle here. You think. All the characters are on Lycia's side there. For whatever reason, my parents seem fully dedicated to being as dense as possible. Look, they just need to be gotten out of the way for the other hijinks. I would have expected this kind of behavior from dad, but mom? Maybe she's just excited because she likes cute girls. She's really into idol groups. She says it's because she wants to keep track of all her opponents in the showbiz industry, but I think she's fond of them. I mean, she is a mom and she's in her 30s now. Like, she's softened up. Rivals. It would have been nice if you told us that your friend from Norway is coming to stay with us, though. We must seem so slovenly greeting her like this. We haven't even prepared anywhere for her to sleep. That's because I didn't know she was coming here either. Well, no matter. What's done is done. We'd love it. Love it. Why can't I speak? Come on now. We'd love it if you could stay with us, Lissy. It will be our pleasure. I'm so happy. Thank you so much. And just like that, Lycia the Eviless, a demon who wants to reap my soul, is invited to live in my house. Excellent. Excellent. There we go. And sharing a bed, probably. Oh yeah, what's that? That's my stuffed alpaca. His name is Gil. I know stuffed animals are a little childish. I mean, you are 10 years old or something like that, so that's normal. But I can't get rid of them. They were some of my best and only friends a few years ago, and throwing them out would be far too sad. Like, you don't throw these kind of mementos out. Why the fuck would you do that? Like, if I rummaged around, I could still find some, like, stuffed animals and other toys from my childhood around. Like, I've still got the Lego set. Well, not sets, I just got a box of Legos somewhere. Somewhere within 10 feet of me. I don't know where exactly, but I know it's there. And like a box full of bionicle parts as well. And like a construction kit. Somewhere. It's somewhere. Anyway, those things, like, they have memories, they're important to you. Don't go throwing them out just because you're supposedly older. Fuck that. That's bullshit. You don't throw away your past just because you think you've crossed some kind of threshold into being, you know, a teenager or an adult. Or whatever else. Like, that's dumb. That's dumb. That's teenage thinking, like, you gotta rebel against the things. No. You don't do that. You don't do that. You embrace the things that make you happy, and that's all that matters, really. As long as they don't harm others or are straight up just illegal, as the caveat, I guess. I have to put that there. But, like, come on now, let's be reasonable here. Let's be reasonable, people. Oh, I see. And who's this? That's my other stuffed alpaca. His name is Koto. Gil and Koto. I see. Koto and Gil, huh? Gil looks kind of grumpy, don't you think? No, Gil is the one who's smiling. Koto is the grumpy one. And you'd be grumpy too if you'd killed your own father. He killed his father? That's right, it's a long story. Sure. I've spent a lot of time playing with those alpacas, so they have a long, sprawling backstories that couldn't be explained without a full-length visual narrative. 2 animated spin-offs, several movies, and a slew of manga and light novels. Sure. And what's that, Ree? A clock? That's right, it's dead though. I need to buy some new batteries. That's where you get a clockwork. Clock. That's the whole point of the word clockwork. You just wind it up with the... Oh, what the fuck is the word I'm looking for in English? God damn it. I don't even know the word in Latvian anymore. What the fuck is happening? It's lost. The word's lost on me. The thing that makes the clockwork things move and rotate, you wind it up. Spring! There we go. The fuck? Wind up a spring. Sometimes basic words elude me. That happens as well. That's just the way the brain works sometimes, I guess. It's not great, but, you know, it's a thing. Anyway, moving on. And I don't plan on doing that anytime soon. The clock was a present from Dad, but it ticks way too loud. It's impossible to get to sleep with that thing turned on. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's a nice decoration, at least. Or take it apart. Things like that taken apart are quite fascinating. Although then you can never put them back together. At least I never could. I like taking things apart like that when I was a very small kid, but they never could figure out how to put them back together. I'm not very good at being mechanically minded, unfortunately. It's just, I can operate machinery, no problem. But you want me to fix it? No. I'm gonna break it. Most things I touch, I break. It's really not great. I'm too brutal. I'm just way too brutal with things. Because they're just things. They don't matter. Things are things. Screw things. They're not alive. I don't know. My brain's weird. And what about all those books here? The ones on the top shelf are my English textbooks. The bottom ones are the novels. Lizzie picks up one of my books without asking and begins to flip through it. I think about scolding her, but I'm barely able to open my mouth when... Wow, how can you read all this? The writing is so tiny and there aren't even any pictures. Please, I'm 9 years old, she's 9 years old, so I overestimated her. I don't need pictures to keep my mind engaged. Pictures are nice though. Pictures are nice. I like pictures. Give me pictures. But it looks so dull. I'm getting tired just skimming through it. I mean, text is also nice though. But that's adorable. We're in a visual novel. Of course I like pictures. I then put it back. I didn't say you could rifle through my things, did I? I suppose not. Licia giggles and slots my book back onto the shelf. Irritatingly, she doesn't put it back in the correct place. I'm going to need to sort that out at some point. Maybe when she goes to have her bath. Having Licia in my room, prodding and poking at every single little thing, is an odd experience. I've never had friends stay over before, mostly because I've never had any friends, and I'm not used to it. I don't like it when mom or dad come into my room, let alone a complete stranger. Well, so long as Licia doesn't search under my bed, it should be fine. Obviously. I can cope with at least this many unwanted intrusions. Guess where the next scene is gonna be. You know, I only really read manga. I like manga a lot. So do I. I do too. It's very fun. It's very neat. The visuals really help a lot. You do you? Yes, I like romance stories, especially ones with lots of roses and sparkles. So do I, actually. I do love those. Those are absolutely adorable and heartwarming and just precious. I love that. Those are my favorite things, honestly. Like, sprinkled with a bit of comedy as well. That's like perfect. Those are perfect. I love that. I literally have like a bookmark folder that's just like labeled super sweet manga. That's like all just the super cutesy and fun stuff like that. It's like I didn't realize manga was so popular in hell. Especially not girly romance manga. I don't even read those kinds of stories. You should, they're fun. They're really adorable. I knew manga has been getting more and more popular lately. I mean, it's been around for centuries. It's not really faded from popularity ever, as far as I understand, at least in Japan. Although, who am I? I don't know anything. I'm just some random bumfuck Nowhereville's guy. But I didn't realize that market was that lucrative. Well, I don't know if it's popular in hell in general, but mom likes those kinds of stories. We have a huge bookcase at home filled with volumes of Silky Mami and Violet of Versailles. Okay, are those real things? Because if they are, those sound like recommendations to me, which I am going to look up. So, Silky Mami. Is that a thing? Doesn't appear to be. No. Nope, it's just... Nope. It's some kind of random podcast, so I'm guessing this is not gonna be a thing. Is that a reference to something? God damn it. Violet... Oh. The Violet of... Versailles. It's nothing either. Nope. Damn it. Bollocks. What does it refer to? What is it a reference to? Shit, I kinda wanna know. Is it a reference to something? I hope it... bollocks. Alright, fine. I'm not getting recommendations right now then. Your mother likes that kind of thing. Yeah, she loves Japanese culture. We even have a bonsai tree in our garden. A pause. It keeps dying though, since the air in hell is filled with sulfur. Right. Well, good job. Good job, Licia's mom. Does your mother also wear kimonos around the house and put chopstick in her hair? She isn't really a kimono kind of person. At least that's something. She prefers to dress up as cute characters from anime and manga. Of course, she's a cosplayer. Oh no, it's even worse than I thought. It's better than you thought. Come on now. Japanophilia is a scary thing. It hasn't just reached the Western world, it's also managed to pollute hell itself. Cool, good. I approve. Why must I, a cute and innocent girl of only 9 years, live in such a corrupt world? That's one hell of a statement to make. So, is that why you can speak Japanese? That's right, Mom insisted. She said all of her daughters had to learn the language. I grew up watching anime and reading manga. I suppose that answers one question then. And I was beginning to wonder whether conveniently Japanese was the most common language amongst the denizens of hell. Now I know Licia, and by extent her family, must be a special case. What language do you usually speak in hell then? English, of course, of course. So we hail from the Christian hell, eh? Of course. If you're in the business of ferrying souls, it makes sense that you'd speak one of the most common languages on Earth. I mean, technically speaking, English would be what? I guess it is the most common language on Earth, given the native and second language speakers who use it as second language. But like then you have like Chinese Mandarin, because that's got like what 1.3 billion speakers of that, plus all the people who speak that as a second language or third or whatever. And then you have India, Hindu, that's also got like 1.2, 1.1 or something like that billion speakers there. But then you have Spanish, which is like half of like South America. There we go. Fuck me. North and South sometimes get mixed up in my brain. I don't know why, but it does. But yeah, you got half of like South America speaking that or more, plus Spain, plus other places that they colonized during their period, doing the thing. So yeah, now those are the 4 biggest languages on Earth, I think. I mean, I could just look that up, but unlike random hopeful recommendations for some random manga or whatever, I'm not gonna look that up because no, those are my priorities. Real facts I can get? Nah. Fake, entertainment? Yes, please. Anyway, don't you think you should be going for a bath now? It's getting late. And I want to put my bookshelf back in order. I know that book still isn't in the right place, and it's bothering me. Sure, I'm used to washing in sulfur, so having a bath in a human house sounds like fun. Far be it from me to judge, but bathing in sulfurous water doesn't sound appealing at all. In fact, it sounds downright dangerous. In fact, it should be lethal. Are you going to come too, Lee? I will when you're finished up. But I thought all Japanese people bathe together. It's what my mother said. You wash yourselves in hot springs, right? They're like the ones in hell, but with less brimstone. People might bathe together in hot springs, but there isn't a hot spring in my house. We just have a plain, ordinary bathtub. But it's big enough to share, right? Even if it is big enough to share, I don't want to. Sorry to break to you, but I don't feel comfortable having a bath with a complete stranger. Huh? Are you sure about that? I'm very sure. And there are no 2 ways about it. There we go. These aren't real choices. Good. I'm sure. I don't even need to think about it. I am not going to bathe with you. That's reasonable. It is a complete stranger, and that's a very... Bath time is a very vulnerable time as well. So you don't want to be... Why is Lizzie being so insistent anyway? I hardly even know her. Clingy people are so annoying. But I'm not used to bathing by myself. I always do with my sisters. I'll be lonely in the tub on my own. Oh, come on now. Tough. Tough. You'll have to do as best you can. Yeah. Boo. Okay, that's cute. Pouty little kids. They're adorable. They want to get something silly and ridiculous and they can't. Well, it probably wouldn't be that nice bathing with you anyway. There we go, there's the little, like... And what do you mean by that? Sudden shlink noises. Cutting bobs with each other. My sisters are nice and kind to me, but you're a huge meanie. I bet you wouldn't even care if I got shampoo in my eyes. That's right, I wouldn't. I'd laugh at your for being stupid enough to get shampoo in your eyes in the first place. If you want somebody to dote and coddle you like a baby, why don't you pester my mom instead? Be loud. Oh my, did somebody call me? She was listening through the door, wasn't she? God damn it. That's a little creepy. Mom, what are you doing here? I was just passing by. Bullshit, you were waiting for the right opportunity. I call bullshit on that. But it's like you appeared out of nowhere. Does my mother know magic? If that weren't so ridiculous, I'd almost be tempted to believe it. Isn't it about time that the 2 of you had a bath? It's getting late. I want to have a bath, but Ree's being mean. She won't bathe with me, even though I asked nicely, and I don't like bathing on my own. My, that truly is terrible. How could you be so cold, Ree? I'm not being cold. I have a right to refuse. Yes, you do. You always have a right to refuse. Never forget that. Well, it's a good thing I'm not selfish, unlike you. Would you like to share a bath with me, Licia? I'm good at washing hair, since I have so much of it. I'll be very gentle, and I won't get shampoo in your eyes. Huh? You promise? I promise, I'd never want to make a sweet young girl like you cry. I'll be very, very careful. Yay, thank you, Miss Yukine. It's not a problem at all, sweetheart. Ugh. Why does Mom have to bow to Lucy's wishes anyway? Because she wants to. She has a second daughter now, basically. One who is not as cold as you are, apparently. I can't remember the last time she bathed with me. Not that I'm jealous or anything. Oh, god damn it. There we go. You got these flags now. Not that I'm jealous or anything. Come on now. That line. I'm more than capable of looking after myself. If you have a chance to be pampered, take it. It's nice. Being pampered and coddled and taken care of. Hugs are nice. Come on now. Get a hug from your mom. It's good. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Lucy lies on my bedroom floor, curled up in the futon Dad prepared for her. She smiles up at me, her eager eyes framed by her curly hair. I can't believe it. I finally got to go on a trip away from home. I'm so excited. I'm exhausted given the events of today, but Lisa's comment catches my attention. Does that mean you've never left home before? No, I haven't. This is the first time. And don't your parents mind? They're not worried about you, are they? They won't come to my house looking for you, and damn me and my family to hell for abducting their darling daughter, will they? The very last thing I want is for Satan and the illustrious bride of Satan, no doubt cosplaying as a Japanese high school girl, to turn up on my doorstep. Just what would the neighbors say? Oh, that's what you're worried about, what the neighbors say. No, they won't. I told them I was going to go away for a while, so they shouldn't worry. I planned this trip lots and lots, and my sisters helped me too. Well, they'll probably worry a bit because Dad's very overprotective, and I'm the youngest in the family, but it's fine. If I get homesick, I can just open up a portal to hell and go back anytime I want. Well, that's convenient. Goddamn demons and their magic portals. I want, like, we need portal technology. Like, that would solve, like, what, like 70% of humanity's problems if we just had instant transportation. Like, even if it's complicated and takes a while, if you can like, just being able, even if it's restricted to just one, composite material at a time, that would solve so many fucking problems. Like, just, like a boulder of, like, some kind of metal, like aluminium, just teleport, like, takes an hour, but, dematerializes in one place, materializes another place instantly. That could solve so many problems, just as simple as that. Just the infrastructure and logistics that would solve. Fucking hell. That would be so convenient. That would be so good. Like people always just go for, like, the human teleportation thing, but we have instant communication already. So physical presence is, like, it would be nice, but that's secondary. Physically transporting, materials, now that would be a game changer. That would be the biggest game changer ever. Goddamn, that would be massive. Yeah. Fuck personal teleporters. Just industrial scale teleportation. That's the thing we need. That's the thing we really need. Even if it's just one atomic structure at a time, like, one element at a time, like, even then that's massive. That would be so massive. Oh, a portal to hell. That's good. How nice. Really? Of course not. I don't want you opening any portals to hell inside my house. All kinds of weird things could call crawling out. Oh, you're right. I didn't think of that. That can happen sometimes. Well, that's bad. Well, it's no big deal. I'll just have to go into the forest and open up the portal there. Hey, don't leave fucking demon dogs in the forest. That's an invasive species. Don't you do that. You gotta be responsible. We need, like, it doesn't matter if a few birds or trees get incinerated in the process, does it? I mean, not really. As long as the fire burns out very quickly and doesn't spread, then it's fine enough. That's just fertilizer, effectively, but, like, come on now. Incinerated? What kind of evil magic rests inside Lissy's little body? Well, she is a demon from hell, so evil magic is default? Do I even want to know? No, let's keep that a secret. Let's keep it vague so that we can do whatever we want with that. Do whatever you want, just don't do it around other people. You could hurt them. Aye aye, Captain. A small silence descends upon us, but I still can't relax. Everything about Lissy's existence invites questions, and I'm starting to get a headache. And how do you open this portal back to hell anyway? You don't need to murder any chickens and paint weird symbols on the ground in their blood, do you? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Well, that's irresponsible. Come on now. I mean, okay, fine, she's a young little demon, so she doesn't know, but still. That's very irresponsible. She's being very, very irresponsible. What do you mean you're not sure? I've never done it before, so I don't know. Well, great. But if you don't know how to make these portal things, how did you get out of hell in the first place? My biggest sister helped me. She's really smart. Jeez. My palm collides against my forehead with a dull thud. I think I lost a few brain cells there. It's fine. It's fine. It's organic, it regenerates, they create new ones anyway, so it's fine. I don't want to be rude or anything, but I get the feeling you're not very good at forward thinking. Gee, what could give you that? What gave you that impression? Was it the fact that she was caught red-handed eating some cookies? You might have a point. I put a lot of thoughts into this trip though. Really? Yes, I heard the food in Japan is really good. You have all kinds of interesting dishes like sushi and ramen and beef bowls and dango and those really cute fish-shaped pancakes stuffed with sweet red bean paste. Don't you mean taiyaki? Isn't that what I said? No, it isn't. You used like 10 words. And there are lots and lots of things I want to do in Japan too. I want to see the falling cherry blossoms, and I want to see some real maids roaming free in the wild, and I want to see a schoolgirl running into her one true love with a piece of toast in her mouth and going, yeah! I can't do a high voice like that. You can't believe everything you see in anime, you know. And what's this about maids roaming free? They're not cattle. Maids have thoughts and feelings too. Yes, they do. Free-range maids. That's... I don't even know what that even could refer to. What? That might be... And I really want to go to a festival and see some fireworks. And eat candy floss and mochi and dango and yakisoba and takoyaki and corn cobs and saori and chocolate-coated bananas. God damn, that does sound good. God. You'll get sick if you eat all of that. I don't think there are any festivals going on around here. I pause. Wait, I think there is a festival happening at the local shrine tomorrow evening. I know. I glare at Lissy. This timing seems a little too perfect. I mean, she did plan it, so it's not really suspicious at all. How did you know? She did her research. Come on now, keep up. I already told you, I planned this trip carefully with my big sisters. Fia looked all this stuff up for me on the internet. And of course, hell has internet. You can use the internet in hell too. Of course you can. Yep, isn't that convenient? The internet is so great. So let me get this straight. Yes, please. Clarify things for us, Suri. This demon girl decided to invade my home and disrupt my everyday life because of some wildly inaccurate anime cliches and the food. Is that it? Yes. Yes, it is. Correct. What a farce. The music agrees with you. Indeed, what a farce. Day 2. Tuesday. Okay, alright, I think my brain is beginning to melt. It is the end of the workday, so my brain is not able to keep up with this for too long. But that's fine, it's fine. We'll continue this tomorrow. On the thing. Why? Where are you? There we go. Takes a moment to creep up. Let's save slot 1 at that time. Like that, we can see the actual date. 9:57 is when I saved this. Okay. So. Sure. Now then. Now that we are in the intermission stages here, let's stay hydrated. Yes, drink your water. I shall drink my water as well. And then we have, as we depart, we have some music recommendations for the lot of you here. Let's see, this time around we have what we have. We have Prince 7, because that's a title of a song. You can have anything as a title of a song. There's a song that's literally titled 8, Literally just the hum sound like 4 times. Anyway, then Otis Redding, Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone. Phil Collins, Every Day. The Do, Crazy Noisy Bizarre Town from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 4. Personally, that's my least favorite one, but it's fine, but it's kind of boring. And Deep Purple, Child in Time. And that's that for now. We've got the introduction things, we've got the setup for the thing, and the next part will continue most of the week. Day 2, Day 3, Day 4, maybe even Day 5. We'll see how long we go next time. We'll see. But for now, I say to you, bye-bye, ta-ta. See you in a little bit. Yes, indeed, we will. We will. Bye-bye now. Getting very close to the microphone to say goodbye. Alright, there we go. Back with Schmor Strawberry Vinegar. 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 Okay, no, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, look, it's the weekend now, and I have not turned on my brain at all. We don't need to turn my brain on. That's useless. So, what happened? Nothing? Nothing. Good. Like to keep this part short if there's nothing to do. So, moving on from that, and I keep forgetting this thing. I like this thing. And I keep forgetting about it because it's an additional thing. That's why I want to keep everything as skeletal and minimal as possible. Because if I add little frills like that one, like that thing on the side, I forget about it. It's look, I've already got too many things going on. Like I can't be bothered with additional things. My setup is maximum bare bones skeletal. I have OBS. I have the Wavelink for the microphone. I have VTube Studio for the thing. I have the game in the background currently. I have a few scenes with different background images. And I have this music list here and there. Additionally, the browser tab that I can toggle on and off. All done with the mouse, because I don't have hotkeys. That's complicated. I want to keep things very, very simple. It's already making a mess of my brain. And that's it. There's no additional programs. It just goes from the microphone to the OBS thing, and that's it. There's no voice meter, there's no additional mixer things, there's no additional filters beyond. Like there's compressor filter and expander to catch some of the background noise and get rid of it. At least when I go quiet for half the second that happens. But that's it. That's it. Anyone who thinks they need a lot of different weird things do this kind of stuff is wrong. It's wrong. All you need is a microphone, really. And all the other stuff is free, and like a decent internet connection. And that's it. That's it. That's literally all you need. You don't need a fancy model like I do. I'm not sure how fancy it is, but anyway. Anyway, this is useless talk. Moving on. Let's do some reading of the exercise kind of my past. Short story 29. The silence is unsealed. Now we wait for a star. One that can make the silenced smile before all relinquish their voices. Sing to the dance at midnight when the star will make its debut and drown out the silence once more, or become part of the next seal. Enticing silence, damned be its beauty. In the moment of peace, the mind lets go and fills itself with grandiose nothing. Another poem thing. I apparently really had a poetry phase back in 2018. The fuck is even that all about? I don't know. I don't even know if it counts as a poem. I don't know if it rhymed or there was a rhythm or anything like that. I don't know. I never cared about that. I just wrote things. Whatever my gut was telling me. I still do that with the Reign of Dio stories at the end of the week. That you will hear one of at the end of this completed archive thing. Later. Anyway, enough of that. enough of any of this nonsense. Let's get into it. Let's get into the strawberry vinegar. Let's load it up. There go crunchy sounds. Continuing on from yesterday. Day 2. Wow, can I really have this? Do you mean it, Ree? I already forgot what voices I gave them. They're kids. They have kid voices, and that's the best I can do. I sigh. I seem to be doing that a lot lately. Oh, come on, embrace. You'll turn around. You're gonna like her. Ree. It's not a present. I expect you to return it after the week is over. I know that, but it's so cute. It's the cutest thing I've ever seen. It's only a school uniform. You say that, but it's nothing like the uniform I have to wear back home. The uniforms in hell are all black, and we have to wear blazers, and they're super boring. Okay. I'm so happy I decided to come to Japan. Licia giggles and does a twirl, her school skirt fluttering. Not only is your food delicious, but your uniforms are super cute too. It's nice that you're so easily amused. Hey, there's nothing wrong with being easily amused. I am easily amused, and I am super happy all the time as well. Well, most of the time. Like, embrace that. You don't have to be ignorant. You just have to choose to not care. And you can enjoy all the silliest things in the world. Like this little silly visual novel. I'm enjoying it so far. It's lovely. It's cute. It's silly. And it's very simple. I mean, so far we've only just begun, really. To be perfectly honest, I don't want Licia to come to school with me. I don't like it when people pay attention to me, and Licia, with her horns and tail, will definitely attract attention. Especially given she's so loud. I didn't think Mom would be able to enroll Licia at my school so quickly, but I forgot one crucial detail. My mother can be very persuasive when she wants to be. Great. It's good. We have a character that can enable anything to happen. Convenient plot excuses. Good. All she had to do was flirt with Mr. Ogawa, the headmaster, for 5 minutes on the phone this morning, and he was swayed. Of course. Of course. Typical tropes. Of course I'll let Licia attend our school. The doors of Hikage Elementary are always open for international students. The importance of cultural exchange cannot be overlooked. He went through multiple voices in that single sentence. I bet he said something like that, probably. That man will do anything to score points with my mother. That's a little perverted. He'd probably shave off all his hair and paint his head purple if she asked. Typical dumbass male character, eh? Will do anything as long as he's pleased. Or the idea of being pleased, eh? Or something like that. Just, bleh, bleh, whatever. I'm going to look so adorable. I bet everybody will praise me. And that's precisely what I'm worried about. I'm starting to feel sick, and I haven't even had breakfast yet. I mean, that's the point. Have some breakfast and you'll feel better. I had a massive headache this morning. Then I had some food and then it went away eventually. I mean, it took hours, so probably unrelated, but still. Eat your food, drink your water. It's good for you. Healthy body, healthy mind. Sometimes literally. So, Licia, do you like it? Don't pester Licia like that, dear. This is her first day here, and may well be her first time having a Japanese breakfast. You'll give her indigestion if you keep looming over her. Are you saying that I look scary? Oh no, he's having almost a heart attack from that. You do when you wrinkle your face up like that. If I didn't know you better, dear, I'd think that you were about to have a stroke. Oh no, I don't really have a frightening face, do I, Ree? No, of course he doesn't. He looks like a baby, basically. He just looks so innocent and weak and pathetic, kind of. I think Mom might have a point. You do look a little scary. How? The fuck what are you talking about? How does he look scary at all? He looks like the weakest little twink imaginable or something like that. I think that's the word. I think that might be an insulting word, twink, as well. I don't know. I'm not very familiar with these lots of modern slang. I don't pay attention to what it is. I just heard some words. I try not to pay attention to that. Like, I'm too tired and to care about, like, whatever the cultures people are doing these days. It's like, it moves by so quickly. Like, I'm still getting over, like dabbing. That was a thing a few years ago, and I'm still like, the fuck was that even? I didn't engage it back then, and it felt like a fad that would go away, and it fucking did. I don't understand why people, like teens and young adults, get into fads like that. I don't get it. I I don't understand social pressure. I think I'm kind of immune to that. So this like the kind of cultural modern culture barely affects me, it seems. I mean, look at what I'm doing. I'm doing this. This is my domain. I've created my own little domain here with what I'm doing here. Like, without even caring about the larger VTuber community at large or whatever. I don't know what they do. I don't know why people care about those like banners or overlays or other stuff that I'm unaware of as well. I'm not sure. I don't understand that because I don't care. I'm not here to please, to go along with the flow. I'm here to do whatever the fuck I want. I'm having fun, therefore what I'm doing is correct. Anyway, moving on. No way, this is so embarrassing. How could I expose such a weak side of my character to our guest? He's crying even. Aw, you made him cry. Apologize, you two. Don't bully your dad and your husband, respectively. You've never been one to hide your weaknesses, dear. They're abundantly clear at all times. But that's the most charming thing about you. I guess it would be charming. Yuki, you could be so cold. And my parents really did name me well. I feel so ashamed. Oh, he melts. Aw. With a defeated whimper, Dad buries his face in his hands. Aw, don't bully him. He's trying his best. While Dad writhes about in the throes of agony, Mom flips through her newspaper, undeterred. Oh, and Kazuki, dear? Yes? Could you make me another cup of green tea? I'm all out. Just think of the way he's, like, emotional collapse almost. Ah, jeez. Alright. Yes, I'll do it at once. Dad's face lights up. He takes Mother's empty cup and busies himself with the task. I guess he's easily distracted as well. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's an interesting dynamic those two have. Dad's quite a simple person. I think he likes being ordered around. It makes him feel useful. That's probably why Mom and Dad get along so well, even though they're pretty different. So, Lycia, now that you can digest your food without that silly man breathing down your neck, that silly man being Dad, of course, who's so devoted to brewing Mom another cup of tea, he probably wouldn't break focus even if he was hit in the back of the head with an asteroid. What do you think? Do you like it? It's very peculiar. I've never had food like this before. I expected as much. Natto is an acquired taste. Natto. I wonder why Kazuki made natto of all things, when there are so many other less aggressive breakfast options to choose from. Okay, what is natto? Aggressive, eh? What is natto? Food. Standard English. Japanese food made from whole soybeans that have been fermented with bacillus subtilis variants. Is often served as breakfast food with rice. Okay, beans that have been fermented with stuff. Okay, fair enough. A bunch of stuff in there. Okay. Fair enough. I don't think I've ever actually had soybeans. Not really a thing here. Not really a thing here. Here in Latvia we have potatoes, a bit of rice with buckwheat, and like macaroni of all kinds. Mostly imported stuff. And then just like some pastry. Not really. Pastries aren't that big of a deal. I don't know if we have... I don't know. Whatever. I'm not super familiar with my own fucking culture, so I can't even comment on that. That's very useless of me. I know. Incredibly useless. That's what you get from me. Nothingness and useless and just me rambling on about. Good. Not good, whatever. Anyway. If you're here still, well, congrats. Or not, I don't know. You're weird as well. Just as weird as me. Probably. Oh, where am I? Where's the mouse? There it is. I clicked off the screen. I operate entirely mouse-based, pretty much. I don't like natto that much either. It isn't the flavor I dislike, but the smell and the texture. The stench of natto is so bad it's almost overpowering, and the long glistening strands of fermented soybean that get stretched out when you move your chopsticks to your mouth look incredibly unappetizing. Really? Meh. Even so, I'll still eat it. Natto's meant to be good for the immune system, and it is a key part of a traditional Japanese breakfast. I'm not sure about Lycia though. I know she said she wanted to eat lots of Japanese food, and you can't get much more Japanese than natto, but most tourists hate it. If you don't like the natto, dear, I'll eat it for you. I always have room in me for more natto. Incidentally, natto is one of the only foods my mother will actually eat at breakfast. I think it's partially because of the health benefits, and partially because her parents were crazy about the stuff. They made her eat it every single day when she was a young girl. They're still crazy about it, actually. I should know. I spent enough time with them and their endless supplies of soybeans. No, it's alright. I think the natto is interesting. It certainly is interesting, but you don't have to eat it if you don't like it. I wouldn't want you to think that we enjoy torturing our guests. It would be bad for my reputation. I really don't mind. It's not torture at all. I live in hell, so I know all about real torture, and it's not like this. There's usually more fire, blood, and screaming. Oh, so you're still playing that game? How cute. Why did Lissy have to say something so disturbing at the breakfast table? And why doesn't Mom seem to mind at all? I shudder. Correct? I feel that's a correct reaction. Although I don't think we're gonna see any kind of descriptions of, distressing things beyond what she already said there. Lissy draws her chopsticks out of her bowl, and a glistening thread of natto follows. It curls in the air like a spider's web, only thicker, stringy, and gelatinous. This food is nothing like anything I've ever eaten before. It smells strong, but the flavor isn't too overpowering, and since it's so stringy, it's fun to play around with. Besides, it tastes super good served on rice with this raw egg. Eating with raw egg, that's... I wouldn't... Weird, that's... I don't think I would agree to eat a raw egg like that. I would want it to at least... I don't think that's a good idea. Maybe. And I guess some people have like diet foods where they put in like a bunch of raw eggs and just gulp them down or something. So I guess it's fine, but I don't know, it doesn't seem like a good idea. I mean, that's why we cook food. It's to make it more digestible and easier for the stomach to deal with. Anyway. And how could I forget about the fish? It looks cute and it tastes really good. It looks cute. It looks cute. That dead fish eye. Cute. No, I disagree with you, Lissy, there. That's a dead fish eye. Why is the eye still there? Why did you serve it with the fucking head even? The fuck? We don't... That's... okay. Does it still have all its guts in there as well then? They haven't gutted the fish. Are they serving an ungutted fish? That's just been roasted? The fuck? The fuck? That's... no. The fuck is that? I mean, okay, fine, there's probably a recipe that can do that, and there's some fish that are probably fine like that, but... no. Man, there's... visually, it looks nice. I mean, I guess, but like, now that I know that those are raw eggs, and that fish does not appear to have been gutted, and the head is still on there as well, and I can't even imagine what kind of bones that fish has. That... half of this breakfast seems like a pain in the ass to eat, actually. Okay. Fair enough, different culture. Fair enough, I don't know, but cursory glance makes me... yeah, okay, never mind. I'm so happy. Japanese food is so good. I bet I could live to be 1,000 years old if I ate this every morning. And I never catch a cold ever again. Sure. Lissy, yeah, you're drooling. I'm so happy. I was so worried you wouldn't like it. I know a lot of people don't like natto, but it's an authentic Japanese food. Everyone has to try it at least once. It was a big gamble, but it seems it paid off. It really did. Thank you, mister. It's delicious. Of course, a clever girl like you would understand my cooking. From here on out, I'd be more than happy to make you my honorary daughter. I think I was kidding when I said like adopted daughter, but they're both doing it. They're both just... yay, I would love to. I sniff, prodding at my fish with my chopsticks. The soury taste stares back at me, its eyes large and empty, like portholes. Well, yes, it's dead, it's a fish. I don't know why you're getting so excited, it's just natto. Oh, you look a little saddery. Did I make you jealous? Of course not, I'm not jealous at all, she says as she blushes more. Alright, I just want you to know, even if Lissy is my honorary daughter, you're still my flesh and blood daughter, and I love you lots and lots. Whatever, spare me your sentimentality, I'm fine, she says as she gets a bit angry with the little, forget what those called, the little, fucking moving on. And what are you looking at? She says at the fish. I glared at my braised sauri before stabbing it in the side with my chopsticks. Oh no, you're totally not jealous. No, not at all. That'll show it. Somehow. It's already dead. Oh, well, she's 9 years old. It's fine. It's fine. As I expected, Licia causes quite a stir at school. The whole class fixates on her when she introduces herself. I'd hate to be under the spotlight like that, but Licia takes it in her stride. The stares of her fellow classmates, 30 pairs of eyes peering out of her 30 skulls, don't even make her flinch. I forgot to check a thing. Did I do a thing? I did. It's all good. Yes, it is. It is? Good. Yes. She delivers her introduction smoothly, a smile on her face without a hint of nerves. I can't help but be impressed. If I didn't know about Licia's true nature, maybe I'd be swept up by her charms too. After her introduction, Miss Tamaro tells Licia to take a seat next to me. I expected as much, but I still don't like it. People keep sneaking curious glances at Licia from behind their textbooks, and since I'm sitting next to her, they end up looking at me too. Pinpricks run up and down my body. My arms itch. I shift in my seat awkwardly, uncomfortable, trying and failing to avoid their stares. What can I do to hide my face, other than crawling underneath the table? My classmates mutter in the background, the words drifting through the air in a dull hum, like a hive of bees. Bzz, 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 bzz. The new girl's so cute. I know, right? Her hair's so fluffy. My, she looks like a model. How lovely. I wonder if she's going to come to the festival this evening. That would be nice. So I'll be able to see her in a yukata? Huh? I'd rather go to a festival to eat candy floss, not look at girls. Cuckoo, and that is why you will never become a true man. But I'm a girl. Oops. I gave her the lowest voice of them all. Oops. I can't believe she's staying with Sakuraba. I didn't know Sakuraba had a friend in Norway. I didn't know Sakuraba had any friends at all. I blush, dropping my head, and try to focus on my Isocles triangles, but it's all in vain. Not even the Isocles triangles can protect me now. Isocles triangles, what were those? That's one of the things about learning these words. Things they probably know. Those things. Oh, it's just fucking triangles. That's what they're called, Isocles? Sure. Okay, they're just triangles with two edges that are identical, which is like most of them. No, that's not necessarily. Anyway, if the hive of bees hummed with latent interest during class, they all but swarm around Licia when lunchtime finally rolls around. The amount of attention she's getting is crazy. It's almost like she's a celebrity. Well, she is a foreigner, and you're in Japan, a country that is notably like 99% Japanese, so foreigners do stick out like sore thumbs. So like, you know, as far as I understand it. Last time I looked, it was something like 98 or 99%. Very, I guess xenophobic is a word that does kind of apply at least to parts of the country. Significant part. I mean, that's how they remained like that. Kind of isolations for a while. I think I should look that up a bit more. Since I'll be doing a lot of Japanese visual novels in the future as well, I should learn a bit more about that country, shouldn't I? That would be responsible of me. We'll see if I remember to do that in the future. Spoiler alert, I probably won't. At least they're leaving me alone. Licia, your hair is so soft and smooth. What kind of shampoo do you use? I don't really know. I washed it in sulfur every day back in hell. Sulfur? Is that some kind of Norwegian shampoo? I don't think so. So it's imported from somewhere else then? That sounds so fancy. Are your family really that rich? Well, my dad is one of the 72 Earls of Hell. He's quite important, I guess. He got promoted a while ago though, so he doesn't reap souls now. He does paperwork instead. Does that mean your dad is royalty? I guess so. Wow, so you're like a Norwegian princess. A real genuine princess. Why are my classmates accepting of all this nonsense so easily? Maybe because they're all also kids, 9 years old and stuff like that? Kids are very easily manipulated and influenced and just believe stuff. Are they all stupid, or is something more sinister going on here? No, they're just kids. Like, the world's a big place. There's a lot to learn about it. Also, hell is real in this world, so... yeah, why not? Let's learn about it. Maybe think all Norwegian people are eccentric. I mean, why wouldn't they? I'm sorry, Norway. I'm sorry you're being so badly misinterpreted by this annoying girl. That's not the worst misinterpretation of a country. At least it's just weird and different, not like offensive different. I think. Maybe, who knows? They're kids, who cares? It's kids blabbering on about stuff they don't know anything about. So, what is Norway like? Are there lots of hot springs? And moose? And snow? Yeah, there are a lot of hot springs in hell. They're really, really hot too. If a human fell into one, he would probably sear the skin straight off their bones. Wow, Norway sounds so dangerous. Of course it's dangerous. That's where heavy metal comes from. The smart question mark classmate. They were the smart one, just normal. But then now there's a question mark. Are they questioning their smartness? I mean, this is, I guess, from Ri's perspective. So, not really that smart, apparently. Deciding that. Heavy metal. Norway does have a lot of heavy metal bands. Yes. Like lots of countries have heavy metal bands. So that's... yeah. That's just like a prominent thing. It's just a very peculiar thing that Norway has quite a few more than most other countries. Well, generally, that's... anyway, moving on. Metal. Hey, Lucy, can you say something to us in Norwegian? I don't really know any Norwegian. Don't be modest, I want to hear. I want to learn. Me too. Could you possibly say hello in Norwegian? Or maybe, how are you? Or, big sister, your ribbon is crooked. Well, now let me see. I'm going to reap your soul? Okay. It's a joke. She said something in Norwegian. Ignorant classmate. Did she? Perfect. Wait, can we make out any words? Okay, no, I can't make out any of the words. The cheering crowd sound effect is making. It's probably Japanese, but I'm not sure. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Anyway, Lizzie is so cool. She's like a real princess. And what are those things on your head? Are they fashion accessories? Not really. They're my horns. All demons have horns. Wow, Norway sounds incredible. But I already told you, I don't know anything about Norway. But this admission isn't enough to stop our classmates from fawning over her. They're asking her so many questions, but I don't think they care about the answers. Well, no, they're kids, they're making stuff up as well. People might even be stupider than I thought. The kids, they're having fun, it's fine. Ri, stop being mean to your classmates. Boy. And now, aw, Ri, I'm hungry. How could you be hungry? You had 3 helpings of rice at breakfast. I know, but that was hours and hours ago, and I'm hungry again. Jeez, then you should have had something to eat at lunch. I wanted to, but it's impossible. There were so many people asking me questions I couldn't even leave my desk. Well, I guess she has a point. For a girl who came to Japan to eat a lot of food, having to skip lunch must have been painful. I'm sorry, but you're hungry, you'll have to wait until dinner. What? But I'm hungry now. And where do you suggest I'm going to get food for you? There aren't any restaurants nearby, and we'd have to take a detour to get to the convenience store. Well, share the lunch. I know, you could always shake some of these trees for fruit. Right, video games, logic. But they're not fruit trees. But I thought all trees in Japan were cherry blossoms. Again, Lizzie's ignorance about Japan astounds me. What do they teach kids in hell nowadays? It's a good question. There might be a lot of cherry blossom trees in Japan, but they don't usually bear any fruit. What? Really? Yeah, they're called cherry blossom trees, not cherry trees. It's different. Yes, really. Why would I lie about something like that? But that's not fair. If cherries don't grow on them, then they have no business calling themselves cherry blossoms. That's false advertising. I'll sue them. How are you going to sue a tree? I don't know, but I will. My dad is one of the 72 Earls of Hell, so everyone has to listen to him. Good luck with that. Forgive me if I don't cheer you on. Everyone's been wrongly assuming Licia hails from Norway, but I think her outlook on life is far more American. By the way, those trees aren't even cherry blossoms, they're elms. Stupid elms. Licia glares at one of the elm trees as though its mere existence offends her. Well, it's not bearing any fruit trees, so yes, it does offend her. With a small pout, she stalks towards it and gives it a sharp kick. Ow. Good job. Are you alright? I'm fine. My foot hurts though. What did you expect? If there's one thing evolution has taught us, it's that you shouldn't pick fights with things that are bigger than you. If you get hurt, you only have yourself to blame. That stupid tree. I'll rip its soul and send it to hell. Do trees have souls? All living creatures have souls. That tree is alive, so I can kill it. Not by kicking it though. Maybe not, but I will get my revenge one day. Do you hear me, Mother Nature? I, Licia Diaevelis, will not be defeated so easily. Yeah, determination. I like that. Is she actually shaking her fist at the sky? For what purpose? What does she think she'll gain from this? It's theatrical. It gives her determination. That's what that works. That's how it is. Yes, I believe in you. Now, don't make a scene. You'll bother the other pedestrians. Okay, Ree, I'll be good. Good. But, you know, I really am hungry. And I already told you, you should wait until dinner. Besides, I thought you wanted to go to that festival later. Does that mean you'll take me? I think I might have walked into that one. Oops. I didn't say I'd take you, but you shouldn't eat too much if you want to go. You won't be able to eat all the food at the festival later. Don't be ridiculous, Ree. I'm always hungry. All girls have 7 different stomachs, you know. I thought the saying was girls have another stomach for sweets. No, 7 of them. That thought is actually kind of disturbing. And I think you're forgetting something very, very important. No. What's that? If you don't get me something delicious to eat each day, I'll reap your soul. Oh yes, silly me. How could I forget? Does she even have any actual powers? I'm kind of starting to question that. You've said that several times now, but I still don't understand. What does reaping my soul actually involve? Do you need to fill out a lot of paperwork first, or are you demons allowed to reap whatever souls you want? Well, Licia ponders. She comes to a halt, standing by the riverside like a statue. The expression on her face is unusually serious. The wind stirs the elm trees, making their leaves rustle. Why is it taking her so long to reply? Is the answer something so terrible not even a demon can stand to think about it? No, she forgot. She doesn't know what it involves. She's a kid. I swallow. All of a sudden, my throat feels dry. My hands tremble at my sides and I have to clench them into fists to still them. I don't know much about demons, but having my soul reaped sounds kind of painful. I wonder if she has a scythe. Since she has horns and a tail and can open portals between different worlds, I wouldn't be too surprised. Licia seems like a bit of a simpleton, and that's to put it lightly, but it's an inescapable fact that she is a demon. She might have all kinds of strange, mysterious, and arcane powers at her disposal. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't, Ree. Come on now. No, she doesn't. What, like... To be honest, I don't really know. See? There we go. Called it. All of a sudden, the tension collapses, like a poorly made pie crust. What do you mean you don't know? I said I don't know, and that means I don't know. I've never reaped the soul before, so I'm not sure what would happen to you if I did it, or how to go about it. Don't tell me, does this mean her whole I'll reap your soul shtick was just for show? Obviously. Well, now I feel foolish. Why did I ever find causes to fear this idiot? You're not mad at me, are you? A little. I think he is quite a bit mad at you. No, I'm not mad. I don't know why I was expecting anything else, I guess. A little disappointed, but not surprised. I'm certainly not. I'm sorry if I disappointed you. It's fine. It was expected. I'm not disappointed, just exasperated. If you're willing to eat something, I guess I can oblige for now. Hey, sharing lunch now. Anything to shut her up. Really? You mean it? I guess. You did come all this way to eat food. You're still going to eat dinner first, though. That's final, and I won't take no for an answer. Or that. Sure. Almost got there. Hey Dad, I'm home. We returned safe and sound, despite the provocations of those wicked elm trees. You know, if you talk like that, people are going to think there's something wrong with you. Why? It's a kid. Like, kids say weird stuff that doesn't make sense all the time. Don't die. I think they do. So, who cares? Huh? But you use big words all the time, Ri. I thought maybe that was normal, so I tried to copy you. And when have ever I spoken like that? You might have a point. I sigh, bending down to take off my shoes. I only managed to get one of them off, the right shoe if you're interested, when I'm interrupted by a sudden, excited yell. Oh dear. Relay vehicle back. Oh fuck. He's doing single word paragraph. Alright, let's try to mentally I'm not that. I sometimes can read quickly, but I need these words to be actually separated, otherwise my brain's gonna be mush. Because this is just. Let's try to make sense of this sentence, adding the proper punctuations, spacings, and everything, instead of this. Lucia, welcome back. I missed you so much. How was school? Did you have a good first day? And did Reed take care of you? And did you make any new friends? I hope you had a good time and everything went well. Maybe it was hard if Japanese is not your first language, but I'm sure you tried your best, and I'm very proud of you. That was still difficult to read. Fuck me. Lucia blinks. She stands there motionless, overwhelmed. Yes, my name is Lucia. It is nice to meet you. Dad, you're talking way too fast. Lucia can't understand you. Maybe I should speed that up. Or maybe I should just insert... No, fuck that. That would be incomprehensible. Also, you're hurting me. Can you let go, please? Oh, I'm sorry, Ree. Dad laughs awkwardly and releases me, his face flushed the same pink as his hair. You should get your act together, Dad. I know, I'm sorry. I was so excited I got carried away. Well, don't. You should learn to control yourself. You're an adult. Well, I guess his mind has not really done much of that. Yes, Ree, you're always so sensible. And you're not even a teenager yet. You must get it from your mother. I have to be sensible. You never are. That's probably true. You shouldn't be smiling at that. You should not be smiling at that, mister. Anyway, I actually have a present for you two girls. Ooh, a present. This, at least, is enough to break Lucia out of her trance. I, on the other hand, am less enthused. Dad's presents are always kind of... strange. I think it's because he gets bored sitting at home by himself all the time. He likes doing housework, but there's only so much housework you can do in a day. And I don't think he likes working when there isn't anybody there to praise him, or conversely, to scold him for making mistakes. He should get a hobby. Or just get a job as well, like a part-time job or something like that to keep him busy. That would work. As such, he spends a lot of time on his hobbies, and I'm the one who has to pay the price. Okay, so the consequence... Okay, so never mind. He has... Okay, let's see the hobbies. Did you really make a present for me? It's all for me? Of course it is. I'd never leave you out. Why, I see you as a second daughter. Yay! That sure was fast. You've only known her a day. But I feel like we have a spiritual connection that goes beyond that of words. Oh, please. Naive men like my father, who are so quick to trust absolute strangers, will all get taken advantage of eventually. I hope he doesn't fall foul of a pyramid scheme someday. That really would be depressing. I mean, he's kind of safeguarded from that mostly because his wife makes a lot of money, presumably. So I don't think he has to worry about finances at all. Hopefully. Hopefully. Well, he has mom to keep him in line, so I guess it should be fine. Oh, it looks like Dad is still talking. I don't know your exact measurements though, so you might need to model it for me. Model? Does that mean I can't eat it? Well, you could eat if you wanted to, but it might make you sick. This is something you wear, not something you eat. Oh god, he makes dresses and stuff like that. Ah, jeez. I mean, if you make some decent cosplay stuff, then I guess, sure. You know, making clothes, good hobby to have. That's fucking excellent. Actually, I take back my derogatory statements from a few seconds ago, and apologize for those. That hobby is neat. I suck at making any kind of clothing. I can barely patch up my clothes, but I know how to use a needle at the very least, so I can do minimal stuff. I can put on a button and like fix some small holes. That's about the extent of it. Oh no, it's just as bad as I thought. Uh-oh. Gothic, like a maid and a pastry maid, like a thing. In fact, it's even worse than I thought. Why is it so frilly? I don't know, but I think it's adorable. I guess it is, sure. Ah, it looks wonderful, just like I thought. I guess there are some things I'm good at. Dad wipes his eyes with the back of his right hand. Is he crying? Of course he is. You know she'd know better. I wish I still had my camera. I want to commemorate this moment forever. You're both so cute. You would still have the camera if you hadn't dropped it into that tank with all the stingrays when we went to the aquarium. They were just so cute, my heart was completely overwhelmed. And so was the camera. Well, it's alright. Even if I can't take a photo, I can still appreciate this moment. Sure. But why maid dresses? I don't get it. I know Dad likes sewing, but this is going too far, even for him. I don't dislike wearing Dad's clothes, but he tends to favor the feminine and frilly, and his outfits are never very practical. They're too thin in the winter, but they get hot and stuffy in the summer. Out of all the strange outfits Dad made for me over the years, however, this one takes the cake. All the cake. Every last crumb. I'm not really sure. I just had a sudden urge to make something new. I need to challenge myself, or my skills will get rusty. You must have been really bored lately, Dad. Maybe a little. Yuki's been so busy with work. That director Sato. Right, Sato. He sounds kind of strict. My Yuki hasn't had a single moment's rest since she met him. Hence, the maid dresses. Well, it gives me something to do. Anyway, I couldn't let an opportunity like this slip by. Lissy is adorable. She's just like an angel. But you literally made her like a gothic vampire maid dress. Literally like a demon. An angel, huh? If only Dad knew. I knew I had to dress her up, or I'd regret it for the rest of my life. Like, see, what kind of angel has bat wings? And like, it has like purple, ominous, evil color scheme. Purple is evil, generally speaking, in law media. Purple is both royalty and evil, typically. Like it's poison and it's darkness. The classic color tropes. Now, the Kree just has like a it's kind of boring with the brown and beige color type. I mean, it looks warm, nice warm colors and whatnot. But yeah, demon and pastry girl. And I'm really glad you did, mister. I've never worn anything so adorable before. I'm so relieved you like it. I poured my all into these dresses. They're embroidered with my sweat, blood, and tears. Hopefully not literally. I know he doesn't mean it literally, but that's still kind of gross. Anyway, since this dress suits you so perfectly, I'll let you have it. Wow, really? Yep, I made this dress for you, and wouldn't suit anyone else. It's all yours. That is, if you like it, you don't have to accept it if you don't want to. I don't want to force you. No, it's fine. It's super cute. I love it. Thank you, Lissy. Thank you for accepting the whims of this old man. I know they just annoy Ri. It's only annoying because you're so insecure. Well, maybe, actually, I made a few more outfits for you too. You can try them on whenever you want. If you want. Do what you like with them. You can wear them or even cut them up and use them as dish rags. I won't mind. I would never do such a heartless thing. They're far too pretty for that. Thank you. And I even made you a yukata, just in case you want to go to that festival tonight. You did? That's right. Don't feel like you have to go though. It's just a small festival. They only hold it so they can collect enough money to repair the holes in the temple's roof. Rhi used to love festivals, but I think she's got out of them a bit now. I haven't been to a festival with her in a while. I kinda miss it. You're like a kid yourself, Dad. Maybe you're right. Don't worry, mister. I want to go to the festival too. You do? That's right. I don't care what we're meant to be celebrating. I just want to celebrate food. A fitting answer for a heathen like you. This is great. I'm so lucky. I'm so glad I decided to reap your soul, Rhi. So this girl threatens to reap my soul, and Dad repays her by sewing her a whole wardrobe of fancy outfits and offering to take her to a festival. Where's the justice in that? Look, this is a comedy. That's where the justice is. Cute is justice. There we go. That's what it is. Well, I take the hem of my dress in my hands and flutter it back and forth. If I'm going to be Lissy's chef for the rest of the week, having something to cook in might not be so bad. At least it'll stop the rest of my clothes from getting dirty. As for the festival, I can worry about that after dinner. Indeed, one thing at a time. Different outfits. Again, a red, crimson, dark purplish dress, and a frilly green, pink pastel color one for Rhi. Okay. Lucia, can you pass me the mirin sauce? Sure, here you go, mister. Thank you. I can't do laughter. I can't do fake laughters even. I'm terrible at that. Eating at the full table really is relaxing. It makes the food taste even better than usual. I can feel the tension disappearing from my body. Tension? What tension? You hardly ever leave the house. I might be a bit of a homebody, but I still do all the cooking and cleaning. That counts for something, doesn't it? It does, yes. I guess you work hard in your own way, Dad. I'm not sure if that was a compliment or not, but I'll take it. Indeed. Okay, now this is stuff that looks solid. No raw eggs or fish guts. Still here. The internet looks delicious. I think Dad might have outdone himself. Probably because he wanted to show off to our guest. The main dish is fried shrimp covered in a light layer of crispy tempura batter. The batter sticks to the curled, coma-shaped shrimps. Kama? Coma? Kama. Kama. There we go. Softening their light pink skins with a brown glaze. The fried shrimps are accompanied with fried pumpkin, sweet potato, and shiitake mushrooms. The batter gives the fresh vegetables a light crunch, and it feels especially satisfying when I bite into the soft, yielding flesh of the pumpkin. Flesh of the pumpkin. The shrimps and vegetables are sprinkled with salt to enhance the flavor, and there's a small dish of mirin sauce to dip the food into. A variety of sides accompany the main dish: a refreshing cucumber salad, a small bowl of meat and potato stew, and a large helping of brown rice. Always with the rice. Oh yes, Dad's always been a good cook, but the combined textures and flavors of all this food, the crispy tempura, the soft rice, the crunchy cucumbers, it is almost ridiculously delicious. If Dad's going to make food like this every time I bring a friend over, maybe I should start doing it more often. At least I would if I had any friends. Oh, it's fine. This is so good. Can I have seconds, please? She says as she's drooling again. Of course, you can have as much rice as you want. Yay, Japan really is the best. I kinda wish Yuki was here to try this though. She always liked fried pumpkin. Can you save some for her? I already did, but leftovers never taste as good as fresh food. It'll lose some of its flavor. Well, it can't be helped. Mom's busy. She works hard for all of us, so we should try to support her. I know that. I do support Yuki in her endeavors. At least I try to. I love her, really. I just miss her a little, that's all. Oh well, what can I do? There's no sense in complaining. That won't change anything. Here you go, Lucia. I gave an extra large helping, since you seem to have a big appetite. I hope you enjoy it. I will. Thank you so much, mister. You don't need to call me that, you know. Just Kazuki is fine. Okay, Kazuki. Really, thank you, from the bottom of my stomach. Isn't the correct expression from the bottom of my heart? But Dad doesn't seem to mind these minor details. He looks so happy he could be a little kid, not a grown man. I don't know if I've ever seen him smile like this in a long while. Is it that because of Lucia? For a demon, she might not be that bad after all. Slowly changing her attitude towards her. So, what are you going to make me for dessert, Eri? And I was hoping she'd forget about that after having dinner. This girl's stomach must be like a bottomless pit. Maybe I should start taking notes on her strange, demonic behavior, and then submit them to a TV station. They can make a show about it. My Demon and Me, the exciting true story of elementary school student Sakura Bori's encounter with the devil. Now, I wonder how much money I'd get out of that. Geez, ka-ching sounds and the yen symbol in her eyes. And she's drooling with that. Great. Little money maker in the making, eh? Hey, Ree, your eyes look all funny. What do you mean? What's wrong with them? I don't know. I thought I saw some strange symbols in them. Oh, that's real. Good. Of course you didn't. Don't be silly. But I still don't know what to do about dessert. I don't really know what Lucia likes. I think she'll like anything, really. Well, she seems like the kind of person who will eat anything. I shouldn't think about it too much. Bake her something, give her a cup of instant pudding. Come on, let's bake something. Let's bake something. Oh, are you wearing that dress I made, Yuri? That's right. Does that mean you like it? Did I do a good job for once? I don't dislike it, but I wouldn't choose to wear it under normal circumstances. But you're wearing it now, aren't you? Because I'm going to bake something, and I don't want my clothes to get dirty. Oh, really? That sounds like fun. Do you want me to help? Of course you can. The more the merrier. There is a thing as too many cooks in the kitchen. Thank you. I used to bake with Rhea all the time when she was little, but she's been getting more and more independent lately. I miss spending so much time with her. That's because I'd never be able to get better if I kept following your instructions. You need to do things on your own if you want to improve. That might be true, but it sounds kind of sad. There's nothing wrong with relying on others, you know. And at any rate, helping out may make me feel slightly less useless. Well, when you say something like that, how could I turn you down? You sound more and more like your mother every day. Not that that's a bad thing. You'll never get hassled into donating ridiculous sums of money to various charities on the street like I do. Oh, god damn it. Anyway, I'm going to get changed. Changed? Do you have a cute dress too? I bet he probably does actually, but no. Not quite. I don't know if I'd be opposed to the idea, but making clothes for myself isn't as much fun as making them for other people. So what are you going to wear, Kazuki? Why, a cute apron, of course. It's a must for any aspiring chef. With this dramatic announcement, Dad opens a drawer and pulls out one of his trusty aprons from his large and ever-expanding collection. Naturally, the apron is pink, like 80% of the others. I guess it's pink, it's more on the red scale, but sure. For some reason, Lisa looks impressed by this. Wow, you look so cool. Does he? I don't know about that, but thank you all the same. Anyway, what kind of thing did you want to bake? Something sweet. I want to eat lots of sweets. I see. In that case, I think I have an idea. Why don't we make some apple rose tarts? Sure. Tarts. They taste like cake. Ah, they're so cute. Lisa sighs as she takes the tray of freshly baked tarts out of the oven, her hands enveloped in a pair of oven mitts. She looks so happy with my heart. So happy my heart starts to melt. Her happiness must be contagious. Good. Kind of like the plague. Come on. Wow, now that's pretty demonic. It's a good thing to spread happiness. Are you alright, Lissy? Be careful, they're hot. It's fine, Kazuki. I can do at least this much. Her eyebrows furrowed in concentration, Lissy carries the tray across the kitchen and sets it on the counter to cool. Ooh, that does look nice. The homey aroma of freshly baked pastry hangs in the air, mingled with the sweet scent of apples. It makes me feel as though I'm standing in the middle of an enchanted orchard. Orchid? I don't remember. The rose tarts themselves look exceptionally cute, curled up in their separate slots on the baking pan, their petals crafted from thin strips of bright red apple, making them look like real flowers. It's just as Dad said, these tarts really do look like snacks fit for an elegant princess, or else a wandering forest sprite. They're the kind of tarts you could imagine the Red Queen from Alice in Wonderland coveting. Can I try one? Can I? Of course you can. They're nice to look at, but they're even nicer to eat. Yay, and I'll just help myself. Oh no, not quite so fast. Dad reaches forward, brushing Lissy's fingers away from the pan. For one thing, the pan is still hot. For another, we need to think a bit more seriously about the presentation. Really, do you? Presentation? Yes, I still need to add some finishing touches to make this a truly delicious treat. Just stand back and leave everything to me. Okay. Sprinkle some things on. The apple rose tarts sit elegantly on a white plate. The pastry light and crispy, the apples braised light brown, just waiting to be eaten. Dad was right. When it comes to food, he always is. The rose tarts look much more appealing freed from the confines of the baking pan, and they looked plenty appealing back then too. Wow, I've never seen anything more adorable before. I thought you said my school uniform was the most adorable thing you'd ever seen. And then, after that, these silly maid outfits. Well, yes, she's discovering new things. She didn't have other reference points. That's right, they're all the most adorable. Good, but they can't all be. That isn't possible. Yes, it is. Everything can be equal. Anything is possible if you just believe. That is correct. I mean, not really, but, you know, for a silly little thing like this, yes. Alright, you two, you can start eating now. They'll get cold if we dally any longer. But they look so cute, I'd feel guilty eating them now. That's very flattering, but isn't that why we made them in the first place? I'm sure right now, more than anything in the world, they want to be eaten by you, Lycia. And right now, more than anything in the world, I want to make a lot of money, but we can't all have what we want. Are you sure? Of course, I bet these thoughts would consider being eaten by you a privilege, since you're so cute. Thank you, Kazuki. It sure seems like you two are getting along well. Oh, and you're very cute as well, Ri. That should go without saying, given you are your mother's daughter. Yes, I think Ri is very cute too, even if she does pout all the time. That's none of your business. Why should I care about your opinion? You're blushing, Ri. That's because what you're saying is embarrassing and unnecessary. Huh? But why can't I tell you what I think when I think you're cute? I thought it would make you happy. Maybe it does, a little, but feels kind of weird. Weird? Anyway, that's right. If we keep talking, the tarts will get cold. Thank you for the food. And just snatch it up. Not a moment to waste. Don't overthink your thoughts. I pick up a tart in my fingers, burning them as I do so, and take a bite. That's too hot. We use Fuji apples to make these tarts, popular throughout Japan for their uniquely sweet flavor and bright red coloration. The sweetness of the apples spreads across my tongue, punctuated by a satisfying dash of tartness that makes my mouth tingle. The pastry is delicate, light and buttery, and offsets the flavor of the apples, while simultaneously adding an extra crunch to the already crisp apple skins. These tarts really are good. I've had them before, but I don't know if they've ever tasted quite this nice. Maybe eating food with other people really does make it taste better. I thought that was just one of those things Dad likes to say, a neat little sophism that encourages the importance of family meals. But there might be a germ of truth to it after all. A germ of truth. Sure. These tarts are undeniably delicious, but it could be the slight sight of Lycia's face, who wreathes and smiles as she samples her own tart, that gives it an extra special something. Maybe. I feel my cheeks heating up. Why am I getting so embarrassed? Watching other people eat has always felt strangely intimate to me. When people eat food they like, they let down their defenses. Not that Lycia has many of those, and their true feelings shine across their faces. I wonder what kind of face I'm pulling right now. I probably look like an idiot. It's fine. I set my tart back down on my plate and reach for the mug of cinnamon tea. The mug is warm and makes the tips of my fingers tingle, but not unpleasantly. The cinnamon tea itself is sweet, but it also has a certain measure of spiciness to it. It makes my whole body feel warm, not just because it's hot, but because it feels comforting, I suppose. Cinnamon tea is meant to be good for you. That's what Dad says anyway. He told me it helps fend off common colds, which is why he brews it for me in the winter. Do you like it? What do you think? I think it's really great. It's delicious. You're the best, Kazuki. Yay, thank you. I helped out too, you know. You could stand to compliment me a bit. Not that I really care or anything. I just can't stand the injustice, that's all. Sure. Sure. Keep telling yourself that you don't care. I'm sorry. I don't want you to feel left out. I think you did a really good job too. You're also the best. How could two people be the best? If you're going to compare us, one has to be better than the other. Not necessarily. Come on now. Don't be so serious. I said you're both the best, so you are. Isn't that good enough? I feel the color returning to my cheeks, though I wish it wouldn't. I don't even know why I'm blushing so much. I guess I'm not used to being complimented by people. Why does Lycia have to be so enthusiastic? It's embarrassing. Oh, it's fine. Hey, and Mom's back. Oh, what's this? It smells heavenly in here. What a way to welcome me home from work. Yuki, welcome back. Mom stands in the doorway, her hair neatly styled as ever, her clothes falling around her body in elegant waves. She looks a little tired though. Her face is paler than usual, despite being dusted with a layer of makeup. That director, Sato, really must be a slave driver. Despite this, Mom perks up when she smells the enticing aroma of the apple roast tarts. Well, that's good. You don't mind if I try one of these tarts, do you, dear? I know I'm on a diet, but I've been rushed off my feet all day, and I could use something sweet. Of course I don't mind. Help yourself, Yuki. Are you sure? Did you make these for the girls? It's fine. They're so good I want to share them with everyone. Says Lycia, who's demolished 5 of those tarts and has already started on her 6th. Oh, thank you, Lycia. That's very generous of you. It's no problem. And it even looks like you've managed to cheer Ri up too. What? What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Just a silly smile you're trying to hide behind your mug of cinnamon tea. My shoulders stiffen. My face turns red. Why is Mom so sharp? It's not my fault I'm smiling, I just can't help it. It's because Lycia is always, invariably, so nice to everyone. It's just not how I expected a demon attack, that's all. Though it's unexpected, I can hardly say it's unwelcome. In fact, I'm glad of it. While she annoys me on several counts, I think I like Lycia. I like her enough not to scold her for eating her 7th apple roast tart or talking with crumbs all over her mouth, so my affections must run rather deep. Maybe I could even imagine myself, and this is a purely hypothetical imagining, mind you, actually being her friend someday. Just maybe. Sure, just maybe. Ri! Yes, what is it? It's going to get dark outside soon. So it is. And aren't you forgetting something? Forgetting what? That we have homework due in tomorrow? No, not that. That's not important. I think Miss Tamura would beg to differ. She's quite a scary teacher. She might be short, but she takes discipline seriously, and her punishments are always severe. I don't think she'd go easy on Alicia just because she's the beloved foreign exchange student. But I want to go to the festival, I want to go, I want to go, and I want to go. And I want to finish my homework. We can't all have what we want in this world. But you can finish your homework anytime. I can only go to this festival once, and this is my chance, and you're ruining it. I want to wear that cute yukata Kazuki made for me. Well, I feel my resolve beginning to waver. It is true that the homework isn't the most exciting thing in the universe, and it has been a while since I went to a festival. I don't really like festivals that much. They're far too crowded and noisy, and the smell of sweet and frying foods churns my stomach. The smell of sweat. I misread that. Whenever I go to festivals, people step on my toes and my hair gets all knotted, and the only things I can think of is going back home, to the safety of my room. But I've never been to a festival with somebody my own age before. If Alicia was with me, what would it be like? Would it be any different? Would it actually, finally, be fun? Come on, Ree, please, 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 please. Please. Dad, what are you doing here? And what are you wearing? He's wearing his yukata. Sorry, I like festivals too, you know? I know, you're so predictable. Did you really need to get all dressed up? I don't even know if I want to go. Whatever, let's go to the festival. Fuck homework. Let's go to the festival, come on now, Ree. There we go. Another adorable outfit. Damn, he really did go all out. Yay, a festival. We're going to a real festival. Alicia spins about a few more times on the spot. The sleeves of her yukata flutter in the wind, and she giggles. I thought Alicia's blonde hair might look kind of weird when contrasted with a traditionally Japanese item of clothing, but it suits her surprisingly well. Even if it has been folded the wrong way around. Alright, there's correct ways to fold things and incorrect cultural weird things. Sip of water, because we need to keep this train going. I told her only dead people wore their yukatas like that, but she just smiled and said, since she came from hell, didn't that make sense? I dropped the subject after that. Arguing with Alicia is tiring. Dad picked out some nice colors, and they suit the creaminess of her complexion. I might doubt Dad's skills on most scores, but I shouldn't doubt his fashion sense. He's eerily perceptive when it comes to clothes. It might be a little embarrassing to admit, but Alicia looks kinda cute. Yes it does. Oh, Mom's here too as well. That's surprising. My sweet angels, they're both so adorable. I think I have something in my eye. Dear, you're crying. I am? That's right. Would you like a handkerchief? Thank you, Yuki. It's been so long since I went out with Ree like this, and to a festival too. I'm getting all emotional. There. If you need a shoulder to cry on, I'm here for you. Thank you, Yuki. Mom, incidentally, isn't wearing yukata. Though her parents are really traditional, Mom's always preferred Western clothes. Maybe that's the reason why. She went through a rebellious period as a teenager, where she refused to wear anything other than pants or pencil skirts, and she still hasn't grown out of it. She eats natto all the time though. She can't get enough of it. My mom is full of contradictions. Not really. You can mix and match cultures. That's how we get new stuff. That's how we get new cultures. You mix and match stuff from others. It's great. The four of us climbed a series of stone steps that lead up to the temple. Lanterns are strung up throughout the trees, and they blink at us shyly. In less than 5 minutes, we make it to the temple grounds. I'm so happy we came here. Are you happy, Ree? Well, I glance about the festival grounds. Our temple is very small, and, as Dad said, it's pretty old. The roof is filled with holes, and the woodwork is slowly being gnawed away by termites. Thankfully, it's dark now, so it's hard to see what a dilapidated state the temple is in. Not even the paper lanterns strung up in the trees and around the tops of the stalls are able to illuminate this sad fact. If you'd never seen the sorry state of the temple under the morning sun, like I have, you'd probably be tricked into believing that this place is nice. Well, I guess I don't have anything against this temple. Spending money at this festival might be a nice thing to do. A small act of philanthropy, you could call it. It's busy, like I thought it would be, but I can't see any familiar faces. I don't doubt some of my fellow classmates are in there somewhere, but the grounds are so packed it's hard to pick apart individual faces in the throng. I don't like crowded places, but I'm glad for that right now. If I can't see my classmates, they can't see me. What better place to hide a tree than in the forest? not necessarily true. The smell of cooking food drifts through the air. Noodles and takoyaki and grilled sweet corn. Though I already ate, it's making me feel kinda hungry. All this excitement is making me feel hungry. I want to eat something right now. Don't you have any self-control? Not at all. And besides... Lucy pokes my stomach, it growls in response, like a baited bear, and I blush, batting her hands away. Judging by the sounds of it, neither do you. I'm not hungry, that was just self-defense. Defense? Yes, because you poked me. That isn't fair. You biased the results. It was an outlier. You can try to deny it all you want, but I can tell how you really feel. If you're hungry, you should come and eat something with me. Yeah, there you go. Don't lie to yourself, Ri. That's right, it's not healthy to deny your body what it wants, Ri. If you're too hard on yourself, you'll never truly be able to cut loose and have fun. Don't you agree, dear? That's right, you're plenty responsible as is, Ri. You should let yourself act like the child you really are for once. Seeing you happy makes me happy too. But the food at these stalls are overpriced. Maybe so, but your smile is priceless. Then will you let me buy whatever I want? Of course. Here you go, dear. Dad hands me a few notes, and I pocket them. Thanks, Dad. I already have some savings of my own, but I'm hardly going to turn down free cash. I think Dad's given me quite a bit too. How much does he think I'm going to eat anyway? Well, given Lycia's monstrous appetite, it must be at rank EX at least. It might be an adequate amount of money after all. Ah, you're such a doormat, dear. What do you mean? You're always handing out favors. You're so kind-hearted, but that's why everybody walks over you. But you like being stepped on, don't you? Please don't say things like that in front of Ryuki. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for me too. I don't want to hear my parents flirting, especially given their flirting is so... weird. Is it any wonder I've grown up the way I have when our parents are so dysfunctional? I guess not. I guess not, that's sure, fair enough. At least they would be dysfunctional if they didn't seem to love each other so much. Okay then, if you really want me to go off and enjoy myself, I guess I have no complaints. Lisa and I will meet you at the gates after the fireworks, alright? That's fine with me. Have fun, dear. Your father and I will be sure to enjoy ourselves to the fullest, too. With an eerie little giggle, Mom links her arms with Dad's. Now run along, and don't spend your father's money at once. He doesn't have much of it, you know. That was a low blow, Yuki. Don't worry, I'll try not to bankrupt Dad. Well, I can do my best, but Lycia doesn't seem to care about the finer points of human financing. She's already started to drool. Yay, food! Indeed, food. Lycia and I walk away. We get lost within the crowds almost instantly. It takes me a few moments before I realize Lycia's arm is linked with mine. Ah, that's nice. Ooh, are these the famous takoyakis I've heard so much about? That's right, eat as much as you like. I don't mind if I do. Hey, be careful, those are still... Ow. Hot, I was going to say. 3-second rule? There is no 3-second rule. Food gets swarmed with bacteria the moment it hits the ground. Well, moist food does, yes. If it's dry, then there's really not much for it to cling to. So it can just blow off little stuff like that. But wet food, yeah, that's instantly. You're gonna have to cut off that bit that's been contaminated. Probably. Unless it's like, you know... whatever. Especially in a busy place like this. Does that mean I can't eat it after all? I don't know why you'd want to. It would make you sick. And it'll be stone cold by now. But it looks so sad like that. I feel so guilty. It wanted me to eat it, but I betrayed its pure and honest feelings. I'm the worst. If you care so much about that takoyaki's feelings, why were you planning to eat even more of them? I think that's even worse. You're right, I was being too sentimental. But now I've finally seen the light. I can't become too attached to any one piece of takoyaki, or the others will get jealous. I should share my love evenly. Thank you for the food. And with this, she pops the second piece of takoyaki into her mouth. Okay. This time she's prepared for how hot it is, and she doesn't spit it out in surprise. Instead, she chews on it, a smile slowly blossoming across her face, and then she swallows. Is it good? It's delicious. You should try some, Ri. Alright. That does look delicious. I take one of the sticks of takoyaki and turn it over in my hand. The takoyaki speared on the stick are all fairly uniform, spherical shapes smaller than a clenched fist, but bigger than a marble. The skins are light brown, and they're coated in takoyaki sauce, mayonnaise, spring onions, and dried bonito flakes. The savory smell of the takoyaki drifts through the air. It's comforting, and my stomach starts to rumble again. Ah. Embarrassed over my weakness, I bring a piece of takoyaki to my mouth and slip it off the wooden peak. The outside shell of the takoyaki is light and crispy, and the generous amount of mayonnaise and takoyaki sauce alleviates the dryness of the texture. It's warm, but not overwhelmingly so, and fills my mouth with an array of flavors. It's good, but there's one problem. The heart of the takoyaki, the most important bit, is barren and empty. It isn't chew at all. You've been defrauded. There isn't any octopus inside my takoyaki. Eh? What do you mean? It's hollow inside. The vendor didn't put octopus in all the takoyaki. It was probably to save money. Octopus is pretty expensive. No way, that's so mean. Well, don't worry. As Lycia the Evilist, daughter of the great Evilist family, I swear on my good name that I will punish that conniving takoyaki vendor for shaming you so. Wait a minute, what do you mean? He will rule the day that he decided to trick us. Murder and arson are in a category of their own, but when a mere human thinks they can meddle around with food for a bit of money, that's truly unforgivable. Lycia, wait, come back. I reached forwards, grabbing hold of her hand, just in time. If I hadn't, who knows what she might have done. She might have just, punched him meekly. At most. I don't think she has any powers at all. Still. She looks scary, does she? I don't think I've ever seen Lycia so obviously in a rage before. Even her eyes are glowing. Oh, right, that bit. Well, maybe. Does she really care about food that much? She literally came here for food, so yes. What is it, Ree? Don't you want me to teach that bad man a lesson? I don't really mind, to be honest. I just don't want to cause a fuss. Besides, the piece of takoyaki you had was fine, wasn't it? Well, that's true, but it isn't fair. Doesn't it upset you, Ree? That you had some octopus and I didn't? That's right. Since you were nice to me and let me come to the festival, it wouldn't be fair if you didn't get to eat any delicious octopus. I feel bad for you. That takoyaki vendor went too far, tampering with my precious Ree's food. So I'm her precious Ree now? When did that happen? Well, I appreciate the thought, but I don't care that much. I don't even like festivals. I came here for your sake, so it's more important that you enjoy it. But you can't enjoy it if you're not enjoying it as well, Ree. Come on now, basic logic. Does that mean you're not enjoying yourself, Ree? I wouldn't say that. I'm having a good time, really. And that isn't even a lie. Told to placate Lycia's wrath, I am enjoying myself, more than I expected to. Being with Lycia is exciting and, dare I say it, fun. I've only known her a short while, but she's really grown on me. Kinda like a mushroom, but with more blonde hair. I just don't want you to make a fuss over me. I'm fine, so long as you're having fun. Well, of course I'm having fun. Because of the food? No, silly, because you just said that you were. Lycia. Anyway, if your piece of takoyaki doesn't have any octopus in it, there's only one solution. And what's that? Lycia smiles eerily, in a manner that reminds me a little of my mother, and spears another, now cool, piece of takoyaki from the container resting in my lap. You'll have to eat all of this takoyaki until you find one with a bit of octopus in it. And if there isn't any octopus in any of them, then that vendor's corruption really does run deep. Still, he will not defeat us. I have a backup plan. Really? Yep, we can just share the piece of takoyaki that I just ate. How can we share something if you've already eaten it? I'm not a bird, and I'm not a big fan of regurgitated food. It's simple. I can still taste that piece of takoyaki, just a little, and I don't mind sharing that with you. Now I see what she means, do you? I don't. If my face was red before, it must be like a beet by now. No thank you, I'll pass, I'm just fine. Right. Delicious. The takoyaki was really delicious. It would have been better if the vendor hadn't ripped us off, though. If they're octopus balls, then you should put a bit of octopus into all of them. That's how the world works, I'm afraid. Capitalism is a sad thing. It brings out the worst in all of us, but it is necessary for our survival. I don't really get it. It's fine, didn't think you would. I forget that not all of us have read The Capitalist Manifesto by Adler and Kelso, 1958. Jeez, I think that's a bit too heavy for a 9-year-old to read. Anyway, I'm still hungry. Still, after you ate all that takoyaki... That's right, the takoyaki was good, but I want to eat something sweet now. You had something sweet to eat before you came here. But that was like 3 hours ago. I'm hungry and I want to try more of the food at the festival. Can we, please? I wonder... ooh. Obviously the option of I'm not very hungry is the wrong option. Let's have some dango. Dango might be better. Let's go with that. There we go. Ooh, nice pink cubes. Oh, these are so cute. What are they, Ri? They're dango. Dango? Alicia tilts her head to one side, pressing her index finger against her lower lip. I thought dango were round and you ate them off sticks, like the takoyaki. Some dango are round, but these are chichi dango. They're usually shaped in squares, like this. Oh, I see. How innovative. Japanese food is so interesting. Is it? I don't really understand Lucia sometimes. She gets excited by the strangest of things. Anyway, I'm going to try one. Thank you for the food. On a leaf. That is nice looking. The dango are light pink color, like cherry blossoms, and they're coated with rice flour. They shine underneath the paper lights strung up around the festival ground, which makes them look even more appetizing. Following Lucy's lead, I pick up a piece of dango, staining my fingertips with rice flour in the process, and pop it into my mouth. The dango is sweet, infused with the soft, subtle flavor of cherry blossoms. They're chewy, but not overly so, and it slides down my throat easily. Ah, so delicious. I'm so happy I could cry. Please don't cry. I don't have a handkerchief on me, and I wouldn't know what to do. Oh, I see you're introducing Lisa to wonders of authentic Japanese sweetery. My parents would approve. Mom? Hello. Though a lot of people around here are wearing Western clothes instead of the more traditional yukata, Mom still stands out. Mom always has been the center of attention wherever she goes. I guess that's why she became an actress. I can't think of any career more suited for her. She's holding a paper bag filled with pieces of light pink chichi dango in her arms. I should have known she'd be here. She's always loved Japanese food. And if Mom's here, then... Where's Dad? He's over there. I think he's trying to catch some fish. Mom gestures vaguely with one hand. I turn around and, sure enough, I'm able to catch a glimpse of his light pink head of hair. Dad stands out in the crowds too, not because of his clothes, but because he's so very tall. Mom and Dad really do make a striking couple. At any rate, I'm glad you're enjoying your dango, Lucy. It really is good, isn't it? It's delicious. The flavors aren't very strong, but that's what makes it special. Indeed, if the flavor was any stronger, it might be overpowering, given the texture is so chewy. The light flavors offsets the texture, so it doesn't become too trying on your palate. That's exactly right. The flavor complements the texture. That's so clever. Isn't it just? My mother used to make a lot of traditional Japanese sweets, mochi, daifuku, manju, and she told me all about them. Some of the cooking methods are rather complicated. It's all about trying to find balance, achieving a perfect harmony between the flavor and the texture. Japanese cuisine sounds complicated. I need to study harder. I'd be more than happy to help you. I may not look it, but I know a thing or two about food myself. I used to love watching Mother when she made mochi for our New Year's celebrations. She didn't make cheap mochi from mochigome either. She powdered the rice herself. It was difficult work, but she said it was worth it for that authentic flavor. My mother didn't do things by halves. I think that's why she liked Kazuki so much. When I started dating him, he'd come over and help her with the cooking. Mom probably thought, I wish my daughter was as helpful as this boy. Why couldn't he be my child instead? I'm sure my other mother would like you too, Alicia. Do you really think so? Of course, she's a kind old dear. She doesn't have a bad word to say about anyone. She likes doting on people too. I'm sure she'll be especially interested in the girl who comes from the humble town of Hell. I don't know if Hell is all that interesting. We don't have any nice food there. It doesn't matter. Mother would love to spoil you. You and Ri should go and visit her sometime. She probably gets lonely up in Onomichi. I want to visit her more often, but I don't really have the time. Work has been so hectic lately. Don't forget, Lizzie isn't going to be here for very long. We won't have enough time to go anywhere. Besides, I have school. Yes, you're right. You're always so sensible, dear. It must be because you're my daughter. Well, if Alicia comes to stay in the summer holiday, you could always go and visit her then. Do you like the sound of that? You can eat as much natto as you want. You'll be eating natto until the sight of fermented soybeans makes you want to scream. Don't be so negative, Ri. You can never have too much natto. I beg to differ. Ah, you fancy city girl, you. You don't appreciate your heritage enough. You've been spoiled by all the Western restaurants around here. Says you when you always go around dressed like a Hollywood movie star. When was the last time you ever wore a yukata? Don't be silly, Ri. That is that and this is this. And they're two entirely different things. Are they? I'm not so sure. At least Licia seems happy. She always is. I'd love to visit your relatives, eh? That sounds like fun. I want to become part of an even bigger family. My family back in Hell is already pretty big, though. Besides, I'm not sure if they'd let me come back here again. That's kind of strict. If you want, I could try to convince your parents for you. Adults don't always listen to children, but they usually listen to people their own age. There's no real sense to it, other than pride, but that's just how the world works. You'd really talk to my dad? Of course, the language barrier might be a little difficult, but I have a few secrets of my own. Norwegian is not an entirely foreign language to me. But you aren't scared, are you? Why should I be scared? Because my dad, he's my dad. He's one of the 72 earls that govern hell. He sentenced more souls to eternal damnation than you have stars in the sky. And I imagine I've stolen at least double the amount of hearts during my career. Nothing frightens me, sweetie. You just leave it to me. Wow, you're so cool. Yes, I hear that a lot too. Once more, I'm amazed at just how humble my mother is. Truly, you can never find a meeker, milder Yamato Nadeshiko across the whole of Japan. Ah, no bad kitty. So please try to keep your cat under control. I told you, this is mine, I just... Ah! Splash. Huh? Now why did that scream sound so familiar? Gee, you have one guess. Oh my. Oh no. There seems to have been an altercation at the fish scooping stall. Usually fish scooping stalls have a small body of water at front, contained in a tub, that's filled with goldfish. Only goldfish. And yet, for some reason, there's a grown man sitting on the ground, drenched in water. Goldfish flap about helplessly around him, choked by the air. The tub that once held those fish is knocked to the one side, leaking water out uselessly, like the stump of an arm oozes blood. Yeah, my similes are pretty horrible. What of it? Worst things I air on TV. Sure. Ah, he's been assaulted by a cat. The man sits there, dazed and confused, shivering in the cold night breeze. He looks familiar. Horribly familiar. I don't recognize the cat perched on top of his head, though. How on earth did that happen? Good question. Think we'll never know. Dear, you're in such a state. You're covered in water. Your yukata is all wet. I know, I'm sorry for causing a scene, Yuki. It's okay, you don't need to apologize to me. I'm not upset. Yuki, thank you. Now, hold still. I'll help clean you up. Mom tussles Dad's hair clean while a towel the none too impressed owner of the fish catching stall handed us. How did this even happen, though? You are aware you're not meant to catch fish at that stall, not go swimming with them, are you? Of course I'm aware. There was just a problem. Problem? Yeah, that cat, it was one of the cats I always feed when I see it by the riverbank. I guess it thought it must have food on me because it started to follow me, and then it got a bit annoyed since I didn't have anything to give it, and so it pounced on me, I suppose. Pounced? A tiny kitten like that? That's right. Pounced. Don't be silly, dear. It's a stray cat, not a lion. How could it pounce? I don't know, but it did. It pounced and knocked me over, and then, well, you all saw what happened then. You know I told you not to feed the homeless cats around here. I did say. I know you said, but they all looked so sad and lonely I couldn't help myself. And now they see you as a massive pushover. Dad sniffs. I just want to help them. You had noble aims, I'm sure. Sadly, the best laid plans often go awry. I've lived in this world long enough to understand that. Indeed. You always plan for the best, but expect the normal. When are the fireworks going to start? When the festival is nearly over, I suppose. Aw, that's kinda sad. I want to see the fireworks, but I don't want the festival to end, either. All good things have to come to an end. That's just the way of things. I suppose so. I'll have to go home soon, too. I don't know if I'm looking forward to it. Saturday seems so close all of a sudden. Saturday? I thought you were staying here for a week. I am. Then you should be going back home on Sunday. There are 7 days in a week after all. 7? Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. I've lived in a world with 7-day weeks for 9 whole years. I think I'd know that by now. Wow, that's strange. You mean you don't have a 7-day week in hell? Not at all, we only have 6 days in each week. I think we had a Sunday once, but we got rid of it. We haven't had Sundays for millennia. Right. Right. 666. Of course. I guess that makes sense. Not only is Sunday a holy day in some religions, but the number of the beast is 666. Doesn't that 6-day week sound a lot more hellish than a 7-day week? Now that I think about it, there's no reason for hell to be similar to Earth, even if they do have internet access and anime. Right, that thing. Simple things that I take for granted, like the weather, the number of days in the year, and public holidays, might be completely different. Still, I can't believe that you looked up all the festivals in the local area, but you didn't think to check how many days in a week we have. I guess it slipped my mind. I'm sure it did. After all, it's only a small detail, completely insignificant in the grand scheme of things, really. So she'll be gone on Saturday, will she? I should be glad for this sudden development, but for some reason, I feel an unpleasant twisting sensation inside my chest. You're gonna lose a friend, that's what it is. I don't suppose it makes much difference if Licia goes home on Saturday or Sunday, but she told me about it so suddenly it's taken me quite by surprise. Maybe it's because I was having such a nice time. Ah, Ri, look Ri, it's starting. Ah. Fireworks. The flowers are blooming in the sky, bright red, yellow, green and blue. No, they're not flowers, they're fireworks. A series of loud explosive blanks split through the night air, and the crowd cheers in approval. Alicia cheers too, her face illuminated with a whole carnival of colors. Amazing, this is so amazing. I guess. I don't know, I've never been impressed by fireworks. For some reason. It's just like so temporary and kind of the same? I don't know. To me, fireworks seem just kind of a waste and pointless. I guess it is like a finishing touch, it's a loud bang. And like, you know, signifies a conclusion. You know, it's an exclamation mark. I guess. Still, not really impressed. Once you've seen one firework scene, you've seen them all basically, as far as I care. Another volley of fireworks are sent up into the sky, and they explode in showers of sparks. The popping, banging, and crackling continues, dyeing the night sky in an array of rainbow colors. Oh yeah, the smoke afterwards. Fuck, the air, the night sky, especially after a very intense, large, like, you know, massive, like, festival firework display. The sky is just filled with the fucking smoke from them. It's a little distressing, honestly. All that in the air. We've changed the sky. There were no clouds, but now there's suddenly giant plumes of like smoke, lightly illuminating the thing. Went from pitch black night sky to a slightly dim grey sky with the light reflecting faintly off the smoke and whatnot. They're so beautiful. I've never seen anything like it before. Incredible, incredible. Yet another round of fireworks burst in the night air, and Licia giggles a light airy giggle that sounds almost euphoric. Ri? She turns about on the spot, the sleeves of her yukata fluttering in the breeze, and looks at me with a smile. Thank you for bringing me here. This is like something of a dream. I'll never forget this moment, not ever. Oh, that's nice. Hello, you two. Did you have fun? I had loads of fun. I saw the fireworks and they were like, boom. Licia throws her hands up and out in the air to demonstrate, and Mom giggles. Yes, I imagine they were. You have such a way with words, Licia. Thank you. And I got to do lots of other things, fun things too. Oh, like what? Ri and I ate lots of nice food, and we got to throw hoops, and I made a sugar candy sculpture too. Sugar candy sculpture? Ah, that takes me back. I used to like doing those. You need a steady hand, don't you? That's right. I wasn't very good at it, but Ri was. She had such a look of concentration on her face, she didn't get a single crack in her sculpture. Very impressive. Ri has always been a hard-working girl. She will accept any burden, no matter how great. Please don't lump me together with Dad. I'm nothing like him. And speaking of Dad trails along behind Mom, his head hanging. He looks like a battered flower at the very back of the florist's that nobody would want to buy, half the petals missing. The sight is kind of sad, actually. Dad, are you alright? I'm fine. You don't look fine. It's just, ever since I fell into Goldfish Pond, I keep shivering. His teeth have been chattering away all night like castanets. I could hardly hear the fireworks. Oh, sorry, Yuki, I just... Achoo! Dad suddenly sneezes, loudly, and Licia jumps. Are they letting off more fireworks? That sounded like a really loud one. Don't worry about it, sweet. It was just my dear, dripping husband. I even bought a stick of candy floss. I was shaking so much I dropped it. Don't worry, dear. If you catch a cold, I'll be sure to warm you up. Now, why don't we make our way back home? We all had a very busy night. Well, that's fine. Nighttime. I hope Kazuki will be alright. He just has a bit of a cold. I bet he'll be fine just fine tomorrow morning. I sure hope so. I know so. Despite what he looks like, Dad's a resilient person. He must be to live under the same roof as Mom for so long without having some kind of nervous breakdown. It's bad enough that Mom's pretty, intelligent and rich, but she doesn't have like to show off about it either. Even I feel inferior when compared to mom sometimes, so I have no idea what her company does to dad. Well, I'm not sure he'll cope. What's a little bit of water compared to more than a decade of being stood beneath your own partner's shadow? Sure, he might have been shivering and coughing a lot when he walked back home, but I'm sure a hot bath will solve everything. Hopefully, getting a cold at an older age is not a pleasant thing. Your body is not made of magic, can't recover as quickly and efficiently as, little kids like her can. I had so much fun though. Licia sits at the foot of my bed, toying with Koto, a bright smile on her face, right, one of the alpacas, right? I'm so excited, I couldn't possibly get to sleep now. Oh, you couldn't, could you? No, there's just no way. Well, that's awfully convenient. What do you mean? I mean, there'll be no problems if I make you do your math homework now, will there? Oh, fuck, right. Hurry, that's not fair. I don't want to do my homework now. It's far too late. Well, you should have thought about that before you asked to go to the festival, shouldn't you? You're so mean. I'm only being mean for your sake, Licia. And for mine as well. I can't deny it, having power over people is rather rewarding. Sure. Ah, jeez. Which one is the devil in this? Which one's the demon? Here. Slowly going into places. Wednesday. Sure, yes, let's continue. It's a Saturday, I have time. Why are we having natto for breakfast again? Now, there's nothing wrong with extra natto. But I don't like it. Ri, I'm shocked at you. How could a daughter of mine, or my own flesh and blood, claim to dislike natto? Natto is the richest, most nutritious, most humble and hardworking of all the fermented beans, and I will not stand to hear it disgraced so in my home. How can a bean be humble or hardworking? I prod at my natto with tips of my chopsticks. Squish, squish, squish. As expected, it doesn't respond. I mean, it's just a bowl of soybeans. What else was I expecting? The natto's just lying there. It doesn't really do much. That's because you're not giving it a chance. You should eat your natto and allow it to spread fermented goodness throughout your body. If you say so. But it sounds kind of gross. What would fermented goodness even look like? I mean, it's right there. Looks like that. Come on, Ri. Licia is eating her natto. You don't want to lose to Licia, do you? It's a competition? Of course it is. I'm going to give you your affection points throughout the day based on your behavior. Who knows, if you earn over 20 affection points, I might even give you an autograph. That's called blackmail, Mom. Oh. Affection points -1. Oh no, and now you've lost one affection point, Ri. Like I care. And that's another. You're enjoying this, aren't you? But of course, is there any deeper meaning to life other than enjoyment? You're such a bad role model. I love my mother, but she can be a pain sometimes. Well, it's not like I care about these affection points, whatever they are. This is just some stupid game Mom will probably get tired of in an hour. Why would I want her autograph anyway? She's my own mother. If you're gonna give me a prize, then have the decency to make it cold, hard cash. God, she's so greedy, this little Ri. Already. Ah, Yuki. Yes, what is it, dear? I was wondering, how many affection points do I have? Well, I guess there's one person at this table who's always desperate for Mom's love and affection, even if her love and affection can be rather scary. Now let me see. -500, perhaps? -500? But why? What did I do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to see you cry. How cruel. You really are a sadist. And yet you still love me. That's right, I love you more than anything. Good, good. I love you too, dear. Now why don't you come here? I'll kiss your tears, all your tears away. Tears that you caused, Mom. I want to say, but I decided to keep quiet. It's a relationship. Look, if it works for them, it works for them. Like, people have different... Look, it's very weird from an outsider's perspective, but it works for them. So it's fine, I guess. I don't know. Look, don't butt into other people's relationships. Like, if there's no clear sign of, like, abuse or, like, actual, like, stuff like that, who knows? I don't really understand the relationship between my parents, but at least they seem to get along, and that's the important bit. Like, Dad crosses the kitchen and kneels next to Mom, his cheeks tinged pink. I watched, unimpressed, as Mom presses a kiss against Dad's cheek. I roll my eyes. Come on, Lizzie, we're going to school. The sooner I get out of this house, the better. Sure. Wow, what she cry? It isn't fair. What isn't fair? I didn't get to finish all my natto. Most people would count that as a blessing. But I'm not most people. I like that nattori. I liked it lots and lots. I wanted second helpings too, and thirds. Well, I'm sorry, but Dad was a little distracted this morning. I don't think he was in any fit frame of mind to serve you more natto, Licia. I guess, but on top of that, you're saying we have to eat this. Licia rustles a bag filled with convenience store food, clutched tightly in her right hand. For lunch, I want to eat something homemade. There's nothing wrong with convenience store food. You should be thankful I've had enough money on me so we could buy this at all. But... Licia sniffs, kicking at a small pebble on the side of the road. It's still not fair. Don't be like that. You got to eat lots and lots of delicious food at the festival yesterday, didn't you? I guess that's true. Licia pauses. The wind tugs at her pale blonde hair, making it flutter. Her tail, protruding beneath the hem of her school skirt, twitches because of the breeze or because of her own emotions. I'm not sure. Maybe both. I wonder how that tail of hers works. Is it particularly sensitive? If I prodded it with a pin, would it hurt? Come on, tug at it. Come on. Yoink the tail. Come on. I kind of want to try it out, but then I'd be giving into my base urges, and I'd be no better than Mom. Come on, give in to base urges sometimes. It's not... You can't really cause any harm if you lightly tug it. Come on. Ahem. I'm sorry for being selfish, Lee. I don't want to be ungrateful. I'm really happy that you've done so many nice things for me. I blink. Lisa's been sulking all the way to school, her face cloudier than a thunderstorm, and I didn't expect her to concede so easily. I thought she'd be sulking for the rest of the day. But maybe not. Lizzie might be stubborn and hard-headed, but she's not completely unreasonable. At heart, she's a sweet girl. Or demon, rather. And I don't think she wants to upset me. I think you're a nice girl, Ree. I'm happy I met you. Even if I was being all sulky just now. That doesn't change the fact that I like you lots and lots. Well, I look down at the ground, my face flushing. I'm not used to being complimented, so I react kind of badly to it. It's fine, you don't need to go that far. I don't think I'm particularly nice either. You might not think it, but I do. I know it. Licia shifts the plastic carrier bag of food to her left hand, then links the fingers of her right with mine. Her palm is soft and gentle, unblemished despite the bit of burning sulfur from which she came, and the sudden warmth makes my cheeks turn light pink. Hand-holding is cute. You're a nice girl, Ray. The nicest. That's why you took me to the festival yesterday, and why you let me eat all that yummy food. I knew you didn't want to go, but you didn't refuse because you're really soft deep down inside. I'm not, I thought it would be a pain to argue with you, that's all. Because you didn't want to upset me, right? Lisa's fingers squeeze about mine, insistent, and I'm forced to turn my head away. Her gaze is so pure I'm beginning to feel light-headed. Idiot. Oh. Okay, I was avoiding saying that, but she's just like straight up did it. Okay, so Ri is just doing the tsundere act. Like a cold, hard, harsh exterior, but super soft on the inside. There we go. She said idiot. Baka. Really? Okay. Maybe I am. I shouldn't have been so rude earlier, and I shouldn't focus on the things I don't have. Instead, I should focus on what I do have instead. A half-eaten bowl of natto back home, and a bag of cheap convenience store food? No, silly. Licia smiles, her pale lashes flutter, and her tail, black as a stick of licorice, twitches. I have you. Yay. Friendship is magic and stuff like that. Licia, you look just as lovely as ever. That uniform really does suit you. The pale blue complements your eyes. And your hair is so cute and fluffy. It looks just like a little cloud. I want to take a bite out of it. Nom nom nom. Thank you, everybody. The class crowds around Licia as soon as she sets foot in the classroom. These faceless masses sure are predictable. And they're noisy too. At least Licia seems to be taking it in her stride. She doesn't even break a sweat. I wonder if there's a way to make any money from Licia's immense popularity. God damn it, Ree. Perhaps I could ask Dad to sew Licia a few more cute frilly outfits, and then he can take photos. Dad's not that good at taking photos. He always gets his thumb in the way of the lens. But when it comes to cute things, his skill level increases dramatically. If it was for Licia's sake, he'd be able to take photos that could rival that of a professional. Then I could take those photos and laminate them, and Mom could teach Licia how to draw a cute and quirky and innovative autograph of her own. I could get Licia to sign these stacks of photographs, and then we could give them to people at school. For a price, of course. Jesus Christ. Damn. She's way too young to be thinking this cold-heartedly. I'm thinking. Maybe 500 yen? Does that sound like too much? Too little? If every person in my class bought one, we'd be working get the money in no time. God damn it. Little capitalist in the making. Well, that's kind of adorable in some way, but also disturbing. I saw you at the festival yesterday, Alicia. Oh, you did? That's right, your yukata looked adorable. Thank you, Kazuki made it for me. Kazuki? Is that Sakuraba's dad? The one who looks like he's going to cry all the time? My mom said she saw him at parents' evening last term. Apparently he got lost and somehow ended up getting locked in the gym storage cupboard. Aww, I can see that happening. God damn it, Kazuki, you're so pathetic. Aww, he's a little precious bee that needs to be protected, apparently. Aww, but he's an adult. Goddamn. What? Seriously? No way. Yes way. Ugh. Please don't remind me. I thought I'd finally managed to put that painful memory behind me. I can't believe it. How could the klutz like that sew such clothes? The world is full of mysteries. The biggest mystery being how the heck Licia got so cute. I'm so jealous. I wish I'd seen her at the festival too. I didn't see Licia, but I saw somebody who looked like her. What? You mean there's another cute blonde girl living in our town? I'm not sure. I've never seen her before, and I didn't get a good look, but she was very pretty and very, very blonde. Oh, that's Mom. Ah, blonde girls really are the best. When you see golden hair like that, don't you want to lick it? No, that's weird. Really? You guys think so? Definitely weird. It seems rather uncouth to lick hair. Yeah, that's a bit weird. It is rather strange. You don't get any nutrients out of licking hair either. No way. Did I just expose a really embarrassing side of myself? Yes, you did. Congratulations. It's 9 years old, kids. They're not going to forget this for quite a few years. It's alright, disembodied student A. I don't even remember your name, so it doesn't make any difference to me. Alright class, sit down in your seats. The class quietens instantly, even the student with the hair-licking fetish. Ah, jeez. Right. Miss Tamara peers at us from over the rims of her glasses, her arms crossed beneath her chest. I know you were all having fun at the festival yesterday, but I hope you remember to do your homework. Yes, miss. Good. If I find out any of you are lying to me, there will be consequences. Her eyes flash dangerously, and I gulp. I'm starting to feel anxious myself, even though I made sure to do all of my homework. Miss Summer has that effect on people. I also have some news I need to share with you, regarding a school trip on Friday up in the mountains. Ah, that's right, the school trip. I forgot about, given all the things that have been going on, but there really is a school trip coming up, isn't there? Glance over at Licia, curious. What does she think about this? It doesn't take me long to figure it out. Of course, she's super excited. A school trip. A real school trip. Her face is flushed and her eyes are sparkling. Obviously. So you already knew we were going on a school trip. Of course you did. That's right. But how did you know? Even I had forgotten about it. It's elementary, my dear Watson. You know, Sherlock Holmes never actually said that. Who cares? Of course he didn't. He can't trick me. I know he isn't real. Well, that's also true, I guess. Licia grins. She looks so smug I kind of want to pinch her cheeks. Do it! Go for it. Anyway, isn't it only natural I know about this trip? It was easy for a sleuth like me to discover. Was it now? Yep, I looked it up on the internet, of course. The internet, of course. I should have known, really. Dante's Divine Comedy doesn't mention anything about the strength of Hell's Wi-Fi signal, but Dante lived almost 1,000 years ago, and the times have changed. Not even hell can remain untrenched in the 14th century, it seems. Why has she read Dante's Inferno? That's also way too heavy of a literature for a 9-year-old. I'm not very good at using the net, though. Fia looked it up for me. She said all the information was there on your school website. Fia, who's that? One of my sisters. She spends a lot of time on this online forum, posting pictures of cute anime girls and telling people to step on thumbtacks. Okay. I don't really get it. She always gets really, really mad when she goes on that site, but that doesn't stop her going on it. I wish I knew why. Yeah, some people just really like to get angry, though. It's weird, but technology is a frightening thing. It really is. It really fucking is. The two of us sit there for a while, pondering. Since it's such a nice day, Lisa asked if we could eat lunch out on the school field, and I got obliged. The track team practices out here, but only on Mondays and Fridays, so nobody should bother us. The wind rustles through the trees, toying with my hair, and I shift, brushing a few strands behind my ears. So, do you know where we're going on this trip? Yep, your scary teacher said. She said you were going to pick berries in the mountains. That's right, I think it's a bit of tradition. We went there last year too, and the year before that. It sounds like fun. Aren't you excited? No, it was pretty dull, to tell you the truth. I'd rather go somewhere with a bit more culture, like Kyoto or Okinawa. Our school doesn't have the money for that though. But the school building is so big, and the uniforms are so nice. And that's why they can't afford to take us anywhere. The school governors spent all their money already. Just don't get your hopes up, Lizzie. This trip will be pretty dull. No way, I don't believe it. It can't be dull if I'm with you, Ri. Well, thank you, I guess. You're welcome. Now, is it time to eat? Lizzie rootles around her plastic carrier bag and unveils the few items we bought for lunch. I didn't have much money with me, so I couldn't afford to buy a lot, but there should be enough to satisfy Lizzie for half an hour or so. As Lizzie eats, her tail twitches. I watch it, transfixed. I wonder what would happen if I pull it. In the end, however, I decide to leave her tail be. Who knows what will happen if I touch it? I might get cursed. It's best not to meddle in affairs like this. There's still too much about Lizzie I don't know, and I don't know if I want to find out everything. Come on, tug the tail, come on. There are some things mere mortals like myself shouldn't do. Come on, it's just the tail, tug it. Come on, let's do it. I'll be disappointed if we don't, tug at the tail at some point before this ends. I'll be very disappointed. Well, okay, not very, just very slightly. I walk along the riverside, my footsteps falling against the ground with a series of soft thuds. The wind runs through the elm trees, making the leaves rustle, but my mind is miles away. I don't want to think about it, but I can't stop myself. There are too many mysteries surrounding Lizzie, and it's starting to hurt my head. Is she really a demon? What does that mean? She says she comes from hell, but where could hell possibly exist? With my modern understanding of the world, I know hell can't be situated inside the earth itself. Scientists have proven that much. These scientists did not, however, account for the existence of reality-warping beings like Lizzie, so maybe they don't know everything after all. Well, no, scientists would be the first people to say they don't know everything. In fact, they're constantly trying to disprove theories that other scientists came up with, like, come on, is this true? Fuck you, no it's not, I'll prove it to you. And they try to prove it, and if they can't, then it's like, well, fuck, I guess it is true. We can't disprove it. Upsets me that I can't disprove this theory. Curses. It feels kind of weird that a 9-year-old girl like me might know more about the untapped mysteries of the universe than the technicians working at CERN or NASA. It's a lot to take in. Sure, at least in certain fields, you might know a bit more, but that's nature. That's just how it works. Everyone has something they know better about than anyone else on this earth. Usually, most of the time, it's just stuff about your own personal life, but that still counts. It's still technically true. How often do demons like Lizzie come to trouble us humans? Who knows? Since it happened to me over something as trifling as a plate of cookies, it can't be completely unheard of. Lizzie's entire existence is problematic, but she doesn't seem to realize this at all, or appreciate just how much this is bothering me. Hey, Ri, you're standing a little too close there. What do you want? Nothing really. You just look deep in thought. I did? Yeah, I thought you were thinking about complicated things. Not particularly. Kind of were. Even if I asked Lizzie some of my more pressing questions, I doubt she'd be able to answer them. All she cares about is food. Anyway, I'm really, really hungry. Of course she's hungry. Isn't this girl always hungry? I'm so hungry I feel I could die. You need to feed me right now. Can demons like you really die? Of course we can. We're not monsters. But you live in hell. That's where dead people go, right? It's where dead people's souls go, sure, but we're not people, we're demons. So where do demons go when they die? Then, I don't really know. I don't think I've ever thought about it. I can't say this is much of a surprise. Just don't go mistaking us for scary things like zombies or vampires. We demons are fragile and sensitive beings with honest hearts, like you humans. So zombies and vampires also exist. Great! This keeps getting more and more complicated. That'll teach me to ask questions. Anyway, I'm hungry. Feed me. If you don't feed me, I'll reap your soul. Alright. I heard you the first time. What do you want? Well, as you know, I like sweets. You can't eat sweets all the time. You'll get spots. Silly human girl, I've never had spots in all my life. There's a first time for everything. Why, do you get spots when you eat too many sweets, Ri? I do, I know I do. Fuck me, those are annoying. Sometimes those spots appear in some very annoying places. It's fine if it's on my face or something, but when it's near the joints, it happens especially some places are very uncomfortable when the spots happen. It's fucking annoying. I should eat less sweets, but they're so delicious. I can't help it myself either. Look, I don't drink coffee, I don't drink booze, I don't smoke, I don't do any of the drugs or weed or any of that other stuff, but I have my sweets. I need my sugar. I want my sugar. Alright, that's the one thing I do that's super unhealthy for me. It's all of the sugar and sweet stuff. That that's completely irrelevant. I need to try and change the subject. Buy Lissy a crepe, make pancakes with Lissy at home. Come on, let's bake at home. Let's go. Let's do more baking. There we go. Always go for that, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, do you guys want to use the kitchen? That's right. Ree says we're going to make pancakes. Pancakes, is it? They're so simple to make, but they're really delicious. That's right. I've never had them before, so I'm really excited. You've never had pancakes before? That really is a shame. Nora must be more impoverished than I thought. It's very much not. I don't think it's particularly poor country. Not that it matters, given Lucy doesn't even come from Norway. In light of this tragedy, you must have a serving of pancakes right now, without any delay. Are you sure about that? Of course I am. I have never been so sure about anything before in my life. But you haven't finished cleaning the rest of the dishes away from dinner. Shouldn't you do that first? Well, I know I need to finish cleaning, but that can wait. I just can't leave poor Alicia be, now that I know she has never eaten a pancake before. That's far too sad. It is sad. It's something I regret every single day. Hey, you didn't even know what pancakes were until today, so don't try to play the sympathy card. That's gullible enough as it is. Sorry. At any rate, I suppose we can start cooking now. Pancakes are rather simple, so it shouldn't take too long. Is it alright if I help too, Ree? You can help when you finish cleaning everything up. There's no time like the present. Chop chop. Indeed, you might have a point. Dad smiles and hangs his head, cowed by my irrefutable logic. God, he really is a pushover. Oh well, I think he likes it. He might be a bit of a masochist. Right, do you want help out, Lucia? Yes, I do. Just tell me to jump and I'll say how high. I don't need you to jump. I'm not an army officer. You say that, but sometimes I wonder. Me too. I cough. Anyway, I want you to break these 2 eggs into that mixing bowl. Do you think you can do that? Roger, Captain. With a winning smile, Lucia takes one of the eggs in her hands and breaks it. And just crushes it. And crushes it right between her fingers. Obviously. The delicate eggshell splinters, and the uncooked egg white drips down her fingers like slime. Ree? Yes. Did I do something wrong? What do you think? Well, my hand is all sticky now. It would be. You're meant to crack the egg on the side of the bowl, not in your hand. You've got bits of eggshell everywhere now. We won't be able to pick it all out. Maybe entrusting this rather sensitive task to Lissy was a bit too optimistic on my part. You go and wash your hands, Lissy. I'll crack the eggs. Okay. But what do you want me to do? Shall I measure out the flour? The baking powder? Uh-oh. Oh no. I'm suddenly haunted by an image of our kitchen covered in white powder. Not a single surface left bare. No, don't trouble yourself with that. That's boring anyway. You wouldn't enjoy it. Why don't you mix everything up when I've got it all in the bowl? Doesn't that sound like fun? Ah, yes. Then I'll do that then. She should at least be able to handle the mixing, right? Oh dear. We picked the bad ending. The kitchen gets destroyed. Right? Fuck. That's a confirmation. Bad ending. Well, ending. I'm not sure if it's going to be an ending, but still. Wow. Oh, look, Ree. Look, it's bubbling. It's supposed to. It's because of the heat. It looks just like the sulphurous rivers that run through hell. I don't know if it sounds that appetizing. I think it's about time to flip the pancake, don't you? It looks like it's ready. I was just about to do that, Dad. Do you want me to lend you a hand? The skillet might be a little bit too heavy for you. It's alright, I've got it. I've done this before enough times. I tighten my grip on the handle of the skillet, my knuckles turning white. Then, with one deft motion, I flip the pancake into the air. Ooh, amazing. Thank you. The pancake lands neatly back in the center of the skillet with a soft, only barely audible plop. I don't spill a single drop of batter. Dad whistles under his breath, evidently impressed. That really was something. When did you get so good at this, Ree? I practiced a lot. And you don't think it's because you had a particularly good teacher to learn from, do you? Well, that might have something to do with it. I wouldn't have learned how to cook if you weren't so enthusiastic. It's nothing really. I'm sure you've already surpassed me. Right, I think this one is just about ready. I slide the wooden spatula underneath the first pancake, then deposit it gently onto a waiting plate. Lucia takes hold of the plate before I've managed to slip the pancake properly off the spatula, her face flushed with happiness. It looks so cute, I want to eat right away. Wait a minute, Lucia. What is it, Kaski? Pancakes can taste nice on their own, but people usually have them with toppings. It gives them a bit more flavor. It makes each pancake a bit more personal to the person eating it. Personal? Yes, for example, I like my pancakes with maple syrup, and Louis likes lemon and sugar. Ooh, that sounds nice. Can I have a pancake with lots and lots of chocolate on it? Of course you can. Your wish is my command, milady. Don't say that. It makes you sound like a creep. Ah, sorry, Ree. Dad procures a jar of chocolate sauce from inside the kitchen cabinet and hands it over to Licia. Before you eat that, you might want a few more pancakes. Having a single pancake alone on a plate is kind of sad. Alright. I keep forgetting pancakes are typically quite thin. I make one pancake and it's like almost an inch thick every single time. Like, 2 centimeters, 2.5 or something like that, sometimes more. If I mixed it in a weird way and it like rises way more than I expected to. Or it depends on the stuff I put inside of it. Like bits of chocolate or nuts or fruits or raisins or other stuff. I don't know, other stuff. I don't remember. I put a lot of different things in these pancakes. Lots of different things. Jellies as well. Marmalades. Basically anything. You can put anything in there. It's a pancake. I take the word cake quite literally when making those. When making it singular. I generously bequeath a second, and soon after a third, pancake to Licia. Licia stares at her small pancake stack with wide eyes, her face flushed with happiness. She slathers the chocolate sauce inches thick onto the pancake stack, and it starts to melt slowly. If you eat that much chocolate, you'll get cavities. Don't be silly, I am Licia the Eviless. All cavities would run away in fear at the mere sound of my name, ha ha. Given cavities aren't sentient beings, I find that highly unlikely. Come on, Ree, let Licia enjoy herself. It's her first time having pancakes after all. I know, I'm just trying to be responsible. Being responsible. Oh, that does look delicious as heck. Well, I can't deny that Licia's pancakes look nice though. The pancakes are light and fluffy, an even golden brown color without any craters or lumps. The brown chocolate sauce slathered on top begins to melt as soon as it comes in contact with the first pancake on the stack, fresh from the skillet, and it oozes over the soft and yielding surface of the pancake, enveloping it. I'm starting to get hungry myself. I should start flipping my own pancake. However, I'm less invested in the successful completion of my pancake than Licia's. Interesting. I am able to flip it, just as before, but my actions are slightly less perfect, and the pancake doesn't land in the center of the pan. The pancake hangs over the edge of the skillet, and I have to poke it back into the middle with the side of my spatula, which creates a few unwanted lumps and bumps. Who cares about that? Did you get distracted? No, it was just a simple mistake, that's all. Come on, come and eat with me. I don't want to start without you. Why not? I didn't ask you to wait. But I wanted to wait for you, silly. It would be rude not to, wouldn't it? Since when did you care about manners? I don't know. I just thought I should be more polite, since I'm always bugging you to make me food, eh? Well, that's true enough. Good manners never hurt anyone. I plate myself up a few pancakes, then add the toppings. Though my favorite pancake toppings are lemon and juice sugar, I decide, in a moment of mad inspiration perhaps, that it wouldn't hurt to try the chocolate sauce Licia likes so much. This girl, spending time with her really is turning me into a bourgeois. To bourgeois? Fuck French language words, come on now. Moving on from that, I'm not even gonna delve on that anymore. The rich chocolate sauce melts over my pancakes, running down the side of the stack. It's almost like alchemy. Minus the gold and the elixir of eternal life, of course. They really do look good. They smell good too. I'm starting to feel hungry, even though I just had dinner. Well, I thank you for waiting, I suppose. I appreciate it. It's no problem. The food in Japan is good, but it tastes even better when I can eat it with you. Licia spears her pancake with the prongs of her fork and brings it to her lips. I follow suit, my fingers trembling more than they really should, and take a forkful of my own imperfect pancake. Oh yeah, that's the one thing with my pancake. You can't pick it up with one fork without it just breaking apart. It's too heavy. It literally is like a kilo or more of pancake. You have to cut it up like a pizza to eat it properly. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. It's too dense to do that. Though I made a few mistakes when flipping my pancakes, they don't seem to have suffered for it. Well, no, it's still a pancake. The pancakes are light and airy, sweet and fluffy, and they melt in my mouth like butter. Though the pancakes are sweet, there's a certain wholesomeness to them. They're not particularly filling, being only light bites that take a few mouthfuls to eat, but they taste homely, I suppose. Yeah, no, mine is super filling because it's a singular one. Like, I still have like half of one I made yesterday left over. Because just, I can't eat too much of it. Bloody hell. It's too much. But good. That means I have to make it once and last for me for like 2 days. Maybe that's because they're still so soft and warm. Eating them almost feels like being embraced. I've had pancakes before, but I don't know if they've ever tasted quite as good as this. You two look happy. I am happy. I can't believe I never tasted pancake before. It's simple, but it's so delicious. Dad nods sagely. Sometimes making simple food can be the hardest challenge of all. Oh please, like you did anything to help. Aw. It's fine, you mean you didn't let him help. And Mom's home now. Hello everybody, your favorite actress, Shirakawa Yukina, eternally 18 years old, has entered the building. Oh, there's a spotlight. Thank you, you're all far too kind. Why is Mom so melodramatic? I know she's an actress, but it's not like a spotlight shines on her all the time. I mean, clearly does. Well, maybe it does in her mind. And that's adorable. Yuki, welcome back, I missed you. I can't believe it. Dad even gets to his feet and applauds Mom for her outrageous lies. I guess that really is true love. I miss you too, dear. I had such a busy day at work. I was dying to sit down and stare at your cute face again. Cute? I'm not really. You are. Well, I wonder. And she suddenly grows catty as in a tail. Because, sure. Mom smiles a cat-like smile. You shouldn't be coy, dear. I have superb judgment when it comes to cuteness. I haven't been an actress this long for nothing, you know. Ah, Dad swoons, his face light pink. It amazes me that Dad is still so obviously in love with Mom, even though they've been together, not married though, for almost 17 years. Okay. And what are you all doing in the kitchen? Has our living room been invaded by a vengeful spirit? Please don't talk about spirits, vengeful or otherwise. It might be bad luck. I just like it in here. It's all. It's cozy. Because this is where all the food is. That's right. How'd you guess? It didn't take many of my deductive faculties, trust me. Well, you might be right. They do say the kitchen is the heart of the home, and I feel like I'm having a cup of tea. Yes, of course, I'll get it for you right away. Would you? Thank you, dear. I appreciate it. With a heavy sigh, Mom sinks down into her chair, folding one leg over the other. Though Mom's voice is cool and breezy as ever, she really does look tired. Her face is pale underneath her makeup, and her hair is a little messier than usual. I can hardly believe it. Who would have thought that the little girl who took the leading role in her elementary school's rendition of Snow White would one day become a professional actress? You've come a long way since then, Yuki. I'm proud of you. Thank you, dear. I'm sure I was only cast as the lead in that play because of my name, though. My acting abilities were not quite up to par back in those days. Of course not. You were only 6. I remember it clearly, though. My first taste of show business. Speaking of names, I'm curious. Why did your parents call you Licia? Licia? That's right, I was interested too. Is it the common Norwegian name? Well, I think it's because it sounds kind of like Lucifer, but cuter. Of course, it would be something like that. Lucifer, how very strange. Your parents must be intriguing people. Maybe it's because they live in a village called Hell. I groan. I still have no idea how my parents can be so incredibly dense. At this point, it's not even funny. Can't we cut it out with all these stupid jokes already? No, we cannot. Don't you dare cut out the stupid jokes. They're great. I love them. Silly. I love silly. I lie in my bed, curled up like a weevil, snuggled inside a biscuit. I'd be asleep by now under normal circumstances, but these circumstances aren't normal. Hey, Ri. Lacey's presence is proof enough of that. What is it? If you don't get any sleep, you'll be tired tomorrow. I know that, but I was thinking something. There's a first of everything, I suppose. Come on, that's a bit mean. I don't mean to be so sarcastic, but I can't help it. I'm sleepy. Lisa doesn't seem to mind, though her smile doesn't flicker. Did she even realize that I said something mean? She might be too pure to pick up on the sarcasm. I was just thinking, it must be nice being an only child. And why do you say that? Your parents always give you so much attention. It's clear they really love you. I think Dad gives me a bit too much attention. He's always trying to get me to model these frilly dresses of his. It's such a pain. But he only makes you those dresses because he loves you. It isn't the same for me. My dad hardly ever talks to me. Isn't that because he's busy? You said he was some earl in hell or something. That's right, he's one of the 72-year-olds who govern hell, so he's always working to ensure everything runs smoothly. I know he works hard to support us, but he's so busy I never get to see him. He doesn't have enough time to watch TV with me or help me with my homework, and he didn't even attend last parents' evening. My dad never helps me with my homework either, since he's even more clueless about mathematics than I am, but I don't mention this to Lissy. I don't know if now is a good time. What about your mother? Don't you ever spend time with her? I do, but mother's busy as well. I have 6 older siblings, so mother is always fussing about them. 6? That's right, 6. That's impressive, since most humans go to hell after they die. You wouldn't think demons would spend time creating more life, but I guess not. There's still a lot I don't understand about hell. Hopefully I'll never go there, and I'll remain blissfully ignorant about all its inner workings. It's normal for families in hell to have 7 children, especially noble families like mine. It's a tradition, since there are 7 deadly sins and all. But not 7 days in a week, apparently. I thought the lucky number in hell was 666. That too, but having 666 children might be quite a stretch, even for an amazing woman like my mother. I guess so. I just get kinda lonely sometimes. Since I'm the youngest, nobody listens to me. I get treated like a kid. Is that why you wanted to leave? Kinda. It's strange. Nobody paid much attention to me in hell, but everyone seems super interested in me here. I don't get it. That's because they think you're some kind of Norwegian princess. I don't really know why. I always got the worst grades in class back home. I'm not even average. I'm way below average. None of my teachers like me, or my classmates. I didn't think you humans would welcome me so warmly. Mom and Dad told me I should prepare to be disappointed, so I didn't expect too much. It's a little awkward, but I think I like it. I haven't felt so wanted before in my life. And I'm happy I met you too. I think you're a really nice person, Ree. Whatever. I turn over in bed and hug one of my pillows to my chest. I'm glad it's so dark, so she can't see me blushing. I'm not trying to be nice or anything. I'm just going along with Lycia's whims so she won't weep my soul. There's nothing deeper to this, really. I don't even like her. Come on. You can lie to us, but you can't lie to yourself, Ree. Come on, stop it. Not that much. There we go. Even so, I don't think you dislike hell that much. Why do you say that? If you really hated it then you wouldn't feel homesick. Since you miss it, that must mean there were some things you liked about it. Of course, I love my mother and my father and all my siblings, even if they tease me all the time and always beat me in Scrabble. But at the same time, I always felt like I never really fit in. I was under a lot of pressure all the time, and I could never meet anybody's expectations. After all, everyone gave up on me. But you don't ignore me, Ree. You listened to me, and you gave me lots and lots of delicious food. So that's why you like me? The food? I like the food a lot, but that isn't it. I don't think it is anyway. Though we only known each other for a little while, I like you an awful lot, you know? Sparkles in the eyes. Alright. I think we'll leave the remaining 3 or 4 days for next time. So, just saving that there. Going into the intermission mode. Because I'm getting tired, I feel like my voice is gonna start to collapse in mere moments. That's nice. That was a second. Day 3 was a lot shorter than day 2, but that's fine. Yes, anyway, that was cute and all that, but now we have some music to recommend as we go into the intermission, and we'll be back later. So, Guns N' Roses, Live and Let Die, Alice Cooper. Wait, I already did this one, I forgot to update it. Fuck me. Piss. Alright, well, I guess I'll have to leave that to fix next time. I forgot. Bollocks. Oh well, alright. Bye-bye. I'll fix that in moments and you'll get an update in a few seconds. Now then. Alright, I promised from previously that I messed up, and here we go. Music recommendations. Yoshikawa -45, Totem Bloom, Blur, Song 2, Garrod, A City That Never Sleeps from Valhalla, a lovely visual novel, Cyberpunk Bartender Action Simulator. It's great. It'll never be covered on this channel because I've already played it years ago. David Essex, Rock On, and Mihoyo Patrol from Honkai Impact 3rd. Now I know they changed the name Hoyo at some point, whatever, don't care. I'm not gonna go back and change the name, all the names in my folders. That's the new name because I don't believe, like, why should I think that they're not gonna change their name again? Like, they're Mihoyo to me and shall remain so in my head forever. And no, I don't know who composed it. There's a bunch of people. It's kind of hard to look up because I'm lazy, I guess. Sure. Anyway, oh, another thing I have to mention. I looked it up. Previously, in one of the previous ones, Otis Redding did not do the music in No Sunshine When She's Gone. He was dead by the time that song was written and composed. It was originally written by Bill Withers, and the version that I have is by Al Jarreau. Jarreau. Something like that. And there. Actually, if I can, let me put it actually here so that we can see it properly. Al Jarreau. There we go. That's the guy. Al Jarreau. And now, what else? Is there anything else I fucked around with the audio? Again, it's... Look, I don't know. It's weird. My main priority when I'm setting it up is so that it sounds at least not like I'm in a room, even though I am in a room, and it's not super treated. So it is what it is. Mainly so that when I get all the way up close to the microphone like so, it captures it the way I want it to capture, and I believe I have done so. Indeed. When I'm close by, I can speak softly, but with the rumble in my voice. I do like delivering that. I do like listening to that myself as well. And that's why certain things sound the way they do. When I'm a bit further away, when the microphone is seated on the table, about 30 centimeters away from my mouth, and as I move around my head, because I'm a jittery mess. Now, anyway, anything else? No, that's all. Plop this thing. We can now return to the thing where we read a little short story to exercise the voice as I copy it over from the thing so that we can actually see and read it and all that jazz. Put you away. You will go away and you come on top. There we go. Short story 30 on June 5th, 2018. One tired man saw an angel in disguise wandering the park. At first, he only felt his aching mind, but whenever she would get closer, his worries seemed to grow small and ancient, only to consume his thoughts once more the moment she began to move further away. This was both pure torture and heavenly bliss for the man. Every single day he would go to the park and wait for the divine being to caress his soul, only to rend it asunder time and time again. Some would call it addiction. He sees it as a means to escape his dull life, if only for brief moments at a time. Such were his days until he became an old man, one whose worries had almost ushered in his final breath on many occasions, but the anticipation of the soothing divine intervention kept his spirits high, delaying his death far longer than the life of even his grandchildren. His great-grandchildren, however, were fated to witness their ancestor in a state of mental and physical decay. He had turned into a machine, doing the bare minimum to stay alive, just so he could go to the park and feel a singular sensation of ease, despite the horrors of reality crashing down immediately afterwards. When even powers from beyond would not be enough to sustain his life, he finally did not wake up. Few were at his funeral, none left who knew him before the obsession. A hollow eulogy by an indifferent priest. The angel was not there. She passed by his home on the night of his death, like she had never done before, peeking curiously at this strange phenomenon of a man. Then she left, and the nightmares had no conscious barrier to stop them this time. Okay, that's a cliffhanger of sorts at the end there. Alright, interesting. Well, anyway, moving on from that weird thing, whatever the fuck that was, into Strawberry Vinegar. Let's continue. Let's conclude. I don't know how long it's gonna take to get through days 4, 5, 6, and maybe 7. And maybe the rest of their lives, but we shall see. She'll figure that out now. Alright, Lycia, wake up, wake up. Huh, Ree? Lycia cracks one eye open and blinks at me. She's curled up underneath the futon, her ashen hair spilling across her pillow. Some of it is tangled up around her horns, and it looks all knotted. Having horns must be quite a pain. Is that why she wears her hair so short? If it was any longer, those horns would probably be even more of a problem. Probably. Lycia, you need to get dressed. Dressed? That's right, hurry up. I don't have enough time to stand around waiting. Can I have 5 more minutes? No, you can't. Come along now, there's a good girl. I'm sorry, but I'm still so sleepy. You go ahead, I'll catch you up later. But you've only been here for 3 days. You'd probably get lost. My sense of direction isn't that bad. You got lost when Miss Tamura asked you to get yourself an English textbook from the class right next to ours. Forgive me if I don't trust you. That's reasonable. You're so mean, Ree. I'm not mean, I'm just truthful. There's a difference. Alec, if she was mean, she would leave you alone. So come on, Lycia. She's being considerate. And she's being bossy like that. And she wants you to not get in trouble. Like, that's what friends are for. Now get up. I have perfect attendance and I'm not going to spoil it for the likes of you. I pause, struck by a brilliant idea. If the prospect of my perfect attendance being tarnished isn't enough to chivvy Lycia along, this should be. And if you don't get up now, you won't have enough time to eat breakfast. I thought this for sure would be enough to make Lycia get up, but strangely enough, it is not to be. She's sick from something. I ate too much pancakes yesterday. Lycia continues to lie there. She doesn't even try to lift her head. I'm sorry, but I don't feel very well. She whimpers, holding her arms around her stomach. The expression on her face really is pitiable. I kind of want to pat her on the head, but I restrain myself. My stomach hurts and my arms and legs feel all stiff and heavy. If you really are sick, that's your own fault. I told you not to eat so much, but you didn't listen to me. I know, but everything tastes so good. Human food is so delicious. Jeez, also in a foreign land, foreign bacteria and all that jazz, although I'm not sure they should really be able to interact with a demon. Although honestly, that's a question. Is she really a demon? Does she have any powers? We haven't witnessed any of that. She just has horns and a tail. I mean, it's alive, sure, so definitely not human. But beyond that, we haven't actually witnessed anything supernatural. Yet. And might not at all. Jeez. It's true that Liz has been eating way too much for her skinny little body these last few days, but it's also true Dad's been spoiling her rotten. Every single time she holds out her bowl of breakfast or dinner, demanding second, third or fourth helpings, Dad is only too happy to oblige. Potential stomachaches be damned. I wonder who the real culprit here is. I mean, it is the adult in the room. He's supposed to know better. Well, what can you do with children? It's Dad for being so soft, it's Lycia being for so greedy, it's nobody's fault. I mean, that's just how they are. It's really hard to blame people for their just basic nature. We're gonna put Rhea on this path of being softy. It's nobody's fault. That's right, it'll be stupid to try to assign blame over this. It's just one of those things, unfortunate, yes, but hardly the end of the world. If I tried to find the culprit for Lycia's illness, I'd be just as bad as those Europeans in the Middle Ages, when they tried people for witchcraft because their crops failed. I'm a modern girl, and I don't hold for nonsense like that. I'm far too cultured. Alright, I'll let you stay here for today. Dad always stays at home, so he can look after you. I'll go and tell him you feel sick. Thank you, Ree, I appreciate it. You don't need to act like I'm doing some big favor. Anybody else would do the same. Besides, leaving you here might be a good thing. It means I'll actually be able to focus on class, for a change. I'm tired of hearing my classmates whisper to one another about how smooth Lycia's skin is, or how pretty her hair is, or how cool those horn-shaped accessories are, while I'm meant to be finding the angles of my isocracies triangles. I can't listen to Miss Tamura at all, since everybody's so busy talking about Lycia. If Lycia isn't there, everyone should start ignoring me again. No. Everything will return to the way it used to be, back in the good old days. Like from 4 days ago, back when I was invisible, Ree, sitting in the classroom without any presence. That's what I want, isn't it? You're not sure. A seed of doubt. Oh, Ree, why isn't Lycia with you? She can't come down today. She's sick. Sick? What's wrong with her? It isn't a fever, is it? A headache? A toothache? Measles? Mumps? Chickenpox? Tuberculosis? Food poisoning? Dry rot? Subsidence? No, wait, don't tell me. It can't be an infestation of termites. Dear, those last 3 ailments you listed do not commonly infect little girls. They don't? No. Aren't those the problems with the builders were having with dear old Nozomi's house? Oh, yes. My mother was talking to me about it on the phone last night, so I must have had termites on my mind. Take care, dear, or your poor brain will end up as holy as the foundations of Nozomi's home. Dad takes his quip in good faith, with another one of his harried little smiles. I wonder if he'll ever be able to find a builder to fix her place up. We've been trying, but it's hard work. It seems like most builders are worried they'll damage the foundations even more while trying to repair it. While Mom and Dad discussed the exceedingly interesting affair of Grandma Nozomi's slowly collapsing home, I turned my attention towards my breakfast. I'm glad Dad has grown tired of natto. Breakfast today is far more pleasing affair, to the point, to the eyes and the nose. Sure, rice, miso soup and cucumbers again with tofu. Miso soup and rice might not seem like a rather average breakfast, but the spring onions Dad sprinkles into the miso soup gives it an extra crunch, and the rice is perfectly cooked, as always, topped with roasted sesame seeds. So is Lissy alright? She isn't seriously ill, is she? She'll be fine, she just had a stomachache, that's all. Oh, is that it? I'm glad it wasn't anything too bad. I hope it wasn't my food that made her sick. Since she's from Norway, she might not be used to my style of cooking. What? Don't be silly, Dad. It isn't your fault. But if I hadn't fed her so much, then maybe her stomach wouldn't hurt right now. I was insensitive. What are you talking about? Licia was the one who asked for the food. You didn't force her. But I was selfish. We adults exert our wills upon young children, and they are powerless to resist. No offense, but I don't think you could force your will on a water flea, let alone a living, breathing human. God, that's so brutal, but I do feel that's true. But Dad isn't listening. He's well and truly lost in the throes of despair. Incidentally, he spends a lot of time lost in the throes of despair. I wonder if it's a nice place to live. Not really, I don't think so. It doesn't seem like it, but I guess he's making do. Jesus. I was just so happy that I'd found somebody who wanted to eat my food that I didn't think. I know you and Yuki like my food, but you don't praise me very much, and Yuki's always on a diet. When I was younger, my dad always scolded me for cooking so much. He said I should be out playing soccer or something, not secretly making sweets in the kitchen like a girl. Well, I wasn't asking for his life story. I've heard this enough times already, anyway. I've never met my grandfather on my dad's side, since he died before I was born, but I've heard he wasn't the nicest person. He doesn't sound anything like my mother's father, who's supportive and easygoing, even if he is unhealthily obsessed with natto. I've always wanted somebody to share my food with ever since I can remember. Lacey was like a gift sent from heaven. If only he knew. I prepared dish after dish, all kinds of dishes. Is it any wonder why she would get sick, having her palate simulated like that? But I didn't think about Lacey at all. I'm so thoughtless. I'm the worst. How can I live with myself after making our precious guest ill? Careful, dear. If you slam your head against the table like that, you might break something. Oh. Dad sniffs, raising his head. His face is stained with tears and it looks like there's a dark purple bruise forming just above his right eye. Are you worried about me, Yuki? Well, I'm more worried about you'll put a dent in Nozomi's table. How cruel. And you upset my cup too. You should count yourself lucky I didn't spill any tea. Oh, Yuki, please forgive me. It seems I did another selfish thing without even thinking about it. Well, that is generally what being selfish entails. Doing things without thinking about them. I don't think you're selfish though, dear. Just a bit thoughtless sometimes. I forgive you though. You should know that you'll always be my number one, no matter how clumsy you are. Aw, thank you for understanding, Yuki. I watch Mom and Dad pushing at my food with the tips of my chopsticks. Is Licia going to be alright, being left under Dad's care all day? I'm beginning to wonder. It'll be fine. He's just a pathetic man. In most cases, mentally. Otherwise, he's caring. He'll be fine. I thought going to class without Licia would be relaxing, and in a sense, it is. My classmates crowd around me when I enter the classroom, asking me after their absent Norwegian princess, but they soon disperse when they realize she's not there. Just like that, my daily routine is re-established, as undisturbed as a frozen lake, and almost fiercely monotonous. But I can bring myself to enjoy it. Can't stop thinking about Licia. Yeah, she's like a comet that came into your life. I push my pencil case about on my desk, distracted, and cross and recross my legs. I can't get her image out of my mind, no matter what I do. I hope she's alright. I want to see her face again, with her innocent eyes and her wide smile. Having her stay at my home is a bit inconvenient, and I'm not used to sharing my room with other people, but I don't hate her company. like talking to her. It's interesting, especially since she's a demon who literally comes from hell. That's not the only reason why I want to talk to her, though. She said she liked me. That was kind of embarrassing, but none of my other classmates have ever told me that before. Only my parents. I think maybe, just maybe, I might like her too. Even if she is annoying. Ah! I gasp. In my hazy state of mind, I somehow managed to knock my pencil case right off the table. It hits the floor with a clatter, pens and pencils exploding everywhere. I've never done anything like this before. I'm not a clumsy girl. I don't trip over my own feet, and I don't walk into people in the hallway, and I certainly don't knock things off my desk in the middle of class. Sakuraba, what are you doing? Miss Tower peers at me, her eyes narrowed. She isn't the only one who's staring. The rest of the class is too. I'm sorry, miss. It was an accident. I hope that it was. It isn't like you to not pay attention, Sakuraba. Now pick up your things as quickly as possible so we can commence the lesson. Yes, miss. I slide out of my seat silently and crouch on the floor, retrieving the scattered contents of my pencil case. What's up with Sakuraba? She's been acting odd all day. Maybe she's worried about Lucia. Maybe they have a special bond that cannot be spoken of with mere words. God damn it. Of course they don't. They only know each other for a few days. Where is Lucy anyway? Did Sakuraba say? Apparently she got sick. Oh, that's so sad, the poor darling. I did so want to speak with her again. No wonder she got sick. Staying with a gloomy girl like Sakuraba. Please don't say things like that, she might hear you. Alright class, settle down. Miss Tamar slaps the palm of her hand against the desk. The class jumps in unison and turns to face her, stunned into silence. I pick up the rest of my pens and pencils and cram them into my pencil case, then sit back down in my seat. My lower lip trembles, and my face burns a bright red. What on earth am I doing? First friend she's made, so of course she's feeling like emotionally attached and like uncertain about her feelings. Like that's normal, especially for young kids like that. I walk back home along the riverbank, my school bag slung over my shoulder. The day was quiet and uneventful, and the time dragged by at the snail's pace. I thought the bell would never ring. This is also tedious. Things are a lot more fun when Lissy is there. What am I thinking? There's no point worrying about Lissy now. I'll see her when I get back home. Now I've started to walk faster than usual. Am I really that desperate to see her face again? There must be something wrong with me. Maybe I'm sick. Whatever Lissy has must be contagious. Come on now. Come to think of it, if there is something seriously wrong with Lissy, how will Dad cope? Lissy's not a human, so normal medicine might not be able to help her. In fact, it could make her worse. I thought Lissy was only joking when she said she had 7 stomachs, but what if that's true? How well does cough syrup work when it gets dispersed 7 different ways inside one person's digestive system? I wince. All of a sudden, I'm hit with a wave of despair. I just want to see Lissy. I didn't expect it, but I miss her. Aww, it's adorable. Dad, is Lissy alright? That's the first thing I ask when I get home, before I've even had a chance to take off my shoes. Dad pops his head out from behind the kitchen door, smiling sheepishly. Welcome home, buddy. I slip out of my shoes and discard my school bag, then walk into the kitchen. Oh dear, he's spoiling her rotten, isn't he? What are you doing in here? If Lissy is sick, shouldn't you be upstairs taking care of her? Well, you might have a point. I just thought it might be nice if I made her something to eat. I mean, that's good, yes. This might seem like a nice gesture on the surface, but I have my doubts. You're not doing this because you feel guilty, are you? Yes he is. Dad smiles awkwardly, pushing the tips of his index fingers together. Maybe. Jeez, it's just that thought. I already told you that it's not your fault. Lissy got sick. It's sweet that you want to take care of her, but you shouldn't do things just because you feel obliged. You should do them because you want to. But I do want to. You know how much I like cooking. I'm probably just being selfish, Glenn. Dad laughs in that self-effacing manner of his, which just seems to invite teasing. It kinda does, I'll be honest. It's coming across well. I wonder if that's why Mom pokes fun at him so much. His gestures are always so shy, soft and understated, as though he's afraid of drawing too much attention to himself. I mean, I've never got much of a chance to cook for anybody when I was younger. I had to sample everything I made by myself. What about Grandma Nozmi? Didn't she support you? She wasn't adverse to it, but Dad found the idea of this only son making sweets so unpleasant he tried to keep me out of the kitchen. My mother doesn't like conflict, so she didn't try to challenge him. I don't see why it should be such a big deal. We all have things we're good at. Gender shouldn't come into it. You would think that, given you're Yuki's daughter. She's pretty liberal, so are her parents. Like that should just be the default state. Like, Ugh. It's weird that basics... Like, well, yeah, that's politics for you. It's a bunch of nonsense bullshit. If it's not one group, it has to be in another, and blah 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 blah. Until we resolve the issue of resource scarcity, there's always going to be some group that is a scapegoat, some group that is marginalized and everything else, and blah 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 blah. All that jazz and like traditional thoughts. It's gonna be a fucking mess forever, isn't it? Oh well. Well, we can. The best we can do is just insist that that's bullshit, and wait for the older generations who are incapable of changing their core view of the world to die off. That's basically that. Like, it might sound cruel and weird, but that's just how it's gonna have to work. That's just how it's gonna work. It's gonna take a while, decades. Lots of young people don't like the idea of it taking decades, but it will. No matter how much you struggle, no matter how much you protest, or even throw revolutions and fits and spats and whatever else. Societal change like that, traditional values and stuff like that, only change over the course of generations. It's always been true, and it's always happened. And just the instant world of communication and global, basically lack of any kind of borders for communication and whatnot, make it seem like that stuff should happen very quickly, but it really, it takes a normal amount of time. It's just the internet has given this idea that things should happen so much faster than they actually do, than they can. And weirdly enough, some things that are recent, or relatively speaking, are being forgotten. Like, recently saw a thing mentioned, like, the whole in America civil rights thing, black desegregation, stuff like that. That was only like what? That was like 60 years ago or something like that. That's recent. There's plenty of people alive who literally lived through that. And yet, for some reason, that feels like a very ancient thing. There's color pictures of that stuff. That's from the 60s. That's the 60s. We had color photography and everything back then. And yet you typically, it was a good point someone made on a post I saw about that, like, you typically don't see colored pictures from that era. It's always just like black and white pictures to make it seem so much more distant and like something that we've resolved. But no, the people who were in charge of that are still alive as well, many of them at least. Okay, maybe not in charge because they were probably in their like 20s and maybe 30s at most back then. So not in the top echelons of power, but still, that's they reaped the benefits of that, and they enjoyed life as it was. So whenever you hear people, like older people, talking about like back in the good old days, they're referring to times when times were good for them, without considering that they were very bad for others, and without knowing it, whether they know it or not, they are hearkening back to a time that was very bad. That was very bad for a lot of people. Only seemed good to them. Yeah. How'd they get on this train of thought? I don't know. Anyway. That's what happened. That's what happens here. Anyway, moving on. I was happy when she started dating me back in high school, but I was relieved too. It was always a lot nicer staying at her house than my own. Yuki's parents would actually eat my food, and they complimented me on it too. I used to come over a few days a week and help her mother cook dinner. It really was a lot of fun. They did tease me when they realized I was the one who made Yuki chocolates for Valentine's Day, instead of the other way around though. Didn't Mom pay you back on White Day? That's the standard, right? She might have done. At any rate, I don't mind cooking. I like it. I just want to be helpful. I never really felt helpful when I was younger. My father didn't really give me the opportunity. Oh, that's all the water under the bridge now. So he says, but I'm not entirely sure. I wonder if this is the reason my dad is always so eager to please, so quick to help. His self-esteem must have been worn horribly thin. And even though she loves him, I'm not sure if Mom is always the best for that. Hey Ree, do you want to help out? Why are you asking? This isn't some elaborate ploy to get me into that stupid maid dress again, is it? Of course not. As if I do something so underhanded. I just thought you might like to spend some time with me, that's all. Haven't I spent enough time with you all lately? More than usual, I suppose. But this isn't just for me. This is for Alicia's sake too. Why? You don't need my help. You're far better at cooking than I am. You said that, but you're a pretty good cook in your own right. I'm sure your skills will surpass mine someday. I'm happy you're becoming so mature so very quickly. But it's a little sad too. Don't be sad. You can do a lot of things I can't. I don't know how to sew clothes like you. You don't really like the clothes I make for you, though. True. I don't believe in telling white lies, even if it might spare people's feelings. A lie is a lie, and there's no two ways about it. In principle, I agree, but sometimes white lies are useful, though. Like, sometimes it is easier to just... Especially with people you don't interact too much. It's just like, just get that interaction out of the way, no need for additional drama. But in general, yes, the truth is a lot simpler to keep straight because it's the truth and it's not going to change no matter how many years pass by. Like, you'll always remember the truth as being, one version. Because making up lies, like, it's very easy to get caught up in your own lies and forget what specific details you made up just to deal with the situation, an awkward situation, to get rid of it. But anyway. Well, I already knew that, but even so, you're Alicia's friend, aren't you? I bite my lower lip. I'm not entirely sure of my own feelings, and I don't know what to say. I suppose I am her friend. I'm not entirely sure. Since I've never had any friends before, it's hard for me to know. Well, no matter what you think, it's clear to me that Alicia likes you very much. I'm sure she'd be happy if you made her something. I know I would, if I were in Alicia's shoes. I'm not sure about that. I haven't seen Alicia all day, and I'd rather go and spend time with her right now. This is a tough decision. Do we go see Alicia now, or do we help Dad make the porridge for Alicia? Let's spend some quality time. God, this is difficult. This is like the most difficult decision I've encountered so far in any of these. God, this is tough. This is legitimately a tough decision. It doesn't really matter. I know that because both results will end up with them spending time together anyway. So it doesn't matter, but let's spend time with Dad. Alright, I suppose I can lend a hand. It's not for Alicia's sake or anything. God damn it, your tenderness is spreading. Who am I trying to kid anyway? Nobody. You're not kidding anybody. I don't like liars, but lately I've been finding it hard to face up to my own feelings. If only I knew what my own feelings actually were. It's fine, you're 9 years old. It's fine to not understand them. Because they haven't settled at all on anything. They're still developing. She hasn't even hit puberty yet. She doesn't know the extent of potential range of her full feelings. She just doesn't have access to that yet. So it's gonna be a while. So don't worry about it. No need to worry about that. Alright, here I am. I even put on that stupid maid outfit like you wanted. Forgot about that. Though it's true you look very cute, Ree. I never said you had to wear it. I never forced you to do anything against your will. Then why'd you bother sewing this in the first place? I don't know, I just thought it would be fun. I saw this cute advert on TV with a bunch of maids, and I was inspired. So you get passionate about maid dresses, do you? Come on, now you're making me sound like a deviant. I just like cute things, that's all. And there's nothing wrong with that. I like cute things too. Dad's blushing so much I'm starting to feel a little guilty. I know I shouldn't be so mean to him, but I can't help myself. I mean, also fair. He is very easy to tease. Sometimes I feel sorry for Dad, but I shouldn't have to, should I? I'm almost 30 years younger than he is. Alright, I'll stop talking about the dress. Shall we start cooking? Yes. I would like that more than anything. I think he really means it too. Indeed, of course he does. He's a very honest and straightforward man. Though I agreed to help Dad, a rice porridge is a very simple dish, so there isn't much for me to do. I sit at the kitchen table, legs crossed. Everything is silent for a while, save for the gentle simmering of water inside the rice pot. When suddenly... Ree, can I ask you something? Oh yeah, quality time with Dad, that's important. You just did. God damn it, Ree. Well, I suppose I did, could I ask something else? Of course. You just did it again. God damn it. I can never get one over you, can I? You really are like Yuki. I was just wondering, you don't think I'm annoying, do you? Nah, I think he's fine. He's silly, man. I like this guy. Huh? Why are you asking me that? I can't imagine it's very common for middle-aged men to seek affirmation from 9-year-old girls, even if those 9-year-old girls are their daughters. I was a little curious. No father wants to annoy their only daughter, but I think I might annoy you despite myself. Well, it's not that you annoy me, not exactly. I suppose more like you exasperate me. Exasperate? Is that really any better? I'm not sure it is, I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe the two emotions aren't quite as dissimilar as I thought. Oh, that stings a little. Then why'd you bother asking the question? Didn't you want to hear the reply? I did, I guess, but it's just as bad as I thought. I'm sorry if I haven't been a very good father to you, Ri. I know I'm not as responsible as your mother. I mean, I don't even have a job. I stopped working to support your mother. It's been almost 9 years now. You're not as young as you used to be, and you're getting older every day. You're always away at school now, and you don't need me to stay at home and look after you. Taking care of Licia today made me realize something. I like fussing over other people, and I like being relied on. I'm not happy that Licia is sick, but I am a little glad I was able to do something useful for a change. It sounds kinda selfish though. Dad laughs, running a hand through his hair. I always thought of my dad as a relatively young man, but I suddenly noticed that the lines under his eyes are starting to look more pronounced. Is it from stress? You wouldn't think Dad would have much to get stressed about, being sat at home all day, but maybe not. Everyone has their worries. It's precisely because he's always at home, alone, that he overthinks things and makes himself unhappy. I miss it when you were little and you still wanted me to play with you. I like going on walks with you to the park, and I like braiding your hair, and I like telling you bedtime stories. I like teaching you how to swim, and how to ride a bike, and how to cook. We haven't spent nearly as much time together these last few years, have we? Of course not. It's like you said, I'm getting older. I don't need you to support me anymore. I know, and I'm happy you're becoming so wonderful. And I'm not just saying that because I'm your dad. You really are wonderful, Ri. It makes me feel a little bit unnecessary, maybe. I'm not really sure. But when you called me annoying earlier, it made me think. Maybe I've been trying to coddle you too much. I know I can be a little too enthusiastic sometimes, and I'm scared it's pushing you away. You've grown up an awful lot over these last few years. Maybe I should try to do the same. Aw. Well, that's an important thought to have. That was an emotional moment there. Revelations and thoughts of life. That was good. I'm glad we had that little talk with Dad. Licia, are you awake? Licia's bright red eyes blink once, then twice. Her face is pale, but she looks slightly better than she did this morning. She's even able to sit herself up, though not without a certain amount of effort. Are you alright? Don't exert yourself if you feel very sick. I'm okay. I was sleeping for most of the day, so I feel just fine. I raise an eyebrow. Are you sure? You haven't even mentioned the tray I'm holding, and you usually comment on that first. I guess I've been kind of out of it lately. I had this really weird dream. Oh? What was it about? A dream that I got kicked out of hell, and there was this weird stuffed doll monster thingy, and then I had to team up with a talking bass guitar to save a girl made out of marshmallows. That sounds like a pretty strange dream, alright. It was. The strangest thing is, I don't even get to eat the marshmallow girl, though I'm sure she would have been very delicious. Oh no, what a tragedy. It was. It made me cry. Anyway, Dad thought that you might be hungry, so we made you this. I placed the tray on the side of Licia's bed, or my bed, rather. Porridge. Honey, then tea, and a banana. Bananas are good. Eat a banana, it's got a lot of energy in ya. Give you, salt. One banana, you'll have plenty of energy for like a solid hour to do basically anything. It's good. The rice porridge sits on the center of the wooden tray, steaming softly, perspiration running down the rim of the bowl. The rice inside is a pure and fluffy white, diluted by hot water and topped with green spring onions. The bowl of rice porridge is accompanied by one of Dad's favorite herbal remedies, a mug of ginger tea. The tea was made by mixing half a teaspoon of ginger root powder with brown rice malt, then adding hot water. This warming concoction is supposed to improve the circulation and combat common colds and allergies. That's what Dad says anyway. Ooh, what's this? Is this some kind of soup? It's rice porridge. It's good for curing stomach problems. If you eat it, you should get better in no time. Thank you for worrying about me, Ri. Of course I'm worried. I want to sleep in my own bed tonight, which means I want you out of it as soon as possible. Eat a lot, sleep a lot, and get well soon, okay? I'll do my best. I wouldn't want to disappoint you after you worked so hard for me. I didn't work hard. Rice porridge is really easy to make. You say that, but then you try your hardest at everything, Ri. I bet you put your all into this. I turn my nose up in the air and fold my arms. Well, I believe in working hard at everything, no matter what it is. It doesn't really have anything to do with you. Whatever you say. Is she laughing at me? Of all the nerve. I mean, you are being very soon right now, so come on now. Anyway, thank you for the food. I glance at Licia over my shoulder. It isn't because I care about her, though, really. Come on. on, stop pretend. Like, you can't, like, it's like the moment you said idiot back then, like 2 days ago or something, you can't fool me. You can't fool anyone in the audience. You can't even fool Lizzie or yourself. Why should it matter whether she enjoys the food or not? Dad made most of it anyway. All I did was stir the rice and chop the spring onions. I don't care. I don't. I shouldn't even need to say it twice because I don't like telling lies. But if that's the case, then why am I peeking at her from underneath my lashes? It's probably the same reason why I kept thinking of Lizzie at school, and why I worried about her so much, and why I tried to walk home as quickly as possible to see her again. Ah, it's hot. Lizzie draws the spoon away from her lips and blows on the surface of the rice porridge, trying to cool it down. Dad and I let it sit for a few minutes so it could cool down, but I guess we didn't leave it for long enough. Dad told me to wait a bit longer, but I didn't listen. I took the tray up to Lizzie anyway, though there was no real reason for me to be so hasty. Even though it was a useless gesture. Even though I, Sakurabari, hate wasting time more than anything in the world. When it comes to Lizzie, all the common sense I love so much goes right out the window. Yeah, emotions are weird. You're best friends now. First friend, apparently, so like, yeah. She's figuring this whole liking people and other people liking her thing out. So it's a bit odd like that. Lizzie brings the spoon to her lips once more, and as she does, I ponder. It's because, no matter what I'd like to believe, I've grown to care about Lizzie. I've only known her for 3 days, and I think she's selfish and annoying and far, far too loud for her own good. But none of that matters, because I care about her all the same. How could I not? Aww. She's the first friend I've ever had in my whole life. Oh, that's it. That's day 4. Day 5 now. Friday. Hurry, wake up. We're going on a school trip. Or that thing, mountains. Catch bugs or whatever. Well, this is a surprise. I think this is the first time Alicia's woken up before me. And she was sick yesterday too. She went to bed without a fuss last night and fell asleep before 9 o'clock. I didn't want to let Lizzie use my bed, but I thought it would be too mean to refuse her when she was sick. Maybe that's why I feel so tired this morning. I had sleep on the futon instead. I'm not used to them. Now my back hurts. It's fine. You're a 9-year-old. Your back will recover in minutes. Your hair looks all messy. That's because I just woke up. I know, but I've never seen it look like that before. I feel like I'm witnessing something very, very rare, like A+++ rank. I have no idea what this A++ stuff is. Is she just pulling random stats out in there? And what are I measuring with this A++ against anyway? If seeing me with this messy hair is A triple plus rank, how would you categorize real milkers like visions from God or water turning to wine? I'm not sure. Maybe they should be S rank? Is that higher or lower than A? It's higher, obviously. S stands for special after all. Yeah, that's always been weird. I don't understand why that's a thing. I guess I understand because, everything follows the alphabet, but then suddenly S rank tops A rank because it's special, supposedly. But then kind of everything gets everything's special, and then there's like super special and super rare or whatever S's are. Super making. It's always arbitrary to begin with, so who cares? But still, it's odd. It's just weird, and then it becomes kind of pointless. But oh well. It might stand for special, it also stands for stupid. You should be careful, Alicia. Ah, you're right. I try to study even harder in the future, really. Besides, S comes way, way, way after A in the alphabet. I think Alicia's scale might be a bit off here. It assigns far too much importance to the mediocre and the mundane. Well, whatever. I'm probably thinking about this too much. Alicia doesn't put any thought into her silly babbling, so neither should I. Correct, I don't either. So we're all in the same boat on that front here. You seem very chipper, given it's so early. Of course I am. I already said, it's the school trip. I've never been on one before. That's why I absolutely refused to succumb to my sickness last night. Does that mean you fall off your stomachache with the power of your will? That's right. You can accomplish anything if you believe in yourself. Belief is the most powerful force in the whole universe. I'll never give up on my ideals, no matter what. Key. Anime protagonist in the making there. So demons spout cliche lines like that too. Who would have thought? Huh? But I was just quoting from a manga you have in your room, Ri. Wait a minute. Manga? What manga? The one with the boy made of swords who fights in a war over a holy cup with lots of wildly inaccurate representations of historical figures was very cool. Alright, Fate. She's reading Fate. Good. Was it now? Yes, I liked all the fight scenes. I didn't think you'd be into that kind of thing, though. Oh. I clench my hands into fists. They are trembling. Lucia, when did you start searching through my room? When I was sick yesterday, of course. But I thought you were asleep all day. I slept a lot, but not all the time. I had to find something to do when I woke up, or I would have gotten bored. So she decided to rifle through my room, and just so happened to find that stack of old manga I thought I'd hidden away under my bed. Come to think of it, why was she looking under my bed at all? Why did she think I was hiding down there? Lucia? Yes, what is it, Ree? Please don't talk about that manga to anybody else, alright? Huh? Why not? Isn't it meant to be a secret that you like them? I don't like them, I grew out with them ages ago. I just keep them around because it would be a pain to throw them away, that's all. Come on, you said lying is bad, Ree. You said that yourself. Come on, now Fate is all... Come on, the Fate series is cool, it's fun, it's silly, it's dumb. The original one is not for children, either. But man, that's literally like 20 years ago, something like that. The original Fate Stay Night and Hollow Ataraxia visual novels. I think the original were just visual novels before they were turned into manga and anime and games and stuff like that. I think that was the case. I don't remember. I read those two a very long time ago. Definitely not for children. Definitely not for children. Modern interpretations are still not really for children, honestly speaking. But I mean, that's the standard visual representations of all sorts of things, I guess. It really shouldn't be a standard, but, you know, the market says boobs, so everyone gets that, so bleh, whatever. Anyway, moving on. Anyway, the fight scenes are cool, though. I do like that, especially, like, seeing that fight scene between Buzzet Fraga and the fake archer girl, whatever her name is, Kuro, I think? Whatever, don't care, fake archer. And when she gets beat up like that, I'm like, Buzzet's awesome, I love her. Just a regular human, sort well, not really regular, but still. Being crap out of these magic beings. I like that, that's cool. That was fun, that was silly, and I loved it. Anyway, moving on now properly. I'm far too mature for childish things like that. I mean, I'm the bone of my sword. What does that even mean? That's not proper English. That's not proper anything. Look, it's cool. That's all that matters. Look, seriously, that's all that matters. Also, she's entered her rebellious phase way too early, I think. At 9 years old, you shouldn't think that cool things aren't cool just because they're silly. But I guess that's just how it is with her. Oh, there we go. No? Casino. Yeah? Meow, meow, meow. Who's Buzzy? Not sure. Not sure. Sädesblockstacket. Kan man nog mer nases. Alright, cat co-host has arrived until he decides to stop being a little whiny little brat or something like that. Who knows? He'll just sit here next to me for a few minutes, and then he'll decide he wants to get down. Anyway. But don't you think it sounds cool? It does. I guess it sounds a little cool when that character says it, but if I wrote that in the test, I'd get a 0. It's so unfair. Oh, are you embarrassed, Ree? I'm not embarrassed, but your face is turning red. You're so cutie. It's like unlimited blushing wax. My cheeks turn even redder. My right eye twitches. Please shut up. If she doesn't, I won't be held responsible for my actions. I mean, you are 9 years old, so generally speaking, in the court of law, you wouldn't be. Not really. Oh, this miso soup is delicious. It looks like you're in high spirits today. Of course I am. We're going on a school trip. Isn't that right, Ree? You don't need to yell. I'm well aware that we're going on a trip. But I've never been on a human school trip before. I can't help it. Human? Dad suddenly pauses, his forehead furrowing. Sorry about that. The expression on his face is unusually serious. His eyes hard like stones. It's gonna be a different misinterpretation, obviously. We're not gonna get serious like this. A cold chill creeps down my spine. Why does the atmosphere feel so serious all of a sudden? I'm not sure. It's your imagination. Has Dad finally noticed just how strange Alicia is? Did all the puzzle pieces slot into place? Come on, it's your dad you're talking about. No. The answer is no, obviously not. When Lissy first forced her way into my home, I tried to tell my parents about her unusual background, but they didn't listen to me. They refused. Now that a few days have passed, however, I've finally begun to get used to Lissy's company. If Dad suddenly realized that there's something wrong with Lissy, won't that be a big problem? What will Mom and Dad do to her? Will they kick her out of our home? Maybe call the police? No, since she's deemed, calling the police wouldn't be enough. Maybe they'd call a priest from the local church and try to exorcise her from existence with a magic circle. This isn't it, right? We came so far together, Lissy and me, but has this ruse finally come to an end? Come on now, you can't fool me with this fake drama. Come on now. Is Dad going to point a finger at Lissy in a dramatic burst of hot-blooded spirit and firmly declare her once and for all to be a rogue, an imposter, an unwanted interloper? This man. Dramatic burst. Hot-blooded spirits. Firm declarations. The idea is so preposterous. Come on now. Lissy, are you saying you're not human? Yep, I already told you, right from the very beginning, that I'm not human. I'm a demon. Something like that, though. I sit there, the blood frozen in my veins, waiting. Waiting for the quiet, peaceful world I've built up over these past few days to fall apart in a shower of broken hopes and dreams. Something like that is no good at all. No matter how poorly you may think of yourself, it's too tragic to think a cute girl like you yourself doesn't even believe she's a human being. See? He's way too soft. Wait a minute, what? What did you expect, Ree? Come on now. Lissy, he's literally crying. Yes? Though you may not call yourself a demon, I always see you as a kind and gentle girl. Don't think for 1 second that you've been a burden on us. I had a lot of fun having you in our home, and I like cooking for you. You didn't take advantage of our hospitality, and you're certainly no demon. If anything, I am the real demon for forcing my hospitality upon you so unashamedly. Yes, you do have a habit of doing that, dear. I think you're forcing yourself upon the poor girl right now. Lissy, are you alright? Well... Lissy stares at the wall, her eyes glazed and empty, as though she's just witnessed a bloody battlefield. Maybe, in a sense, she has. What she bore witness to as she gazed into Dad's eyes was, undoubtedly, the sorry sight of his dwindling self-respect being slowly crucified. I'm sorry, Lissy, did I frighten you? I didn't say too much, did I? Yuki, what's wrong? What did I do? I think you might have scared the poor girl, dear. That was quite the display. I was just trying to be understanding. The first step to achieving happiness is to recognize oneself as a human being that deserves love and affection, right? Well, I wonder, did you say those things to Lissy because you wanted to convince her of her own self-worth? Or were you saying them for your own sake? It's kind of a complicated question, but maybe I got a bit carried away. Just a little. I finish the last block of tofu out of my miso soup and pop it into my mouth, then get to my feet. Yeah, daily nonsense. We have to go to school now. I don't want to be late. See you later. Yep, just move out of there. Because I take hold of Lissy's hand and pull her out to her feet. She doesn't resist. She doesn't do much of anything, really. She lets me drag her along as though she has no muscle to her bones, no strength in her body, and no free will at all. I guess that's what happens when you have to deal with my dad. He's pretty shy, but he can be intense in his own way. Emotional overload, really. Lissy, I'm sorry. And you're still trying to apologize to her. Don't be so selfish, dear. What do you mean? Aren't you burdening her with more worries? It's always better to see people off with a smile and wave, not a sad face like that. Yes, you might be right. I'll do my best to say farewell with a charming smile from now on. Good luck, dear. I promise to cheer you on, even when everything goes wrong and you end up crushed in the pits of blackest despair. Thank you, Yuki. I can always count on you. That wasn't a compliment. That was really encouraging at the end there. You're welcome, dear. God, their dynamic is wonderfully weird. I love it. Okay, I know I've mentioned this before, but now I really want to know just what in King Arthur's good name is up with my parents. Look. It's best not to pry. It's wonderfully weird, and I love it. Lissy and I walk down the familiar path to school, alongside the winding riverbank. It's a warm day, and the river is clear, crystal blue. It flows steadily, carrying silverfish along within it, their scales flashing in the sun. A few ducks bob along on the surface of the water, like the yellow ones you can play with in the bathtub, but these ducks are slightly noisier than their plastic counterparts. It really is pretty. I can feel my worries melting away, one by one, like smoke dispersing into the atmosphere. Hey, Ree? What is it? I was just wondering, what happens on this school trip anyway? Didn't I already tell you? We tramp all the way up into the mountains to pick berries, and then we tramp all the way back down again. It rained a lot last year, and the paths were all muddy, but we had to go to the mountains anyway because that's what my school has always done, and you just can't beat bureaucracy. You sound like a disgruntled salaryman, Ree. Well, she is going to be a businesswoman in the future, yes. I'm just cynical. You shouldn't be cynical at 9 years old. God damn, that's really bad. How can I help it when so many things in this world are so stupid? But that's fair. That is a fair statement to make. I bet everyone looks stupid to you since you're so smart. I get good grades, but I don't know if I'm that smart. Not really. There are smarter people. But you use so many long words and you're only 9 years old. She is going to be very successful in whatever she pursues, that's for certain. I don't think knowing a lot of long words makes you smart. It's how you use those words that really counts. That's wisdom. She just displayed very deep and proper wisdom. I mean, okay, maybe not super deep, but it's like... it's very important. It's a very strong foundation. Maybe. You sound really smart to me just now, though. Correct, because she is. Well, you're easy to impress. Maybe you're right, but I've never met a girl quite like you before. You're only saying that because I'm the first human you ever spoke to. I'd find you interesting even if you were the 1,000th or 1,000,000th human I'd spoken to. You're a lot of fun to be with. I look away, trying to hide my flushed face. Well, thank you, I suppose. You're welcome. So, Uri. Yes? How do we get into the mountains? We don't have to walk there, do we? Of course not. I'm sure the school would love making us walk 50 miles if it would cut down on their expenditures, but that would probably count as child abuse. Yeah, 50 miles at a child's pace, that would be a total walking time of half of my speed, I guess, so... that'd be like almost like 24-25 hours of walking, just straight up. So so like a 3-day march, essentially, realistically speaking. Huh? But 50 miles isn't very much. I could walk that in half an hour, maybe. What? Do you know how long a mile is? Do you listen? What? Half an hour? Yes, is that really so abnormal? That's fucking ludicrous speed. I mean, okay, it's 100 miles an hour. That's the speed of a car on the highway. But like, you're okay. Do you even need to ask? Does Lucia really not understand how unusual she is? So if we're not going to walk, how will we get into the mountains? Do you have chariots? Chariots? I mean, technically, yes. That's right. Black chariots pulled by skeletal horses, like the ones Hades used to whisk Persephone away to the underworld. They're really fashionable right now. Mom's wanted one for ages, but skeletal horses are hard to come by, and they're so expensive. So we're mixing Greek mythology into this as well, are we? Sure, why the fuck not? That's fun. My already hazy image of hell is growing more and more distorted by the second. Nothing Lucia says adds up. Hey, it's our fault for misinterpreting, for imagining that all these different versions of hell and the underworld and stuff like that are like mutually exclusive. Like, they're not. They can all coexist. It's just as diverse in hell as it is on Earth. So you can have Norse gods in one region of hell, the Egyptian gods in another, Greek gods in another, in the third, and like the Japanese gods in the fourth, like the African gods in the fifth, all the South American, North American gods pre-colonization stuff, another place, and all that other jazz. It's all real, it's all there. You can have all of that. Alaska's still a shithole because there's nothing. Although maybe there's something in hell. Who knows? Of course we don't have chariots. What century do you think this is? The century shouldn't matter. Chariots are very elegant no matter what time period you live in. I agree. Yes, I think I agree. Chariots are pretty fucking fashionable. I do like the image of chariot. It reminds me back like in Rome Total War. I really liked using chariots even though they weren't that best units in the game at all. I think it's been a while. But they were cool when they rammed into like lines of infantry. Just crushing them, scattering them. Ah, beautiful. The way they run around. Ah, chariots really are quite magnificent. I agree with Lucy there. Chariots are magnificent. Maybe in hell, but I don't think that would work so well here. The roads aren't built for it. Oh, I see, that's kinda sad. A pause. So if you don't use chariots, what do you use? You don't have your own Cerberus, do you? More Greek mythology? Really? I'm still trying to get to terms with the fact Hades and Persephone exist, so don't go adding a colossal three-headed dog into the mix on top of that. Oh please, that's all part of the same Greek mythology, so expect all of that to be in there. No, of course we don't have a Cerberus. Who on earth would own a Cerberus? And why are there more than one? Well, it's quite simple. When one Cerberus loves another Cerberus very much, they... Alright, I get the general idea. You don't need to go into so much detail. Huh? But Aurora taught me all about it a few weeks ago. I was really proud I managed to learn something so complicated. Is she being serious? Sex education must be pretty lousy in hell if she only learned about the birds and bees a few weeks ago. Or, as it were, the Cerberuses and the Cerberuses. Does that mean hell is overrun with monstrous dogs baying for blood with all three of their hideous heads? If I had no interest in going to hell before, I certainly don't now. Sure. Oh wow, it's super pink. I wasn't expecting that. Hey, cool lad. Cool. So he went away from the chair to the bed, and now he's meowing that he's not next to something warm again. Good job, cat. No? Chicks. Ghoul. Nah? He'll fall asleep soon enough. Anyway, so it isn't a Cerberus after all. Don't sound disappointed. I already told you our school doesn't even own a Cerberus. Why did you think it would? I don't know. A girl can dream big, can't she? I don't think any normal person would dream about owning a Cerberus. Okay, caveat normal in there. Correct. This isn't as exciting as I hoped, but I guess it'll do. I've never been inside one of these tin cans before either. It isn't tin can, it's a bus. I mean, it's basically a tin can, really. But it looks like a tin can. A massive tin can on wheels. Licia has a point there. This bus is an ugly rectangular shape, made of metal, and us Hikage elementary school students are crammed inside it like canned sardines. One of our more eccentric teachers tried to pretty this bus up, but it didn't really work. I think it worked. I disagree with you, Ri. I think it worked. It's pretty. It's very silly, but I like it. A bus is still a bus, and these poorly planned attempts to make it look cute and cozy instead make me feel ill. I don't like trying it the best of times, but being shut away inside this bus with the rest of my class is far too overwhelming. I can feel their eyes trained on me, observing me, their poisonous words dancing through the air like scattered pollen. That's one hell of a metaphor she's making. I'm so glad Alicia looks better now. It isn't fair though, I want to sit next to her. Me too, why did it have to be Sakuraba? Why is it always Sakuraba? She doesn't even like people. Alicia is wasted on her. I duck my head, clenching my hands into fists. I don't usually agree with the rest of my class. I care solid about their opinions. They're nothing more than a faceless mass to me. But now I wonder. Maybe Alicia would have had more fun if she'd stayed with my other classmates. Any of my other classmates. I must be so plain and boring compared to the rest of them. I don't say anything in class, and I don't go to any after-school clubs, and I don't even have any friends. None of this bothered me before, but it's starting to bother me now. Alicia's only ever been positive about spending time with me, but maybe she was just being nice? How could a bright, bubbly girl like her, who captured the hearts of my whole class in under a week, like a grumpy, gloomy girl like me? Hey, do you think I could be Alicia's partner for the rest of the day? That's a good idea. She might be sitting with Sakuraba now, but that doesn't mean she wants to. Maybe she just didn't want to say no. Well, Sakuraba can be kind of scary. We should go and ask her then. Let's liberate her from that tyrant. Tyrant? Is that how others really see me? No, they don't. Not really. Hey, Licia. Licia turns her head. One of the boys from our class is talking to her. His face is so nondescript I can't remember his name. Maybe it was Fuji something? Fuji something. Do you know who you want to partner up with on the trip yet? Yep, I'm going to be with Ri, of course. That's because you're living with her, right? I know you don't want to hurt her feelings, but you don't need to stick to her so closely. Why don't you start talking to the rest of us? It might be more fun. But I have fun spending time with Ri too. Are you sure about that? Don't you think she's kind of difficult? What do you mean? I mean, for a girl, she's kind of scary. I bow my head. I know I should reply, but I can't bring myself to. I can't say I blame Fuji something. I know he doesn't like me, since I never attacked with him. I've never given him anything to like. Maybe Lissy really would be happy if she went off with him. I'm not right for her. We're just too different. And yet, scary? I don't think Ri's scary. Yeah, me neither. She's a cute little kid. Or really, not even a little bit. No, why would I? I come from hell, and hell is filled with all kinds of horrible things. There are vengeful spirits and pits of bones, and a huge beast made of fire with 7 heads and 10 horns. That's not nearly as scary as Ri. Wait, did I read that right? That's not nearly as scary as Ri. Wait. But that means Ri's scarier than that? What? A beast with 7 heads? That's right, I'm not scared of Ri at all. In fact, she's my very best friend in all the world. She is? I am? Of course you are, silly. You let me stay at your home, and you made me lots of delicious food, and you talked to me when I felt sad, and you nursed me when I was sick. You're a really nice person, Ri. The best. Lissy leans forward and takes my hands in hers. Her palms are warm, and though being held by her is a little embarrassing, especially in front of the rest of my class, I can't quite bring myself to care. It's comforting. Aww. I inhale. My breath catches in my chest, and my throat feels dry. Why is my heart beating so fast? You know what, Ri? What? I really do love you. Aww. That's cute. What just happened? It's been almost 10 minutes since Lissy's proclamation, and my brain still can't process it. Was it some kind of dream? I'd be tempted to believe that if I didn't feel so distinctly travel sick. It must be true. She said she loved me, not just like, but love. I mean, it's children. Love for children means something else than for adults, so it's like, aww. My face turns red. My cheeks burn. My heart thumps painfully inside my chest. How on earth am I supposed to react to this? It's true that Lissy managed to get Fuji something to leave me alone, but at what cost? I can hear him whispering about it even now. Did Lissy really say love? She did. There was no mistaking it. Not like, but love. Definitely love? Definitely love. That's so unfair. I wish Lissy would say that to me. Perhaps Lissy did not truly mean love, but was unable to communicate her feelings in any other way, given Japanese is not her first language. That must be it. I'm sure that must be it. Maybe I still have a chance after all. No way, when she said love, she really did mean it. The aura around those two is unmistakable. Aura? That's right, the pale white lily-colored aura of two girls in love. Come on now. I sink down in my seat. Why did this have to happen to me? Because you're a good kid, that's why. Ri, are you alright? You've been really quiet for the last 10 minutes. Does she need to ask? Isn't it obvious I'm not alright? I hate being the center of attention, and a bold statement like Lissy's definitely got attention. I need to make notes quickly. I'm going to turn this into an epic, original story detailing the true love between two shy, sensitive schoolgirls and make loads of money at Comic-Con. Nah, bloody hell. And a manga adaptation, apparently. This is just great. What should I do? Oh, fuck. Oh, come on, we can't scold Lissy. We're gonna thank her, come on now, we're gonna be nice. Like, fuck what everyone else thinks. Screw that. It felt nice. I'm fine with, like, that's the obvious choice, like, come on now. Unlike the previous one, spend quality time with Dad or spend additional time with Alicia, that was difficult. This was piss easy. I'm fine, really. Are you sure? I'm sure, I just feel a bit sick. I don't like traveling very much. Yeah, these roads are pretty bumpy. That's why chariots are superior. Really rich families have skeletal horses that can fly, so you don't even get stuck in traffic. Oh, how wonderful. It really is. You should come to hell with me sometime, so you can ride in one of those chariots for yourself. Thank you for the invitation. I'll be sure to remember your kindness. That doesn't mean I'll act on it, but I'll remember it all the same. It isn't that every day you get invited from a demon to come and visit hell that isn't accompanied with ominous thunderclaps or Latin chanting. Yay, thank you, Ri. And, thank you for defending me back there. I really do appreciate it. It's no problem. I'd do anything for you, Ri. After all, you're my first ever friend. And you, yes. I look at Lissy hesitantly, my eyelashes fluttering. I'm not used to being open with my feelings, and expressing my thoughts plainly is rather difficult. My emotions are sealed away over with a layer of ice, but they bubble away underneath the surface like a Norwegian fjord. It's difficult, but I want to tell Lissy how I feel all the same. I think she deserves that much. You're my first ever friend too. They're both so even going to melt. The dreamy classmate overheard everything. Huh? Well, yeah, you're in a bus with people around you. Of course they heard you. And it is adorable. I agree with her as well. One of my classmates, a girl with braids and freckles who I think might be called Mayur, is watching us, her face flushed bright pink. I need to take more notes quickly. Innocent, awkward friendships, which later blossom into love, are incredibly popular. I guess they are. I do like those, yes. I do really like those, honestly. What on earth are you talking about, Mayuri? I swear I don't understand half the things you say. Oh, so her name was Mayuri. Not Mayura? I should have known. I'm sorry, Hime. It's just, whenever I see two cute girls together, I can't help myself. There are far too many mainstream stories about male and female childhood friends who grew up to be lovers. There should be some stories like that about women, too. Perhaps that's true, but I think we're too young to write romance stories. It's shameless. It is. Thank you for being self-aware, writers. You say that, but you'd be surprised to know how much fanfiction on the internet was written by elementary school students. Oh god, that's correct. Fuck me. I don't want to know either. God, I don't want to know that. I really don't want to know that. I don't want to know how much fanfiction is written by, like, fucking children. God. A lot. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. That's a horrible revelation I did not need. Oh man, that's another bit of information I really, really, really don't want to find out. God. Damn, that's one hell. Yeah. Bloody hell. I hardly know Mari. I didn't even know what her name was until a few seconds ago. But I think she might have a point. The internet is a very strange place indeed. Oh, that's putting it mildly. You find strange people like me on the internet. Like fucking hell. Can you imagine what other weirdness exists out there? Bloody hell. Wow, this place is so amazing. Look at this, Ri. I know what these fields look like. I've been here before. But I haven't. Lizzie stands there with her arms spread out, staring out at the horizon. I can't deny these fields are pretty. A hidden bower of strawberry plants tucked away amongst the mountains. But the aesthetic experience is somewhat dampened by my past experiences with this place. We went here for our school trip last year too. Wandering around a leafy field with a wicker basket in my hand, prodding strawberries to check whether they were ripe enough to pick or not, wasn't very exciting. Ah, but fresh strawberries are so delicious, especially ones that are a bit on the sour side. I do love that. Or ones that are super, super sweet and just like melting in your mouth. That's also fucking delicious. I love that. How can you be that enthused? It's just a bunch of fields. It might be a bunch of fields to you, but it's like a whole new universe to me. I've never been anywhere so green before. Well, that much is true. It certainly is green around here. Not all of it, though. I point at one of the more bedraggled strawberry plants. Its leaves are a sickly light yellow, and it's ridden with holes. I don't think this plant is going to last much longer. It'll probably die soon. You're such a pessimist. Why do you always have to look at the negatives? I wasn't trying to look at the negatives, I just happened to notice it. It's not my fault. Some of the plants might be a little dead, but that doesn't mean my enthusiasm is. They don't have anywhere like this in hell. I can't imagine the climate down there would be good for farming, what with all the fire and brimstone. You're right, how'd you know? It was just a guess. Even the air here smells nice. I can feel all my worries melting away. But this is no time for being sentimental. We have to pick all these cute, delicious looking berries. I could practically hear them screaming to me saying, Licia, please eat me. Now that sounds like something from a horror movie. Come on, Ri, let's go. Licia looks completely enamored. I want to tease her, but her smile is so pure my words falter. Her face is bright, almost dazzling. She looks like a young maiden who's fallen in love for the first time. Well, she kind of is. I mean, that's literally what she is. I mean, aside from being a demon, but whatever. Well, she did say she loved me on the coach earlier. Could that have anything to do with the smile on her face? A bit. No, that's ridiculous. Okay, you're in denial, so that means it is 100% true. I shake my head, my face flushing. Lizzie might have said she loved me, but she couldn't have meant it. She does, absolutely. Has she ever been deceitful or hiding her feelings? No, she hasn't. She's too young to understand what that word means, and so are you. And anyway, she isn't even human. She's a demon. That's irrelevant. A person is a person. It doesn't matter if they're a human or a demon or whatever. People are people. People are still people, no matter what they are. Like, it's the personality that makes you a person. Well, it's having a personality that makes you a person. Your physical traits are irrelevant to that matter. as far as I'm concerned. Like, that's why I don't give a fuck about the whole, the idea of, like, transplanting people's brains into computers or whatever. It's like, it's still a person, as long as they're capable of, it behaves like a human brain, like, accepts new information, adapts it, incorporates it, and changes it, and can willingly change its own mind on things, despite evidence or personal beliefs, when presented with unpleasant evidence. Like, that's a person. Like, that's a person. That's why it's so easy to, like, replace body parts. Like, they're not part of your personality. They're just a tool. You are the congregation? No, that's not the right word. You are the collection of all your memories, of all your worldly experiences, condensed into one ball of, like, biochemical electro reactions that are constantly changing and kind of inconsistent at times, or whatever. I don't know, I think I've spoken about this before at some point. Let's not rehash the same old subject a million times. I say as I will rehash this again at some point whenever it's brought up in one of these VNs again. Are demons even capable of love? It seems contradictory. Well, that's your perception of demons from our mythology. Anyway, Lisa's entire existence is contradictory. She contradicts the law of modern science, rationality, and good old-fashioned common sense. And yet, though she shouldn't exist, she still does. She definitely does. If she didn't, how could she be holding my hand like that? Ah, right, they're always holding hands now. That's adorable. Ri, do you think these are ripe enough? I kneel down, examining the strawberry Alicia is pointing at with the tip of her index finger. The strawberry is washed out light pink at the tip and pale green at the fatter end. Looking at it making me feel kind of depressed. You should leave it alone. I don't think it's ready yet. Well, there's only one way to find out. Alicia plucks the unripe strawberry off the vine, straightens up, and pops it into her mouth. Bleh. As soon as she does, her face turns pale. It's really hard and sour. Of course it is. I told you it wasn't ready yet. Why did you ask me for advice if you had no intention of following it? Because I didn't know for sure. Well, now you do know. Why don't you spit it out? Because it'd be a waste of food. I have to finish what I started. Now you can spit it out. Like, we're on the ground here. It'll just become compost and, like, fertilizer for future strawberries. It's fine. Spitting out things in like the wild is fine. Like edible things. Because they'll just decompose. Even if she is a complete airhead, at least she has some sense of duty. I just wish it wasn't about weird things like this. It's not really that weird. Don't waste food. That's a good thing to have. You've been eating every single strawberry you see. You haven't saved a single one. But I need to test if they taste good before I put them in a basket. But by that point it's too late. The strawberries are already gone. Honestly, do you ever think before you act? Not really. That's boring. I want to live in the moment like, ba-bam! Lacey punches a fist in the air. Her loud yell startles a few birds nearby, and they flap off with a series of alarmed squawks. I don't even know what you're talking about, but thinking about you're giving me a headache. Anyway, we still have the lunches Dad made. You don't even need to stuff your face with strawberries. You'll ruin your appetite. Oh yes, lunch. I could eat that, couldn't I? No way, it's only 10 AM. But I'm hungry now. Lucia pouts and stamps her feet. You should have known I want to eat lunch as soon as you brought it up. Maybe so, but I won't let you disregard normal meal times. You're a human. Well, strictly speaking she isn't, but she looks enough like one. It still counts. Not an animal. So you're saying I can't eat any of my strawberries and I can't eat any lunch either? No. Then in that case, I'll just find something else to eat. Great. Hey, where are you going? Licia doesn't reply, but she doesn't need to. Her actions speak louder than words. She takes a running leap at a nearby tree, then grabs hold of the lowest branch with her right hand. She pulls herself off the trunk like a monkey, digging her feet against the rough bark for purchase. Come back down from there. If you fall, you'll get hurt. It's fine, I'm good at climbing trees things. I've climbed the red sulfur stacks in hell more times than I can count. Given Lucy's less than spectacular grasp of rudimentary mathematics, I'm not sure if this feat is quite as impressive as she'd like me to believe. Right. What times that she can count? Might be more than 10. But still, I don't care. That isn't a sulfur stack, it's a tree. The two are very different. They might be different, but it's the same principle. Lucy pulls herself a little further up the tree. Her movements are surprisingly graceful, and find myself being drawn to her despite myself. Didn't Lucy say she was going to exact her revenge upon Mother Nature a few days ago? Is this spectacle part of her revenge? Is she trying to one-up nature itself, proving her inherent superior by scaling this tree? Good question. Who knows? And she's safely up the tree. Some apples. There we go. Ah, it's just as I thought. It's an apple tree. No, of course she isn't. Lisa didn't climb that tree to prove a point. She climbed it for the simplest of reasons. The exact same reason which led to mankind's discovery of fire. She did it because she was hungry. Ah, this really is good. The apple is so crunchy and it's all covered in dew. Do you want an apple too, eh? I think I'll pass. Nah, apples are good. Have an apple. Are you sure? It's really good, I promise. Here. There we go. I'm fine, thank you. Ah, come on, Reed. These apples are really refreshing, and they don't even have any worms. Well, I would hope not. I sigh. I'm not very hungry, but Lizzie looks so expectant I'd feel mean to refuse her. Alright, fine. I'll try one of them. Yay. Yeah, you won't be disappointed. Lizzie tosses the apple down at me. It arcs through the air, a bright red projectile. I catch it with both hands. It hits my palms with a satisfying thud. The surface of the apple is shiny, and I can see my face reflected with it. Really? Man, that's extra shiny then. Damn. The apple is slightly smaller than those found at the supermarket, and imperfectly formed, not quite a neat sphere. Oh, hello there. The few bumps and bruises that mar its skin only make the apple more charming. However, it seems more natural somehow. I don't even need to take a bite into the apple to taste it. Its scent is rich and enticing, and inhaling it makes my mouth water. Oh, that's neat. You're cute, Ree. You look so happy, and over something so simple too. I'm not happy, I wasn't even smiling. Come on, God, she keeps being this little tsundere thing. Maybe not, but I could see it in your eyes. My eyes? What kind of cliche nonsense is this? How can she even see my eyes all the way up here? She's a demon, she's got good eyesight. Probably. I'm assuming. Who the fuck knows about this stuff? That's right, your eyes look very warm and soft right now. Like toffee. No matter what you say, your eyes can't lie. Giggling to herself, Lisa takes the apple held in her hand and takes a bite out of it. The apple yields to her teeth with a sharp, sweet crunch. That did sound delicious. And even though we've been here for hours, you still don't have a single strawberry in your basket. Wah. Lisa stares at her basket and gives it a shake, as though this sad little motion might make a bushel of strawberries appear inside it. It doesn't. How did this happen? I picked so many. Where did all my beautiful strawberries go? Well, I wonder. Oh, yeah, alright. Let's put this up. There's someone in chat, a little bit. And yes, hunting for lunch is important. I must have been sabotaged. It's witchcraft. Of course. Hunting for lunch and stuff like that. Alright. You're going to pin this onto witch, even though you're a demon? I offer my condolences for any witches who might exist within our modern society. They seem to be unfortunate scapegoats for all the world's woes, even those of demons, apparently. Poor witches, wherever they may be, they have my sympathy. Lacey, however, does not. Aw, come on. Our teachers let us keep the berries we picked during the trip. They said we could regard them as souvenirs of a sort. They're not the most durable of souvenirs, since strawberries have short shelf lives, but I don't think Licia would appreciate any other kind of memento. Incidentally, Licia perked up about her own paltry, read non-existent, haul after I said she could have some of mine. She's such a simple girl. That's fine, being simple's fine, they're kids. Licia doesn't look quite as excitable right now though. If anything, she seems exhausted. Licia, are you alright? I'm okay. She yawns, her pale eyelashes falling shut. When the coach goes over a bump in the road, she starts, her body jerking, and her eyes snap open again. I'm just sleepy. Is that because you woke up so early? Maybe. You're so silly. It's nice that you got so excited by our school trip, but you've tired yourself out. You should have taken it a bit easier, since you were sick yesterday. But I couldn't. Why not? Because it was my very first school trip with you, Ri. I didn't want to waste it. I wanted to see lots of things and pick lots of berries and play with you. But now you're worn out. It was still worth it. Lizzie's laughter trails off, and her ashen eyelashes flicker shut one more time. As it turns out, it's the last time. Ah, sleepy. That's nice. She falls to one side like a marionette with cut strings, and her head rests against my shoulder. Ah, the classic. Hey, Licia. I call her name, but she doesn't stir. She really must have been exhausted to fall asleep like that. With her eyes closed, her lips pursed, she almost looks like a doll, a life-size doll with uncannily human features. Save for those horns and that tail, of course. I can feel her hot breath against my neck and see, though just barely, her chest rising and falling in her sleep. I'm not uncomfortable like this, but the rest of my classmates are staring at me, and it's kinda awkward. What should I do? Oh, come on, no, let her stay like that. What kind of choice is that? Screw what others think. Besides, you like the way she's like resting on you. Lisa's hair brushes against my cheek and tickles my nose, but I don't make any comment. I can't bring myself to. I don't really want to wake her. For now, I'm more than content to let her sleep through the rest of our coach journey, her head against my shoulder. I can pretend to be annoyed about it when she wakes up. Pretend? Really, I wouldn't be pretending because I don't like telling lies, and being used as a pillow is kind of dehumanizing, isn't it? But in the end, no matter what I tell myself, I know I'm not really upset. Yeah, she's mellowing out. If anything, I might be happy about our newfound closeness. Just a little bit. Ah, it's adorable. They're being adorable little silly kids. Alright, Dad, now. So, how was your trip? Did you have fun? Yes, I found lots of berries. Look. Lizzie holds my wicker basket of berries aloft, almost shoving it into Dad's face. Wow, you really did find a lot. That's impressive, Lizzie. You're such a smart girl. Don't you think that's a bit misleading? I was the one who found those strawberries. Well, I suppose so. At least she has the decency to look ashamed. For a few moments, anyway. But we worked as a team, right, Teddy? You're my partner, and that means whatever is yours is mine, and whatever is mine is yours. But you didn't contribute a single thing to our so-called partnership. You just ate everything. Well, I'm sure Lizzie tried her hardest, Teddy. You shouldn't scold her like that. No, it's alright. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied. I wasn't trying to take credit for your hard work. I just want to show off a little, because I was so happy you managed to find so many delicious strawberries. I suppose that's okay then. If that really is how it is, then it's fine. Dad looks between the two of us for a few moments, a small smile on his face. You two really do get along well, don't you? What do you mean? I thought you held grudges for longer than that, Ri, but you forgave Lizzie in a heartbeat. I know Yuki wouldn't be that merciful. Whatever, I'm not my mother, so that's irrelevant. Well, maybe. I think you look more like me than your mother, that's for sure. The way you act, though, it's uncannily similar at times. Dad frowns. He looks kind of nostalgic. Was he thinking about Mom? Maybe he's sad because she hasn't come home yet, even though it's already 6:30 in the evening. That Sato guy must be working Mom hard. She's always out late nowadays, and she never has enough time to eat dinner with us as a family. Dad tries to smile his troubles away, indulging himself in cooking or sewing to pass the time, but I don't know how effective that is. He's been happier with Lizzie around to pamper, but that's only a temporary solution to his troubles. What will happen to him when Lizzie leaves? What will happen to me? I don't want to think about that. The thought is painful. Aww. Anyway, since we have all these delicious strawberries, it would be a shame to waste them, wouldn't it? That's exactly what I was thinking. I want to make these cute little strawberries into something really, really yummy. Yee. Cooking. Drooling again. Strawberry cheesecake, strawberry pie, strawberry tart, strawberry milkshake, strawberry daifuku, strawberry mochi, strawberry panic. What? Strawberry panic. I guess she's panicking. What's the last item on that list something you can eat? It's a concept. Why not? I wave a hand in front of her glazed eyes. Licia, are you still with us? Strawberries are so tasty. No, she's not. She's lost in heaven. I guess not. This girl has nothing but food on the brain. Well, it's nice that you're so enthusiastic about the strawberries, but I don't think we have enough to make all of those dishes. No way! Is that really true? Unfortunately, we could probably make at least one dish out of this, though. Wouldn't you like that? Well, I suppose better than nothing. In that case, I want to eat a strawberry shortcake. I've heard about them before, and they're meant to be really good. One of my big sisters had a slice of strawberry shortcake once, and she said it was so good eating it was like falling in love. And what about Yui? Do you want to make strawberry shortcake too? I don't dislike strawberry shortcakes, but I think it's a rather plain dessert. I've had strawberry shortcake several times before, so I know how it tastes. Actually, I think I want to try something a bit more unusual. What? Ri, you would betray me now, in my hour of need. Hey, I was the one who picked all those strawberries. If anybody should get to decide what we make, it should be me. But the strawberry shortcake, so good it feels like falling in love. What do you know about love? You're only a kid, and so are you. I mean, so am I. Good, but I like to think I'm mature for my age. I guess. Still. But I love food more than anything in the world. I love it more than the blood that runs through my veins, or the heart that beats within my chest. You might love the food, but it doesn't love you. You got sick because you ate too much of it only yesterday, didn't you? I just miscalculated a little. Such a thing won't happen again, I promise. I don't want to be a burden on you any further, Ree. For a girl who doesn't want to be a burden, she sure is being stubborn about her stupid strawberry shortcake. You don't need to disagree on such a simple matter. Can't we make both instead? But you already said we don't have enough strawberries to make too many dishes, didn't you? Yes, I might have said that. You shouldn't go back on your word. It's not possible to please everybody. You've got to get used to that, even if you don't like it. Says the 9-year-old to like the 36-year-old guy. You really are wise, Ree. I feel like a mere novice compared to you. Maybe you are. Jeez, that's brutal though. Now, as you are obviously incapable of being an arbiter, since you're too afraid of hurting people's feelings, I think I should decide what we should do instead. But you're clearly biased, Ree. So you might be my friend, but you're my opponent in this bitter and bloody battle. It isn't fair if we get to decide what we do. So you say, but these are my strawberries. I have a complete monopoly on them, and we are going to do what I want. Little capitalist in the making. That's quite cute as well. But what do I want? I'm not the world's biggest fan of strawberry shortcake, but I am petty enough to spoil Lycia's fun. No, am I petty enough? Nah, you're not that petty. I'd like to think I'm more mature than that. Yeah, let's be more mature than pettiness. Come on, let's make a strawberry shortcake. Oh, it looks so good. Thank you, Ree. You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank anybody, it should be Dad, since he did most of the work. Well, of course I'm going to thank Kazuki, but I want to thank you too. Why? Because you let me make this adorable strawberry shortcake, even though you don't like it. It was very thoughtful of you. I glower, trying to quell the blush that I know is threatening to rise to my cheeks. I didn't do it for your sake. I just didn't want to argue about something so petty. It would be childish. It would be fine, you are a child. Argue about petty things. I don't know if my half-hearted rebuttal sounds particularly convincing, it's not. But this doesn't seem to bother Lizzie. She accepts my words unquestioningly with a good-natured smile. Well, no matter the reason, I really am thankful, Ree. I look down at the floor, biting my lower lip. I think I'm an honest person, but when I'm with Lizzie, it becomes a lot harder to tell the truth. My heart is filled with complicated and contradictory emotions. I'm not sure which of them to believe. All of them? None of them? Emotions are weird. Emotions are really weird. It's true that I caved into Lycia's demands because I didn't want to have a stupid argument, but that wasn't the only reason. I don't want to admit this to myself, least of all to Lycia, but something about her smile warms my heart. Lycia might be a demon, but she's still one of the sweetest people I've ever met. She's the only person who's ever tried to befriend me and not given up along the way. Is that why I agreed to make her a cake? Did I feel indebted to her? Don't think so. I don't know if that's entirely right either. No, it's just like mutual affection, that kind of deal. If my actions were born out of a sense of duty, then why do I feel so satisfied when I see her smile? It's just nice. Maybe I had some selfish motivations too. Most people do. I mean, that's perfectly fine. Everyone should have selfish motivations. That's like, you should always be your own number one. Everyone else comes second. Because otherwise, if you don't take care of yourself, then you can't take care of others. It's a very simple matter. Most people do. Everyone in this world is pushed along by their own greed, and I don't think I'm any exception. Does that mean Lycia's happiness is my own happiness? I mean, a little bit, yes. That's good. I shift, awkward. I don't think I've ever been this invested in somebody else's well-being in my life, to tell the truth. It's a little disconcerting. I'm not used to it. The cake looks so cute. It's so adorable I want to add to my family register. What are you talking about? Since it's hot in hell, wouldn't it melt? Hot? Isn't it meant to be cold in Norway? It might be cold in Norway, but that has nothing to do with hell. Hell doesn't abide by the rules of the human realm, be it Japan or Norway or the center of the Bermuda Triangle. Wow, I had no idea hell was such an incredible place. I thought it was only a small village. It is a small village. Just ignore Lycia, Dad. She's spouting nonsense. I wouldn't want the poor people who live in the real village of hell, Norway, to feel misrepresented. Residing in a place that's literally called hell must be difficult enough, without people like Lucia further sullying their reputation. I mean, that would mean something completely different in Norwegian, probably. Should look that up, but later. Now, aren't you going to eat your shortcake? We made this for you. But it's so pretty, I'd feel guilty. That's a first. But at the same time, it's so cute, I want to cut it. I want to cut it wide open and watch it use all its kicky innards all over the table. Name change to sadistically see. Like, with imagination. Is that what people usually do to things they think are pretty? Maybe it's a common custom in hell, the one with fire and brimstone, not the one in Norway. I wouldn't be too surprised. It is a very weird instinct sometimes to just the cute things you want to crush them almost. It's weird. I don't get it. I don't know. But I sometimes have that feeling as well. It's weird. It's a weird instinct. I'm sure there's like a whole book on psychology about that. Something like that. Can I get the cake, Kazuki? Can I? Of course you can. You're an important member of our team too. Here you go. And a knife. Thinking at the cake. Alicia stares down at the cake, knife in hand, frowning. It looks like she's trying hard to make sure each and every piece she cuts is perfectly equal, which is a little unexpected. Knowing Lissy, I thought she'd take the whole cake for herself and leave everybody else to fight over the crumbs. Nah, she's a good kid, come on now. You should know better than that. I guess there are some things even she takes seriously. Those things being food, of course. Indeed, that does look delicious. Lissy cuts through the soft sponge cake slowly. The sweet scent of cream hovers in the air, mingled with the tartness from the ripe strawberries, freshly picked this morning. I'm not a big fan of cake, but this might be enough to convert me. Cake is good! The layers of sponge are an inviting light yellow, sandwiched between a thick layer of white cream and cut strawberries. The top of the cake is frosted with cream in a pure white sheet like fallen snow. Delicate little rosettes of cream have been piped around the edges and sliced strawberry halves nestled against them. Ri, here, this piece is for you. Lissy hands me a plate with a piece of strawberry cake on. It's not a very neat slice of cake, but it looks delicious all the same. Are you sure I can eat this? Of course I am. You're hardly going to wear it, silly. I know, but you were the one who wanted to make a cake, so you should get the first slice. But you're the one who made it. You deserve the first slice more than anybody else. Well, and Dad's being ignored completely, even though he did most of the cooking in here, but still, fine. I look away, biting in my lower lip. Do we sound foolish? Nah, you sound adorable. You're kids. It's fine. We might as well be a pair of lovers, tweeting to one another over the end of a phone line. You hang up first. No, you. My face feels redder than ever. My cheeks are burning. And Dad's, what? Oh, nothing. I just thought your face looked a little funny, Ri. You have no right to call me funny when you're wearing an apron like that. What's wrong with his apron? It's just like a nice pastel, like green, pink thing. It's nice. Is there something strange about it? No. It's kind of gaudy, isn't it? Not really. The other apron he had was more gaudy, I think. But it's one of my favorites. They're all your favorites. Anyway, do you have something sensible to say, or you did just want to make fun of me? Well, I just thought maybe you and Lissy could compromise. If you share that slice of cake, you can both eat it first. Share it? The same slice? I look at Lissy. She looks at me. We blink. Then a wide smile captures Lissy's lips. Her whole face sparkles. Of course we can share. We are friends after all. That sounds like fun. Hey, wait a minute. That's embarrassing. Only couples share slices of cake like that. But Dad doesn't listen. He hands Lissy and me a fork, smiling. Alright, you two, enjoy. You're a lot craftier than you look, you damn old man. I haven't been living with your mother all these years for nothing. That's fair. That is fair. Some of his mother's silliness would rub off. Hey, Ri. Why is it? I must have grown accustomed to my nightly chats with Lissy, because I don't feel that once familiar twinge of annoyance when she says my name. Has this become part of my routine? Talking to Lissy seems natural to me now, as natural as the strawberries growing in their field. I had a really nice time today, Ri. It really was a lot of fun. That's good, I had a nice time too. You did? Really? Of course, why would I lie about that? I don't know, I thought I annoyed you. You are a bit annoying, but you wouldn't be if you weren't. You wouldn't be you if you weren't. I can cope. Thank you. A small silence steals over us. I sit up in bed, the covers falling from my body, and look at Lissy. She's lying in her futon, her ashen hair spread across her pillow. She stares up at the ceiling, her crimson eyes wide and staring. It doesn't look like she's trying to go to sleep. Ri, I was thinking about something. What? I am, well, Quite unusually, Lizzie is the one who looks bashful now. I can see the blush on her cheeks, even though the darkness of my bedroom. Maybe we're both allergic to each other. That might explain why we keep turning red. I've had so much fun these last few days, more fun I'd ever had before, in my whole life. Isn't that because you got to eat a lot of food? That's partly it, but it's not the whole reason. I'm not that greedy. Well, I wonder. I think it's because I was with you, Eddie. You might be a little stern, and you scold me a lot, but you only do it because you care about me. My big sisters are the same. My big sisters have to love me because they're related to me, though. At least that's what I think. That doesn't mean their love is worthless, and I love them a lot too, but having a friend is a little different. It's not the same sort of love. I'm not used to it, and it's a little weird, but I think it's love all the same, no matter what you say. I might be a demon, but I can still feel love, and I love talking to you, and love being with you, and I just love you as a person. You really are my bestest friend in the whole world, in the human realm and in hell. Licia, I blink, a little taken aback by the sincerity in her voice. It's adorable. Since Lizzie is quite a silly person, bobbing along through life like a rubber duck in a bathtub, I never thought she could think about things so seriously. I must have been wrong. What can I say? Goddamn these choices. Tell Lizzie, love or like. Come on. They're kids. Love means something else for kids than like for adults. There we go. Well, I hold a hand to my chest. I can feel my heart pounding beneath the thin fabric of my pajama top. It's so loud I wouldn't be surprised if Lucia can hear it too. This isn't the first time Lucia has professed her love to me today. She did it once before, back on the coach. I was surprised by her sudden declaration at the time, but I didn't bring it up. Instead, I tried to ignore it. I ignored it because I didn't know what to say. I ignored it to drop it because I was flustered and confused, and thought it'd be easier to pretend she hadn't said anything. But that was wrong, wasn't it? It was cold and callous of me. Lizzie's feelings are important, even if I can't understand them, and they deserve to be treated with respect. Indeed. Respect others' feelings, as long as they respect yours. That's a good thing overall. While it's true that Lizzie is still young, maybe she really does love me. I don't have any right to deny her feelings. But where does that leave me? Though Lizzie might love me, I still don't know how I feel about her. I like her, that's an indisputable fact, but is that the same as loving her? What does loving somebody even involve? That's for everyone to discover on their own, in time, over time. Like, you won't understand what it means for at least like a decade, little Ree. I know there's a definition of love written in a dictionary, but that isn't good enough for me. I bet if I asked 50 different people on the street what love means, I'd get 50 different answers. Correct, that's how it works. But I don't care what the dictionary says, or what 50 other imaginary people might say. What am I going to say? What do I think? I know it's normal for girls to get crushes on other girls when they're younger, but isn't that something you usually grow out of? You're 9 years old, this is the time when that starts happening. It happens like you grow out of it later. She's trying to be way too mature for her age. That's what I heard on TV, but it doesn't always work like that, does it? I don't know. I don't really get it, but... Lizzie really is pretty. She's fascinated me more from the very beginning, and she still does now. It's true that she annoys me, and she exasperates me, and she tires me out, but there's more to it than that. I've enjoyed her company these last few days, and I don't want her to go back home. I can hardly stand to think about it. Is that how what love is? Wanting to be with somebody all the time, no matter what? I guess that's one form of love, perhaps, maybe. It might be a flawed answer, imperfect from my lack of experience, but it's still my answer, and I'm going to stick with it. If that's what love means to me, then... Lizzie, being super awkward, stuttering. I think I might love you too. Ree? Only a little bit though, I mean, I'm still just a kid. I can't believe Ree said she loved me, Ree said she loved me. All of a sudden, with a delirious squeak, Lizzie grabs hold of one of our pillows and hugs it hard. Ree said she loves me, she loves me. Hey, keep your voice down, you're going to wake mom and dad up. It's not like I'm happy about Lizzie's reaction, but this is pretty embarrassing. Yes, you are happy, stop lying to yourself. I don't understand. How'd I end up liking this silly girl so much? Because she's silly and nice. Come on now. This world really is full of mysteries. That's fine. That's good. Day number 6. Saturday. The day when she's supposed to leave. Wonder if that'll happen. Well, I guess we'll see. Wakey wakey. I yawn, blinking as the sunlight streams in through my bedroom window. My flimsy curtains attempt to resist the onslaught of holy light, but their best efforts are in vain. I sit up in bed and stretch. I don't think I'll be able to get back to sleep now, so I might as well get up. As they say, there's no rest for the wicked. No, there isn't. The wicked are, well, they are wicked. Not that I think I'm particularly wicked. Wouldn't that apply to Lycia more than me? Who knows? Unsurprisingly, Lycia is still fast asleep. Her hair spills across her pillow, tangled up in her horns, and her pale eyelashes are tightly shut. She's snuggled up underneath her futon, and I can see her covers rising and falling with each breath of air she takes. Lycia? She doesn't respond. She doesn't even stir. Lycia? I try again, my voice a little louder this time, but it still has no effect. Lycia continues to sleep, squirreled away inside her dreams. She looks so peaceful, lying there, her face free of tension. Not that I've ever seen her look particularly tense, that I feel guilty for trying to wake her. Of course she's sleepy. She was sick a couple days ago, and she woke up early yesterday to go on our school trip. To cap things off, she isn't a human girl at all, but a demon, so spending time in the human realm, as she terms it, must be tiring. While I've been going about my daily routine, only slightly disturbed by Lycia's presence, every single thing that Lycia has seen, smelt, touched, or tasted these past 6 days must have been new for her. Visiting a whole new world would be a lot for anybody to take in, especially a small girl like her. But I should at least try to wake her. Lycia loves food, and she'd probably get mad if I let her miss breakfast. More importantly, this is her last day here. She'll be going home this evening, and I might never see her again. I want to spend as much time with her as possible, even if that time does eat into her beauty sleep. She can rest as much as she likes when she returns to the warm, sulphurous embrace of hell and all its eternally flickering flames. Lycia, wake up, wake up! She winces, but doesn't open her eyes. Is she trying to ignore me? If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Let's see how well she can ignore this. Lycia, if you don't wake up right now, I'll eat all of your breakfast, and then there won't be any left for you. No, my food, not my food. That's right, your food. I'll eat all of it right in front of you. Just imagine it. All of that fluffy white rice with a bowl of salty miso soup and delicious pickled plums. No, anything but that, anything. I'm sorry, but you had your chance. I'm eating it right now. Lycia, I'm dipping my chopsticks into your bowl of miso soup and picking out the biggest block of tofu. It looks so good and so soft, I can't control myself anymore. I'm going to put it into my mouth and... Wakey. No! Give me back my tofu, you monster. I'll kill you. I'll really kill you. Primal Lycia. Sufferingly. Oof. Uh-oh. I fall over backwards, holding one hand to my mouth. My lower lip throbs and something sharp spreads across my tongue. Is that blood? Oh, she punched you. Oh, damn. Did she just punch me in the mouth? At least that's one way to start my morning. I guess it is. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you like that. I mean, it's her fault for teasing you, basically. It's alright, don't worry about it. Dad fished a bag of frozen peas out of the freezer and held it against my split lip, so the swelling was mostly gone down. The blood has stopped too. We'll probably need to wash Lycia's futon though. I bled more than I thought I did, and the futon was spotted with so much gore it looked like somebody had been murdered on those sheets. I kinda doubt that. But anyway, I think I've learned something valuable today. Demons are not only incredibly fast, they're also incredibly strong. Well, she's a child, and you're a child as well, so relative strengths. But I hurt you. I even made you bleed. I didn't mean to do it, I swear. I know you didn't. I shouldn't have teased you. I just didn't realize you were so strong. Lycia's lower lip wobbles. She stares at me, her eyes large and doe-like. I really am sorry. Is there anything I can do to make up for you? Anything at all? I already said I'm fine. Just eat your breakfast. It'll get cold. But I can't. I still have to apologize. You already have done. I need to do it properly. You really don't. I know. I just had a great idea. Uh-oh. Is it a great idea, though? It really is. I'll be back in a second. Oh dear. I think I can feel a headache coming on. You young girls are always so energetic. If I didn't have such an ominous feeling curdling in the pit of my stomach, I'd ask my mother what she's doing in the kitchen at this hour, instead of getting ready to go to work. I mean, it's a Saturday. I guess it doesn't matter that much. Maybe she has a day off. It seems unlikely from what little I know about her director Sato, but it could happen. Stranger things have. Things like a demon girl called Lycia Evilis appearing in my kitchen and turning my whole world upside down. I guess that's a strange thing indeed. Less than 5 seconds later, Lycia appears in the kitchen, wearing that cute maid dress Dad made for her. And what are you doing in that? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to act as your personal maid for the day. That's the only way I can show you how truly sorry I am. Now, is there anything I can get for you, milady? You can start by not calling me milady. Why not? As your maid, it's my duty to address you in a respectful manner suited for your station, milady. Please don't do that, it's making me feel weird. Oh, do you feel sick, milady? Licia walks towards me, her skirts fluttering around her legs, and presses one hand against my forehead. Ah! I feel my temperature skyrocket. My whole body trembles. My cheeks feel like they're burning. You do feel rather hot. Maybe you should go back to bed, milady. If I'm feeling hot, that's because of you, you idiot. Huh? What was that, milady? Yes, what was that, Ree? What you said just now was rather interesting. God damn it. If you feel sick, maybe you should take some cold medicine, lady. Oh, god damn it. God damn it, Dad is acting weird now. Dad, are you trying to tease me too? What? No, I would never dream of it, milady. God damn, he's so easily influenced. You are. You're trying to make me look stupid. I'm not trying to make you look stupid. Honestly, I guess I just got caught up in the flow of things. Licia frowns, fiddling with the hem of her skirt. I'm sorry if I made you mad, Ree. I was just trying to cheer you up. Ah, I press one hand against my chest and lean back in my chair. I need to gather my composure. Imagine a cool, tranquil oasis. Breathe in, then breathe out. Breathe in, then breathe out. Licia didn't mean to upset me. She was just trying to cheer me up, with her own odd, incomprehensible Licia logic. This isn't anything for me to scold her for. I guess I feel a little jumpy around her than usual, given my musings last night. I told her that I loved her. Is that really true? With my feelings exposed to the harsh morning light, I'm not sure. I don't entirely understand what love is, but I think I was sincere when I confessed to her. It's how I felt at the time, and it's how I feel now. If I didn't love Licia, why else would my stomach be twisting itself into knots at the sight of her face? I sigh, brushing a strand of hair out of my face. I'm alright, I'm not mad at you. I was just a bit surprised, that's all. So you don't mind if I act as your maid, do you? Well, I'm not sure about that, but Licia looks so hopeful, it'd feel mean if I shot her down. Didn't Licia say her mom liked dressing up in silly outfits? It must run in her family. What do the rest of our sisters look like? Sure, if you want, you can be my maid. Just for the morning though, okay? I don't want her calling me as milady when we go outside. That would be problematic. I'd never be able to live it down. Yay, thank you, milady. You can rely on me. Let's hope so. Now then, lady, would you care for some assistance? Open your mouth and say ah. Are you trying to feed me now? Of course, what maid could do more for her most beloved lady? I don't know if maids usually feed their masters. Well, this maid is going to go above and beyond her line of duty. I just want milady to feel well cared for. But why? Isn't that obvious? It's because I love you, silly. Now, say ah. Hey, that isn't fair. How on earth can I counter something like that? You can't, you just go with the flow. Just accept it. Why did you want to take us out here, Mom? Oh, no particular reason. I just thought, since it's such a nice day, it would be a shame to waste it inside. Mom's right about that. The sunshine washes over me, warming the top of my head and the tip of my nose until it flushes deep pink. The dragonflies and butterflies flutter in the air, splashes of color against the light blue sky. The trees sway gently, rocked to and fro by the breeze, and their leaves rustle. This is the same old river I walk past when I have to go to school, but it looks different today. Maybe it's because I'm with my mother. I hardly ever get to spend time with her, so just being by her side makes me the familiar and everyday seem new and exciting. Special somehow. I glance at Licia. She's staring out at the water, her lips pursed, blonde hair framing her face. She could almost be a painted figure, if not for the fluttering of her hair. This might be the last time I'll ever look at this river with Licia. Something inside my chest twists. I wince. Thinking about that is painful. I need to say something else, anything else, but what? It's difficult. Sometimes you just don't need to say anything in situations like that, just enjoy the moment in silence. Even though it's such a nice view, I'd noticed you didn't invite Dad out on our walk. Of course I didn't. Your father needs to clean everything away after breakfast. I can't abide living in a messy house. But Dad was the one who made the breakfast in the first place. Shouldn't you help him a little bit? Tiskri, you might be a smart girl, but you have a lot to learn about adult relationships. People in this world can be split firmly into two categories, sadists and masochists. For any relationship to work, each person should fall onto a different side of the spectrum. That's a little oversimplistic, but I mean that's how her relationship with the dad works. I don't know if bringing the sad into the politics of romance relationship is a very good idea. I've never read any of his books, but from what little I've gathered about him during my 9 years, he wasn't exactly the most romantic of people. Are you saying Dad's a masochist? That's right, your father loves being bossed around. It brings him joy and gives him purpose. Without my constant demands, he would float around like a jellyfish, swept along by the tide. Well, there might be a bit of truth to that. Yeah, I get that sense as well. I'm kinda confused. Ree looks grumpy all the time, so she should be a sadist, but then she blushes and stammers when she gets embarrassed too. Then maybe Ree is a rare mix of both. Such a thing might be inevitable, given she's the daughter of an extreme sadist and a massive masochist. I'm neither of those things, don't be so ridiculous. You can't just group people into categories like that. No, you can't, you really shouldn't. It's not healthy for a society like that. Anyway, really? But you belong to so many categories already, Ree. Your blood type is B, your star sign is Virgo, and you can still buy children's tickets on the train. The last one doesn't have anything to do with my personality, and blood groups and star signs are stupid. They don't have any bearing at all on what you're like as a person. Only your actions should decide that. Let's agree to disagree for now. I mean, she is right. Well, Mom giggles, pushing her glasses up on the bridge of her nose. Mom always wears dark sunglasses when she goes outside. She says to hide her identity so people won't realize she's the semi-famous actress Shirakawa Yukine, but I wonder. The sunglasses she wears are huge, they always draw more attention to her, not less. That's probably what she wants though. Mom's such a showy person. By the way, Lucy, do you want to see where I've been filming? Oh yes, that sounds cool. Where is it? It might be a bit hard to see with all these trees, but if you peer all the way over to the other side of the riverbank, you should be able to spot it. Mom points and Lucy follows her fingertip with her eyes. She gets in onto the tips of her toes, clutching the metal barrier that separates the bank from the river with both hands, and stares. What is it? Where is it? Do you see that big grey building over there? That's the hospital, and that's where I've been these last few days. I think I can see it. That's cool. That's really cool. I know, right? My mother might be many things, but humble is not one of them. Indeed, it doesn't seem like that. I enjoy working, but Mom sighs. I'm tired of whiling my days away inside that glorified mausoleum. The patients look like they're knocking on death's door, and the staff are so serious. There aren't even any attractive doctors. Isn't that what TV dramas are for? I suppose so. We're selling teenage girls and lonely housewives alike fantasies about attractive doctors, as reality is sadly incapable of providing them for us. If any doctors around here were as good looking as Yamada, I bet more women would be coming down with colds and headaches. Hey, are you sure you should be swooning over other men like that? Especially a popular actor like Yamada, who's beloved by everyone, old and young. All the girls in my class love him. I might be the only one who doesn't. I don't even think he's that good looking. Are you chastising me, Ree? Not really. I just think it's sad. You shouldn't talk about other men when you have Dad. Oh, don't be so serious, dear. I'm just joking. You are? I can never tell with Mom. Yes, Yamada might be physically appealing, but he's quite dull in real life. When he doesn't have a script to read from, all he can ever talk about is tennis, or his car, or the benefits of drinking vegetable juice every morning. Oh, he's one of those. It's strange how there are so many talented actors in the world who can bring their viewers to tears with a few lines, but when they drop all pretense and act only as themselves, they become incredibly tiresome. Maybe that's because people have high expectations of them, so the mediocrity of their real lives is disappointing. Well, that might have something to do with it. It doesn't change the fact that Yamada bores me to tears. And if he didn't? Well, let's see. Even if I did find his conversation intellectually stimulating, which I don't, I still wouldn't be interested. I'm busy enough as it is, without trying to have an affair on the side. That's good, I guess that's good. That's an interesting way to phrase it. I don't like thinking about such things, but I can't deny that I have wondered, once or twice, whether Mom might be cheating on Dad. I mean, why wouldn't she? Mom is beautiful, and a lot of men like her, and she's constantly surrounded by attractive actors. She works with some of the most sought-after men in our prefecture on a daily basis. Kazuki and I might be rather different, but I really do love him. We've been together for almost 17 years now, and I wouldn't want to trade the time we've spent together for the world. I might be a popular actress now, but Kazuki fell in love with me before all of that. We were in high school when we started dating, you know? Of course I know. Mom's told me this story a few times before, when she's in her more sentimental moods, i.e. when she's had too much to drink at a wrap-up party and has come home smelling of expensive champagne. Lacey, however, isn't privy to these details about my family like I am. She looks at Mom with wide eyes, excited. Really? You know each other for that long? Yes, it was during our 3rd year of high school. So that would be, they were like what? Oh yeah, 3rd year, so yeah, 18. So yeah, they are 35 years old. We lived in the same neighborhood and walked the same way to and from school, but he was too nervous to talk to me. Even though Kazuki has always been tall, he was so shy even back then. Perhaps he was even shyer, since his height made him stand out so much. The PE teacher thought he might be good at basketball, which was a complete joke. He flinched every time the ball came near him. I can see that, yeah. He got teased quite a lot, maybe that's why he was so shy. It took him a whole 3 years before he finally plucked up the courage to ask me out. Oh, he asked you out, oh damn. He managed to actually pluck the courage, that's impressive. I'd never really paid much attention to Kazuki before. I knew of him since we were in the same class, and I saw him on my way to school, but I never approached him. I was always surrounded by all my girlfriends, you see, and I did have a lot of girlfriends back then, and I was too busy gossiping to pay attention to anyone else. I never knew, the whole time, a boy that I'd hardly spoken to had managed to fall in love with me. That is an interesting... It's always some confessions, stuff like that. Then, in my 3rd year at school, I got a part in a play with the drama club. It was Carmen, and I was picked to play the lead. I was happy about that, but it meant I had to stay behind at school a lot to practice. On this particular day, I was walking back home alone. It was the beginning of spring, and the cherry blossoms were blooming all across the riverbank. It's sad that they don't have as many blossoms here. That's one of the things I miss about Onomichi, even though it's a rather small town. The trees were swaying in the breeze, and the sky was a perfect blue. It was almost like something from a movie. That was when I saw Kazuki. I knew him only vaguely, but this was the first time we'd been alone together, and I was a little curious. Isn't it strange? You can be aware of another person for years, but still not know anything about them. People drift in and out of our lives all the time, just like those cherry blossoms, and we may never know how they feel about us, because we never stop to ask. I think that's why I decided to approach Kazuki. I wanted to do something impulsive, something I hadn't done before, so I called him over and introduced myself. He seemed surprised. He was so lost in his own thoughts he hadn't noticed me, and he jumped like a startled kitten. Then, when he saw who I was, his face went bright red, and he started apologizing. For what, I wonder? Being alive? Breathing my air? I thought it was funny that such a tall guy was so very flustered by a small girl like me, so I started to laugh. That might have relaxed him, because he smiled, and the two of us began to walk back home together. I asked Kazuki what he'd been doing, staying behind at school so late. He said he'd been trying to do his math homework in the library, but it was too difficult, and he still didn't understand it. He looked a bit tearful about it, actually. He really hasn't changed at all since then. I said, since we were in the same class, I could help him if he wanted. I was a good student, and I liked helping other people. Maybe it's because I liked feeling superior. I never offered to tutor a boy before, though. I mostly spent my time helping my female friends, so it was new and felt exciting. Maybe it was because of the cherry blossoms. When you see cherry blossoms, they inspire you to take chances. At least they do for me. This is a unique thing, those cherry blossoms. A very, very particular thing. It happens only in Japan, it seems. I think there might be other... anyway, don't know. Should look that up as well. Kazuki and I became friends after that, and we always walked to and from school together. I introduced him to my friends, and they seemed to like him. Maybe that's because they were scared of me. They must have known, if they teased Kazuki, I'd find a way to take my revenge. Maybe they whispered things about us behind our backs, but I didn't care. I never have done. All I knew was I liked spending time with him, even though we weren't very alike. He always made me laugh, though I doubt it was intentional. Teasing him was fun too. I liked asking him to rate the girls in our class in order of attractiveness, or I'd ask where he kept his dirty magazines, and he'd always blush and stutter. Sometimes I even picked up the falling cherry blossoms and threaded them into his hair. I thought that made him look exceptionally cute, but he disagreed. He never told me to stop though. Maybe I didn't want anybody else to bully him because I bully him enough myself. Fortunately, my petty cruelty didn't make his feelings towards me waver. I might not have been the girl he'd hoped I was when he first saw me, but now we were really friends, and we were closer than he had ever dreamed he would be. After a few weeks of our tentative friendship, he confessed his feelings to me just like that. I never thought such a bold move would have been possible for a shy person like Kazuki, so I was impressed, and flattered. I don't know why I agreed to go out with him. I'd been out with a few boys before, but I never took it very seriously. I didn't even like Kazuki that much. We were just friends. I never considered that we could be something more. I think, if I'm being honest, I accepted because I was bored, and I thought having a new boyfriend might be fun. I was throwing about his heart, and I didn't intend to keep it for very long. And then I ended up falling in love with him too. That's sweet. Maybe it was because he was so earnest. Maybe it was because he was so gentle. Maybe it was because he was so sweet. Maybe it was because of the cherry blossoms, and I was young, and he was my first proper boyfriend. I don't know. But I don't regret meeting Kazuki, and I don't regret our relationship. He really is a good man. more than I might deserve since I'm not always very nice to him. I really do love him, even if he is an idiot. He's my idiot. Aww, that's sweet. That's a sweet little relationship they have. I like it. Might be a bit cliche, but that's fine. I like cliches. Mom's tone softens when she talks about Dad. She sounds unusually vulnerable, unguarded, despite those dark sunglasses. I can't see her eyes, but I can see her lips. They're curved upwards into a small smile. Ever since then, Kazuki has supported me through thick and thin. He always puts his own dreams to one side to support mine. He never tries to dissuade me from accomplishing my goals. I suppose he's like a trellis, maybe. A trellis. Okay, I need to look that up. I'm gonna look that one up, because what is a trellis? Trellis? What is that? Oh, it's like a thing. A frame of latticework used as a screen as support for climbing plants. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Didn't know that was called a trellis. Cool. Every day you learn something new, it seems. Alright. A trellis. Yes, trellises support climbing plants, but they don't have a use on their own. Kazuki is the same. I think he's happiest when he's helping me pursue my goals. I appreciate it, but I worry sometimes. I don't know if he thinks about himself as much as he should. That's why he's been so down lately. His love and affection make me happy, but I wonder. I don't know if it's making him happy. I know he stays at home to take care of the chores, and he likes being there to greet you when you return home from school, but I think he's a little more ambitious than he claims to be. He has his own dreams, and I'm worried mine may have choked his. Maybe I should have a talk with him. I don't want him to tire himself out. I love him too much for that. Sometimes I doubt Mom's feelings for that, but in quiet moments like this, I'm able to gauge how she really feels. Mom does love Dad. She must. It's obvious in the way she talks about him. I hope, when I get older, I can love somebody just as much as Mom and Dad love each other. That really would be something to strive for. Yee, that's good. My parents have a lot of differences, but they're able to put those to the one side so they can help one another. So they can support one another. Because they love one another. I know it might be a little cliche to say this, but that really is something special. It is. Cliches are good. Licia too looks pensive. She taps Mom's arm, peering up at her with her imploring eyes. Miss Yukin, I have a question. Yes, what is it, sweetie? I was just wondering, you really sound really smart, so I think you should know. How do you know when you found somebody that you're in love with? Oh my, you young girls sure grow up that fast nowadays to ask questions like that. I'm serious, I really want to know. This could be important. This isn't related to our conversation yesterday, is it? Of course it is, come on, Ri. You're smarter than that. Well, love is a very complicated thing. We humans aren't all that intelligent, and we're bad at perceiving things with too many surfaces. We have a difficult time understanding our own feelings, so we often second-guess ourselves or get things wrong. We might think that we love somebody when it's just a passing infatuation, or we might tell ourselves our feelings are fleeting and foolish when they're rather more serious than that. Even so, I believe when one is in love, one should know it instinctively, in here. Mom places a hand against her chest, just above her heart. Even if our minds try to play tricks on us, you just have to be honest with yourself. Ah, so that's what love is, eh? It sounds kind of complicated. It is complicated. It gets easier to understand our feelings when we get older. I see. So if love is about wanting to be with somebody all the time and feeling happy when you're with them, then I really must be in love with Ri after all. I love her more than anybody in the whole wide world. That's how the sign ends? Okay. Wow, what is this place? Is it some kind of place devoted to the pagan worship of food? It's a restaurant. She hasn't been to one. How funny. This isn't a palace, Lucy. It's just a restaurant. A restaurant. You don't have restaurants in Norway? Maybe we do, but I've never seen one before. How peculiar. Then let me enlighten you. Restaurants are where people go to buy food rather than making it themselves. I see. But how are these unlimited stocks of food produced? You humans don't have access to Hell's patented magic circle technology, do you? Magic circles? Yes, they're very convenient. Wow, Norway sure does sound like an advanced country. Oh, come on, are we still trying to pretend that Lucy comes from Norway when the stuff she says is obviously bizarre? I don't know why Mom and Dad decide to play along with this charade, but it's really starting to get on my nerves. You can spin a single joke out for far too long. At any rate, they don't summon the food, they cook it for us in the kitchens. You just can't see it from here because they closed that area off. Oh, so it's similar to convenience store food. I suppose, but it's a bit fresher than that. You order the food and they make it for you. I see, if it's handmade then I suppose it's alright. The levels of love should be adequate. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but most of the food here is packed in plastic bags and stored in the freezer. All they do is defrost it. Love is irrelevant in the face of the economy. Okay, crashing down with her blunt statements about capitalism and stuff like that. Is that really true? Oh, Ree, don't be so mean to Lissy. You'll spoil it for her. Mom chastises me, peering out over the top of her dark sunglasses. I don't know why Mom wears those shades when we go out. Who does she think she is going to recognize her here? The lovey-dovey couple sharing an ice cream sundae over by the window. The little girl trying to shove her chopstick up her nose to the embarrassment of her parents. The baby is sitting in a high chair trying to lick its own elbow. Since we always used to take you here, Kazuki and I thought it might be nice to treat Licia too. It's something of a family tradition after all. I know. Though I'm being rather negative about this restaurant, I don't dislike it. It's a nostalgic landmark from my childhood. A place where I whiled away many an hour when I was younger, happier and decidedly less cynical. God, she's only 9 years old, how is she this cynical already? That's really weird. I've had several birthdays in here, and Dad used to take me here sometimes after our trips to the aquarium. He always bought me my favorite, the strawberry sundae, even though it was so big I could never finish it by myself. It's been a couple of years since I last came here, but the decor hasn't changed. It looks exactly the same as ever, from the pseudo wooden tabletops to the beige walls. Even the menus are exactly the same. I flip through my menu, looking for the desserts, and find, with no great surprise, that the strawberry sundae of my youth is still on here, in all its ice cream-laden strawberry-topped glory. Are you looking at that strawberry sundae? No, of course not. Stop lying. I know you always like the sundae, but you shouldn't take a look at the dinner menu before you start thinking about sweets. You'll get indigestion if you dessert first. I know that. I'm not a little kid. Jesus, you are. You're 9 years old. Stop it. I flip back to the dinner section, trying to hide my blush behind my menu. I don't like being teased, but it's especially galling being teased by somebody like Dad. I'm kinda happy about that though. I'm glad you still remember those strawberry sundaes. You must have enjoyed the time we spent together back then. It was fine. I was young back then, so I would have been happy with anything. Alright, if you feel like reliving your earlier years with the taste of that strawberry sundae, though, don't hesitate to ask. I'd love to order it for you. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not interested in the stupid sundae at all. My tastes have matured a lot since then, and I don't like sweets nearly as much as I used to. You're so cute when you can't be honest with yourself, Ree. If you want to order the sundae, just say so. There's nothing wrong with indulging yourself. I want to try the sundae too. I love sweets. See? Licia sounds excited as well. Licia is always excited when food's involved. That might be true, but I'm not just excited about the food. I want to see you smile a lot, Ree, just like Kazuki said you used to. Seeing you with a big smile would be the fondest memory I could ever hope for. Fonder than any kind of food. I look down at the table. My face turned bright red. Why does it feel like everybody's ganging up on me? Anyway, I'm going to order my main. We need to hurry up or we'll annoy the waiting staff. He might be right about that. Efficiency is next to godliness, or so they say. I think that's cleanliness is next to godliness. It's close enough. Maybe so, but to have a clean and tidy home one must be efficient. Efficiency is what's truly important in this world. That sure is easy for Mom to say, given she never does any household chores. If Dad weren't such a doormat, he'd probably call her out on that. Of course, he doesn't. He just smiles. So what are you two going to have? Since this is your last day here, Licia, feel free to get as much as you want. Really? I can have whatever I want? I can hear the sound of our family savings screaming in pain from here. You know what, Dad? As generous as an offer as that is, I think you might want to retract it. The rest you'll live to regret it. Huh? There's nothing wrong with letting Licia pick a few more dishes, is there? You say that now, but you'll be sorry. She'll eat her way through the entire restaurant, and then we'll have to sell our house to pay for the losses, and then the Yakuza will come after us, and we'll have to harvest your organs and sell them on the black market. Jesus Christ, what kind of literature has she been reading? It's bloody hell, literally. He's way too cynical. Ree, that's so horrible. You're meant to be 9 years old, but you're talking like a hardened criminal. I'm sorry, but the world is a cruel place. We can't maintain our innocence if we want to survive. But I have no problem selling my organs to support you and Yuki. Why do you want to kill me off so quickly? You didn't even try to think of any options. I'm sorry, Dad, but the strong must prey on the weak to survive. You were never meant to last. Jesus. Well, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't want to be eaten, but I don't want to eat others either. And that is precisely why your organs will be harvested and stolen, not mine. On second thoughts, maybe you should restrict yourself to only one meal. Let's see. She was intimidated that easily. But there's so much good food on here. I want to eat all of it. Yes, but if you ate all of it, it might put our family's finances in a rather precarious situation. If you're low on money, can't you just sacrifice a chicken on an altar to Mammon to see, so he can bless you with wealth and riches? I don't know how the economy works in Norway, but in Japan, there are no altars to any demons of greed. That's a shame. It sounds like you humans really do have it hard. Lycia sighs, scanning through her menu with less enthusiasm than before. I don't really understand, but if it would inconvenience you, I'll order only one dish. But what? Lycia ponders, holding one finger against her lower lip. Ah, I know. You're a clever person, and you've been here before, so you must know what's the tastiest, cheapest item on the menu. I'll order that with what you get. Well, I wonder what I should get. This is the last meal she'll be having with us, so I don't want to pick something Lycia doesn't like. We had hamburger steak or omelette rice. Both are good. Let's get the steak. The hamburger steak. Let's get that. That looks delicious as fuck. I spinned my plate a few times, observing my meal from a few angles, but there's no denying it. This hamburger steak, topped with a fried egg and served with sweet potato fries, looks just the same as it always did. Dad watches as I play around with my food, a small smile on his face. You always used to order this when you came here with me, didn't you? Yeah, it really hasn't changed at all, even though it's been so many years. How many years can it have been? It wasn't so many years, just 1 or 2, maybe 1.5. You see, like you're 9 years old. That's still enough, I suppose. Dad laughs awkwardly, running a hand through his hair. When you get old like me, a few years here and there don't seem very long at all. It goes by in the blink of an eye. Oh, it does. Yeah. Not for me, though. There are still a lot of things I want to see and do in this world. And yet, despite your lofty ambitions, you decide to eat something you've had countless times before? Well, even I can feel nostalgic. Dad smiles at me fondly, ruffling the top of my head with one hand. You're such a funny girl, Ree. What do you mean, funny? If anything, I think Dad's the funny one, with all his frilly aprons and propensity to tear-stained melodrama. You talk like such an adult, even though you're so young. Sometimes I feel like you're more of a proper human than I am. I don't think it's funny. There's nothing wrong with being mature. I wasn't saying there was anything wrong with it, it's just interesting, I suppose. Nevertheless, I'm glad you ordered something you always had when you came here with me. I guess you really did value that time you spent with me back then, eh? Of course I valued. I mean, you're my dad, even though you bother me sometimes, I still love you. Oh, really? Please don't sound like so shocked. You're making me feel guilty. Sorry, I just didn't expect it, that's all. Aw, she loves me. Ree said she loves me. I'm happy. You're so silly, dear. It should go without saying that Ree loves you. I love you a lot too. Aw, Yuki, you're so sweet. I'm not worthy. You're plenty worthy. I wouldn't have stayed with you for so long if you weren't. I smile as I listen to Mom and Dad chatter. Well, that's nice. I didn't really realize it, but over these past few years, I've been drifting apart from Dad, and Mom too. Mom's always busy at work, and I'm at school. Even though we're part of the same family, living under the same roof, we hardly ever spend time with one another anymore. It's almost like we're strangers. The only thing that brings us together is breakfast every morning. If food is the bone that ties our family together, is that why Dad tries so hard with his cooking? Does he do it for our sakes? Well, yeah. But breakfast wasn't enough to sustain our family bones. Not when Mom started working harder and eating less. We only managed to spend around 10 minutes or so sat together each day, like a true family. We wouldn't be together like this if it wasn't for Lycia. She'd become an indispensable member of our family over the course of this week. Though she doesn't realize it herself, she helped bring us back together. Aw, well, that's lovely. That's really nice. You look serious, Ree. Aren't you going to eat? I am. I was just admiring my food. Admiring the food is fun, but eating it is even better, especially when I get to eat it with you. Thank you. So, this is the hamburger steak you always used to eat when you were younger? That's right, I have a lot of fond memories about this dish. It's nostalgic. And I'm glad I was able to share it with you. That makes it taste even better. I take a forkful of my own hamburger steak, making sure to dip it in the egg yolk and eat it. I want to make something like that as well. Damn. I'm not sure if it's because of Lycia's cheerful smell or my own fond memories, but this hamburger steak really does taste good. It's warm, and not just because it was served only a minute or so ago. The burger is made from ground pork and beef, mixed with fried onions. the fine slices of onion and add the natural sweetness to the hamburger patty and give it a certain amount of crunch. The hamburger is flavored with salt and ground pepper, which spreads across my tongue with the very first forkful in a burst of spiciness. Lettuce and sweet potato fries add some body to the soft hamburger patty and create a nice contrast. The white rice, meanwhile, has also absorbed the flavor from the deep brown tonkatsu sauce, which makes it taste rich yet not too heavy. Goddamn, I'm getting watery in myself now. Is it as good as you remember, Ray? I chew my hamburger patty and swallow, but the aftertaste of tonkatsu sauce, salt and pepper remains. No, it isn't. In fact, it's even better, isn't it? It's even better. There we go. Obviously. Ah, that was really good. Thank you for choosing something so delicious, Ray. Really, I wasn't sure if you'd like it. The food here is pretty cheap. It might be cheap, but since you're the one who picked it out for me, it was filled with love. Is that how love works? Yep, you don't need to make something by hand for there to be love in it. Choosing something to make somebody else happy is another act of love. For a demon, you seem to care about love a lot. Of course I do. I might be from hell, but I'm not so different from you. I also like to be loved and appreciated. And we do love and appreciate you. You're adorable, Licia. Yes, she is. Yes, I really am glad you came to live with us. Ray should tell us about her cute pet pen friends more often. I was starting to worry that she didn't have any friends at all. Well, you don't need to worry about that now. I'm going to be Ray's friend forever, no matter how what. Even if I can't be with her all the time, I'll still exist inside her heart. The fond memories we made together can never fade. Of all the corny lines, it's cute. Come on, don't be... I sink down into my seat. It's not like I'm not happy about those sentiments, but having them expressed so clearly is embarrassing. So, do you want to order that strawberry sundae, Ri? I never said I want to order it. You're jumping to conclusions. But it was the very first thing you looked at when you picked up your menu. You don't need to be bashful. There's nothing wrong with liking sweets. I'm not bashful, she says as she sits down and pouts and is bashful. Well, I want to try that sundae even if you don't. It sounds really delicious, and because I'm such a kind person, I'll let you share some of it too, Ri. Even if you don't want it. How does that sound? Nicely done, Lucia. Ri can't refuse now. If you're getting the sundae for yourself, then it's not like I'll stop you or anything. Jeez. But it's not like I wanted it or anything. Goddamn. Still not giving up at that act. It's so cute. I hope you enjoy it. We will. Thank you, miss. You're the best. Oh, goddammit. Alright, I guess waitress. The waitress flushes, coiling a strand of dark hair around one pale finger. With that complexion, coupled with her ink-black hair, she really does look like a villain from a horror movie. Sadaka. I hope you enjoy your food. Our waitress turns about on her heels and walks back to the kitchens. That monster movie villain that crawls out of the TV. Sure. I take this as an opportunity to examine my strawberry sundae. It's the one from the... constantly on the UI, on the right side. There we go. Glass is filled with vanilla ice cream and cut strawberries, topped with generous amounts of cream. A single strawberry, plump and bursting with life, is set atop the mound of sweet cream, alongside a bunch of strawberries in the middle. That means we're approaching the end. It's the dish on the UI at the end of the VN itself now. 2 silver spoons are sat on the table, glinting under the lighting of the restaurant. This whole setup really does remind me of lovers. I can imagine a young man and woman sharing this dessert, sneaking shy glances at one another between mouthfuls of ice cream, or maybe nudging one another's feet underneath the table. That's sweet. I duck my head, my hands clasped together on my lap. I can feel my face turning red, just like the strawberry on top of my sundae. Are you alright, Ri? I squirm. I'm fine. Are you sure? You're not sick, are you? Did you get premature brain freeze? Is that a real thing? No, it's not. Of course, if men can get premature baldness, then I'm sure girls can get premature brain freeze. I'm not sure about that. I'm fine, I'm not sick at all. You don't need to fuss. Then you should start eating your ice cream. It'll melt if you leave it for too long. That's right, we can't let that happen, Ri. Here, Ri, eat this now. I don't need you to feed me. I'm perfectly capable of feeding myself. But I wanted to try it. Why? Because it's cute. Lucia pauses, pondering, and presses a finger against her cheek. Well, I'm not sure. It's something that happens a lot in those romance mangas my mother likes. It's just a cute thing. It's a cute scene. Oh, I know what you mean. I like stories like that too. You do? Of course he does. Well, they're cute. Innocent romance stories are so heartwarming. They are. Is that because your romance with me was the exact opposite of innocent, dear? Dad's face turns light pink. He coughs, glancing at the right in a suspiciously coy manner. I guess, well, you've always been rather, forceful. I don't want to know. I have no interest at all. But, we used to share food like that as well, didn't we? Oh yes, I might have fed you once or twice. Even though you always want, yeah, that's embarrassing, not in public. Dad's nervous laugh makes my skin crawl. I shake my head. Why do these two always have to talk like that? They're terrible. They're lovers. That's how it works. You'd think they were young teens lost in the thrall of their first love, not grown adults who've been living together for more than a decade. Means their emotions haven't faded over the years, which is good. It's nice. See, Ree, your parents agree. It's a very cute and romantic gesture. Why are you so determined? I don't get it. Isn't it obvious? It's because I love you, Ree. Well, I'm not unhappy about that, but then you should eat it. I've always wanted to do this. Is there any act more intimate than sharing food? I mean, we all need food to live. It's an important part of our lives. I guess I can see what you mean. She's so flustered. I swallow, trying to dispel a lump in my throat, and nod my head. Alright, fine, I'm going to eat it. I should eat quickly, otherwise it'll melt. Convincing herself. Yay, Ree, you're the best. I don't know about that. Open up, Ree. Say ah. Is it just me or does this scenario feel kind of familiar? It literally happened in the morning. I feel my cheeks turning light pink. Well aware that mom and dad are watching us, I hesitantly open my mouth, as though sitting in a chair at that dentist's. Ah, thank you, Ree. And with a concentrated little giggle, Licia leans forward, holding the spoon aloft. I accept her kind offer and lick the small amount of vanilla ice cream scooped up on the spoon. Ah, it's delicious, isn't it? The first mouthful is deliciously cool and sweet. The ice cream melts across my tongue and my taste buds quiver. The vanilla ice cream slides down my throat easily, without resistance, and the cream adds to the sweetness, though it isn't overpowering. It really is good. Maybe it's because Lissy is the one who fed me it. Or maybe I'm just being sentimental. Both. Plus it's just delicious. So it's all of the above. It's starting to get dark outside. When did you say your sister was going to pick you up, Licia? I'm not sure. She should be here soon. Aurora spends a lot of time on her appearance, so she's always late for everything. You don't think she missed her flight, do you? It's not something she can really miss. She'll get here when she gets here. Does that mean your family have their own private plane? A plane? Are those the steel birds that fly up in the air? That's right. Haven't you heard of them before? We don't really need to use them in hell. We have portals and things. They're a lot more convenient. Portals? Nowhere really does sound like an interesting place. Come on. I roll my eyes. If I weren't feeling so touchy, I'd tell Dad to cut that nonsense out. It isn't even funny anymore. It's silly though. I disagree. I think it's still silly. Where are you, Aurora? I hope you didn't get lost. Licia frowns, her arms folded, leaning back in her chair. She's wearing the same outfit she wore when I first met her. The loose dark black shirt accented with pink ribbons with rosettes on a cake. I haven't seen Licia wear that in a while. She hasn't needed to, since Dad made her so many clothes. The sight of it makes something stir inside my chest. Memories. Alright, that was adorable. I forgot that she snuck in here to eat some cookies. That's adorable. It feels like I've gone back in time, to the moment when I found Licia sitting in my kitchen, eating her ill-gotten cookies without any remorse. Right, she did. That was adorable. Back then, I had no idea I'd grow to care about this girl as much as I do now. I'm scared. If I so much as blink, I'll forget about all the strange, impossible, incredible events that happened over the last few weeks. Is it really that impossible, aside from her appearance? Like, appearing her out of nowhere. Everything else has been reasonable and within the norm. There really is no reason for her to be a demon. Like, that really didn't add anything other than slight fish out of water moments. Meeting Licia was so amazing, I'm afraid I'll wake up tomorrow and find out it was all one long hazy dream. It won't be. This archive will forever exist. Licia, would you like another cup of rose hip tea? It's good for clearing the mind. It's okay, I think I'll pass for now. Does that mean my tea wasn't good enough? Come on now. No, that isn't it, Kazuki. It's just, I feel kind of funny, that's all. I don't know if I'm ready to go back home yet. I had so many fun experiences here and I don't like it back at home that much. Even though I miss my mom and dad and all my big sisters, I don't have any friends and I can't eat lots of delicious food and I can't see Rita now I'm back at home either. Aw, Lucia. Ria, I know I said I had to go home, but I don't want to leave you after all. I know I probably annoyed you and you got mad at me for being selfish, and I'm being selfish right now, but I want to stay with you. I want to go to school with you and play games with you and talk with you and spend time with you. We don't even need to eat food if you don't want to. I just like being with you more than anything in the world. Lucia, I blink, momentarily caught off guard. Something inside my chest twists. My heart hurts. My head feels heavy. I hold one hand to my chest, wincing. I liked having you here too. You did? Yes. Even though you said that was a burden? Yes, despite myself and despite what I thought initially, I really did grow fond of you. My old life before I met you was really boring. I didn't have any friends, and I didn't talk to anybody except my parents. I thought that was how it should be, that I preferred it that way, but I liked spending time with you. I liked it more than I thought I would. Aww, Ree. We're in agreement. Hugs. Hugs are nice. Lucy runs over to me, wrapping my body up in a tight hug. She squeezes so hard I swear I can hear my ribs splinting, but I can't bring myself to scold her. Not right now. In fact, I'm glad she's hugging me. That means I can bury my head in her arms and nobody will know that I'm crying. Aww. I don't even want to admit it to myself. I can't believe it. I don't cry. I never cry. I'm far from too mature for that. That's why I always tell myself, you're 9 years old. You should cry. You should have emotions like that. Why do I hate the thought of Lycia leaving so much? Because you're in love with his childhood crush. But it'll take a decade or so to figure out if it's actually remains true or not, but still. Initial emotions are very important as well. I step away from Lycia, sniffing, and wipe away my eyes with the backs of my hands. I hope my eyes aren't too red. I don't want to keep you away from your family. You've known them longer than you've known me, and they should come first. I don't want to be selfish. That's right. You're right. You're not selfish, Gauri. You might be a bit grumpy, but you really are nice after all. I don't want to go home, but maybe I should. Maybe I need to. I've already intruded on your family enough, and I don't want to make my parents worry. Now, what's this nonsense? You weren't a burden at all, dear. We loved having you here. Isn't that right, Kazuki? Yes, of course. Preparing food for you every day was like a dream. Does that mean... That's right. We'd be more than happy to let you stay here for as long as you want. The house has felt rather empty as of late, since Yuki's always at work. It was nice having somebody to take care of. Especially a cute girl like you. Then I am... But... I don't know if my parents would like that. They might worry about me. And my big sisters too. Oh, let's see. Do you really think that we're that cruel? Hello, Aurora. First time meeting her. Wintry type of thing. There's a strange woman standing in the hallway, as though she's been here all along. I think she was here all along. She has long blonde hair that falls down to her waist, pale skin like that of a doll's, and deep red eyes framed with pale lashes. Why does she look so familiar? Because she's literally her big sister, so of course they look similar. I glance between Lissy and the mysterious interloper, blinking. It takes me a few moments to realize how uncannily similar they look. Come on now. Who are you? The woman snorts, one perfectly plucked eyebrow. I wonder how long she fusses over those in the mirror each morning. Raised. Are you honestly asking me, that little girl? Me? Yes I am. I don't usually stutter, but something about this woman's presence is disconcerting, and I find it hard to meet her eyes, her large, red eyes. Of all the cheek. Why, my name is Aurora Superbia Evelis. Have you not heard of me? The realization finally dawns. Oh, you must be one of Lycia's sisters. Indeed, I am not just one of Lycia's sisters either. I am the oldest, and the most intelligent, and the most beautiful. Do you not agree? Well, I don't know what the other sisters look like, so I couldn't say. Did Lycia not tell you about me? Did she not exalt my name, singing praises of my fair face and noble character? I can't really say, Miss Aurora. Don't call me Miss Aurora. That makes me sound old. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm Madam Aurora. That makes it sound even worse, you cretin. Do you think I own a brothel? Brothel? There, don't get mad at Kazuki. He is but a simple man, and he doesn't understand how to flatter women. That much is obvious. Aurora glares at Dad. Her lips are pursed, like a sulky child who has grown tired of playing with their dolls. At any rate, it appears as though you have enjoyed yourself with this family of humans, Lizzie. Boorish though they are. A pause. Well, the woman may have some common sense knocking around inside her skull, or I think I could get along with her. I feel much the same. I like headstrong young women. Yes, indeed, I am a young one, not a miss or a madam, and I am very headstrong. One must be, you know, to get what you want in this world. I quite agree. Oh dear, there's two of them. Of course, Mom would get along with this demonic apparition from hell. Sometimes I think Mom is quite devilish herself. Now there are two of them indeed. That's troublesome. I wonder though, why a skilled woman of your caliber chose to marry a buffoon like this? Buffoon? Do you not worry his conduct will reflect badly upon you? Oh, I don't trouble myself over such things. Why should I worry about the judgment of others? I love Kazuki and nothing else matters. Yuki, I didn't realize that you cared about me so much. My, you are truly an interesting woman. I would not be adverse to the idea of having a drink with you to learn more about your philosophies on life. Oh, you flatter me. I'm not particularly interesting. I'm just a popular actress with lots and lots of fans. Mom, stop showing off. Showing off? Me? I would never. Yeah. At any rate, it seems, despite my original plan, that Lizzie has rather enjoyed her time here. That's right, I really did enjoy myself. I got to eat lots of delicious food and wear nice clothes, and most of all, I got to spend time with Ree. Ree, is it? Yes, I'm Ree. Well, if that is how you truly feel, Lizzie, who am I to begrudge you? You don't mean... Indeed, though I do not condone such behavior myself, and I cannot understand for the life of me why you find this unremarkable human family so interesting, I suppose it would be churlish of me to take you back home now. Does that mean you're going to let me stay here? Is that really alright? If you wish to remain here, I suppose it would be acceptable. But what about Mom and Dad? Mother and Father miss you a great deal, but I believe they would be happy if you let them be for a while. Raising us 7 siblings for such a long while has rather worn Mother out, and I believe she would like a break. Oh, yes, even though you're all older than me, none of you have left home yet, have you? That's none of your concern. I have not left home yet because there is no reason for me to. I thought you hadn't left because they were too proud to get a job. It's completely irrelevant. As the oldest sister of the Ivlis family, I should not need to work. It would degrade me. At any rate, Mother and Father declared in our family meeting this morning that they would have no objections to your continued residence in the human world if you enjoyed it so very much. The human world? You Norwegians use some rather intriguing turns of phrase. Yes, I say that because I am Norwegian. Obviously, I am Norwegian. There is nobody more Norwegian than I am. Kolle garde? No, that's French. Kolles gardet. Hey, dat bra, tack. I didn't know you could speak Norwegian, Yuki. Everyone has her secrets, dear. Evidently. Anyway, Lizzie, the offer stands. Would you like to remain here? I very much would like to. I would like to a lot, with all my heart. Ah. And we would love to have you, Lizzie. You're such a sweet, polite, well-behaved little girl. I can't help but love you. You really did bring our household to life, and you brought a smile to all our faces too. Then, Ree. Lucy looks at me shyly, her hands held together at the front. You haven't changed your mind, have you? You weren't lying when you said you enjoyed having me here, right? It's so strange seeing Lycia, usually so confident and headstrong, now unsure of herself, her head hanging. Is that a measure of just how much she cares for my opinion? Does she really value me that much? Isn't that a little strange? Maybe not. Maybe it's because, no matter how cold I may have been with her in the past, she still cares for me. And as for me, what do I think about Lycia? What is Lycia Diaevlis to me? I already gave this a great deal of thought yesterday, and I believe, after questioning myself, I found my answer. I love her. I'm still a young girl and I don't entirely know what love is, but I'm sure there will be time for me in the future to learn. Exactly. I want to learn more about this strange emotion, which makes my heartbeat spike and my face flush light pink with Lycia. I want to learn about my feelings alongside this sweet, funny, impossibly energetic girl, the girl that I cared more about than anything else. Lycia Diaevlis, my first and best friend, and maybe even more than that. Sure, of course I wasn't lying, silly. I don't like telling lies, especially not about important things like that. So does that mean we can stay together? If you desire it, then you can. But is it really okay? You're a demon of gluttony, Lizzie, so don't be afraid to be greedy. If you want something, you should seize it. That's right, it's a good lesson to learn. Don't shy away from speaking your mind, and don't hold back when it comes to what you desire. Although, I don't really get the whole demon thing. Maybe that's because I'm stupid. It's probably a Norwegian saying, dear. Yes, of course. Then, in that case, Lizzie looks at me, her red eyes flashing. What I want, more than anything else in the world, is to stay with Ree. Hugs are nice. Lizzie runs at me, almost knocking me over backwards, and wraps her arms around my neck in a warm, tight embrace. The weight of her body is comforting. I can hear the sound of her heart beating, in sync with my own. My face flushes red, and I bury my head against her chest. Ree, I really do love you. My face turns redder still, like a candied apple. I shiver. Idiot. Of course, got that one last in. I don't know why I say it. I just do. I can't help myself. Lizzie should know by now that I don't mean it. Not really. That idiot, rather than being an insult, is more like a term of affection, an endearment. I call her that because I like her. Yeah, we know. No, that isn't it. That's wrong. I don't like her. I think I love you too. The end? This should be the end. Credits now. Indeed, there we go. Strawberry Vinegar. And thus concludes this fluffy little visual novel. Well, that was lovely. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Writing Ebihime, programming Ebihime, art Silly Selly, interface Silly Selly, music Yuzuki, sound effects Comcreate, Loco Hyman, SFX Source, Sound Dogs, Sound Ideas, Sound Arrangers, fonts Gotchi Hand and Huerta Tipografica, Source Sans Pro, Paul D. Hunt, Friole, Sideshow, Dancing, Pablo Imapalari, Engine, Renpi, Python. Okay, tiny team. A very, very tiny team that worked on this. It was lovely. And a quick little recap of the story, I guess, is reading a thing, then Lizzie popping out of a box. Running at her. Thank you for playing, and thank you for writing this little adorable little story. Oh, that's nice. 9 years later. Oh, never mind, we're not done yet. Okay, back to this. 9 years later, I lie there, embraced by a sea of swaying green leaves. The tart aroma of strawberries hangs in the air, tickling my nose. Though my eyes are closed, I can almost smell the greenness hanging in the air. The soil is cool against my back, damp from the morning dew. It soaks through my shirt, chilling my skin. It's not entirely uncomfortable, however. In fact, I think it's rather relaxing. With my eyes closed, everything feels more intense, more alive. I can almost feel the earth pulsing underneath me, beneath the tips of my fingers and exposed thighs. When was the last time I came to this place? It must have been back when I was in elementary school. Time really does fly. When I think back on it, it's kind of scary how much has happened so very, very quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye. Literally in the blink of an eye for us. I used to hate coming here on school trips. I thought these strawberry fields tucked away amongst the mountains were grey, dull and utterly uninteresting, just like my life. That is, until I met her, Alicia Dia-Evelis. Now, my life has been nothing more than one long string of exciting and improbable events after the other, and I wouldn't swap it for the world. Alicia managed to prise her way into my heart, stubborn and headstrong as she is, and she's been residing in there ever since. I no longer feel like my old self. Sukarabe Ri. Alicia has become a crucial part to me, as important as the blood that runs through my veins or the air that I breathe. I don't know what I would do without her. To be perfectly honest, the thought is kind of frightening. She's my first friend, my best friend, and even more than that. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about that right now. That's because... Hey Ree, what are you doing lying down there? Working on your tan? Alicia stands before me, a smile playing across her lips. She looks different to how she did 9 years ago, but then again, so do I. Alicia is still Alicia though, undeniably so. She may be a bit taller now, with higher cheekbones and more mature figure, but she still has the same ashen blonde hair and red eyes. Red eyes that peer down at me, filled with mischief. I pout. That's right, I was sunbathing. You're blocking the light. Can you move, please? Ah, how cold, Ree. I thought you came here to spend time with me. I can spend time with you anywhere. You're always hanging around me. You say that like it's a bad thing, but I know you really like it. How confident. Have I done or said anything that would give you that impression, Alicia, at the past 9 years? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, just... With a mischievous smile tugging at her lips, Lycia sinks down to her knees and leans forwards. She plants her hands at either side of my head and ducks her own. So our faces are suddenly close, only inches apart. If you didn't like me, you wouldn't let me do this, would ya? And with that, she presses a soft chest kiss against my lips. You're so presumptuous. I'll let you kiss me once or twice and you start acting like I'm the queen of denial. That's right, just call me Cleolica. Cleolicia. That's a terrible pun. I'm sorry. My bad, I just wasn't born with your sharp witsery. Why aren't you busy picking strawberries anyway? I thought that'd be the first thing you'd do. Well, it's true that I like strawberries, but I like you even more, I suppose I'm flattered. Sitting here really does bring back memories. This was the first school trip I ever went on with you, right? That's right, I can still remember how you scurried up that tree in search of apples. Indeed, that literally happened like 10 minutes ago. Okay, maybe like an hour ago, but still. How could I forget? It's a memory that has remained with me for years now. Lycia is still good at climbing trees too. Just the other day, I saw her scurrying up one of the elm trees near the river to rescue a small child's balloon. I think the kids in the neighborhood like her. She's very popular. Every time I go out with Lycia, they flock around her, like she's some kind of superhero. Is that all it takes to earn the favor of today's youth? Being marginally good at climbing trees? How sad. It's not like I'm jealous or anything though. I don't care that Lycia is more popular than me. I don't care at all. Still hasn't changed either. Bloody hell. Oops. Hey, cut that out. My cheeks aren't made of mochi. I'm sorry, you were just looking kind of pouty there. Pouty? That's right. Were you feeling jealous, Ree? Of course not. As if I'd waste my energy being jealous. That's just a waste of time. Good. I'm glad you realized that. I love you more than anybody else in the whole world, you know. You've already said that. I thought you might need reminding. Even though you're really smart, you can be kinda silly sometimes. Says the girl who always puts her shirts on backwards in the morning and still doesn't understand how to do long division. I don't need to understand how to do long division. I'm a music student. You look like a music student too. And what's that supposed to mean? I mean, you always wear those ridiculous outfits. Do you have to show so much skin? That's probably another reason why the local kids, the boys in particular, like Lycia so much. She doesn't dress herself properly in the winter, and in the summer it's even worse. This is all Mom's fault. I think I get what's going on. What do you mean? There's nothing going on. I rather think there is. You're picking on me to try and hide, and you're mad. Uncontrollable. No, you're picking on me to try and hide your mad, uncontrollable desire, aren't you? What on earth are you talking about, you idiot? Oh, nothing. I'm just so unbelievable adorable, especially in this outfit, that you can't help yourself. You were lying here on your own because you were afraid. If I got too close to you, you'd be consumed by your desires. I'm not that depraved. I do have some self-control, you know. Oh, so you'll admit that this outfit is testing your self-control then? I just think it's improper, that's all. You shouldn't go shopping with my mother anymore. She always picks out weird outfits. I think your mother has good taste. This outfit is super adorable. Even Aurora said so. Well, Aurora would think that. I feel kinda bad for Kazuki though. I haven't worn any of the outfits he's made for me in a while. I'm sure Dad can cope. He's been pretty busy himself, surprisingly enough. So, about my outfit. Are we still talking about this? That's right, I want to hear your opinion. I already told you, it's improper. That's what you said, but it's not what you really think. I want to know the truth, Rei. I demand the truth. Alright, fine. I think it looks cute, okay? It looks really cute. It looks so cute I'm turning red just looking at you. What? You'd really go that far? I might have been a bit too transparent with my feelings there. Why on earth did I say something so candid? It must be Lycia's fault. Maybe she cast a spell on me. Don't make me say it again. I shouldn't even need to say it at all. You should already know what I think about you. Yeah, I know. Lycia smiles fondly, resting her head against my shoulder. Her hair tickles my cheeks and nose, but I don't shove her away. I don't even try to. I like it when she rests against me like this. The warmth of her body is comforting, her heartbeat as familiar as my own. You love me, right, Rei? That's right, I still don't entirely know what that word means, but I know I love you. And I love you too. My shirt even says it. Did you notice? Doesn't say I heart flowers. No, it's not just any flower, it's a cherry blossom. So I heart Sakura? It's not just a Sakura, but Sakuraba. Do you get it? It was your mother's idea. Oh, I see. Ha ha ha. Very clever. Yep, I love you lots and lots, Rei, and I want everybody to know that. With your cold exterior, you're actually a really cute, sweet, huggable girl. You're just trying to be nice. You're a lot cuter than I am. No you. No you. Nori, you are the cutest girl in the whole world, and I won't take no for an answer. Well, if you refuse to accept common sense, I suppose I can't argue. Think whatever you want. I will. Yeah. You don't need to cackle about it though. This is very silly and I'm enjoying it. Silly. I'm sorry, but I am a demon. I need to cackle about some things or I'll lose my credibility. Since when did you care about being credible? You've got me there. I might not care about that, but there are things I do care about. Like what? Like you, come on now. Like this, for instance. Pounce. Lucia dips her head and presses a kiss against my lips. Oh yeah. I flush and my legs tremble. I fall back against the trunk of a nearby tree, but Lycia's lips don't part from mine. Though we've been dating for a couple of years, Lycia's sudden displays of affection still manage to take me by surprise. My cheeks turn red and my heart pounds, and a fluttery feeling spreads throughout my stomach. Despite being such a cynic, I guess I'm quite a maiden after all. I thought Lycia was pretty when I first met her, her cheeks and lips covered in cookie crumbs, and my opinion hasn't changed one bit over the years. If anything, I think she's grown even prettier. I don't know if I'm worthy of her. Lycia is so bright and cheerful, but I'm reclusive and gloomy. I don't understand why she likes a plain girl like me. But it's not like I'm not happy about it. Hey, Ree. Lycia draws away from me. Her face is inches away from mine. Our nose is almost brushing. Her eyes are half-lidded, and she looks unusually serious. My heart seizes up in my chest. It's hard to breathe. Sometimes I forget, but Lycia can be pretty cool when she wants to be. Yes, what is it? Don't think silly thoughts. I love you, and that's all there is to it. Don't question how I feel. I'd never lie to you. How did she know what I was thinking? Was it really that obvious? No matter how she looks, Lycia can be quite perceptive when she wants to be. Embarrassingly so. Maybe that's because we've been together for so long. Sometimes she might know me even better than I know myself. I'm sorry, I just still can't believe it. You better start believing it soon. I'm not going anywhere. Thank you. You don't need to thank me for loving you. I can't help it. It's all your fault, because you're so cute. No, you. Lycia giggles. You're so adorable when you get stubbornly. Makes me want to kiss you even more. Well, that's sweet. That's nice. My face is flushed. My bones have turned into gelatin. I feel like I'm melting. It must be because I love her. Her mouth tastes sweet, but not cloying so. It's how Lycia should taste. It's because Lycia is Lycia, with all her noisy, unpredictable, playful mannerisms that I like her, that I love her, that I want to stay with her no matter what. Well, that was nice. Oh, and now we have concluded that. Okay, now it's properly over and done with. Well, that was lovely. That was sweet. That was a little silly. I enjoyed it very, very much. That's neat. Alright. Now then, with that done, what else is there? Nothing really to recap. That was just a lovely little story. Little neat little childhood romance type of deal. And what else can I say? Not really what can I say. Can I? Is there? I'm not really sure. I don't know. Anyway, that's that. And yeah, neat. I had a lot of fun reading that. It was very enjoyable. And alright, yeah, we have come to the conclusion, wrapping up. And so we shall, as we fade away with the music, we now shall simply enter the void once more to, well, conclude. Because there's nothing else left to do. All we can do is embark on the outro journey. Putting myself away, putting everything else away. We embrace the vast emptiness of the void. With, as always, at the end of the week, with continuation into The Reign of Dio, Act 1, Rainbow, Volume 3, Long Live Rock and Roll, Chapter 18, LA Connection. Living the high life came naturally to him. No rules, everything was provided for him, and with a wave of the hand, any trouble was whisked away. All he had to do was spend his time in fancy hotels, attend concerts, ceremonies and dinner parties. The money flowed to and from him like the air in his lungs, or champagne through his liver. Well sighted was that night. Up on the tallest building in the city, the crisp air sent the smell of blood upwards, away from the quietly confused man. Guns and thugs were par for the course after all. He never carried a single bill or card on himself. The victim was new though. He suspected many things, but this was the first time he'd ever seen them kill anyone. He then realized none of their faces were familiar. Many moments it took him to put together what just happened. Stunned by their brutish behavior, the stinging of the air as he fell finally brought him back to reality. He was about to hit the pavement. Had he ever done anything to deserve this? He was just living life as it came to him, always the center of attention, friends with everyone, pointed people towards those who would help them in their lowest moments. He had only ever been a benefactor. However, once his task was done, and he never saw those people again, he remains as the devil in disguise for countless unfortunate souls. But, like all masks, when one becomes too well known for the man behind it, it's time to put on a new face. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.